Get this started. Make certain everything is working well. Allow me to put all the links in all places in the thing. Right? You do the thing. Going forever. Honestly, it wasn't very good. Legend of Korra is fine, but I wouldn't call it great. Just streaming. Pop these two because I don't really care about the YouTube link. Which link? Events. Do the usual post to every single place under the sun, and that's just 3 places. Feels like every place under the sun. That should cover everything. I will separate restream chat. I had a couple people. I should sub follow wasn't online. I realized for like a big time streamer that would not mean much, but for someone like me who, you know, is not a big time, it's pretty cool. We're just like, yep, feel this guy's worth following, even if he's not here to tell me thanks for the follow. To be fair, I used to still follow all the time. I'm just one of those guys. It's like, yep. And yeah, what I did. Hey, Ponton, how's it going? Well, thanks, Drebin. Nice. How am I doing? Pretty good. More rested after the weekend where I was just like, I fell over. I think I slept. I think one of the days I slept like 12 hours or something. Worked out pretty well actually. It turns out you feel better when you sleep. I know it's weird. Don't tell anyone. I have an image to maintain here. Just be like, yep. He just downed caffeine, sat in front of the monitor, and recharged like some sort of bizarre, caffeinated plant. Mm-hmm. Over the weekend, I was experimenting a bit, and I realized that I didn't have the LODs set like low at all. I had them set to the default size, and the default size was so big, it was actually loading all 4,000 assets. So the game was running at around 30 FPS, not streaming with all 4,000 assets loaded. It runs better without 4,000. Nice. I mean, sometimes you just gotta, turn the phone off, just get a little sleep so you can, you know, recharge and get right back to turning the phone back on and needing constant entertainment, right? The rest of us. Now if you see, the FPS is, it still dips on a level, actually on a load thing, but it goes right back. There's still slight things there, but most of the time it's actually sitting pretty high. I actually expanded the areas a bit because some of the rooms you couldn't see everything and that was kind of awkward, but overall, it still kind of dips a bit though. But it's worse when streaming than not, so when not streaming I was getting close to around 50 FPS, so just to give an idea of the performance of the game. And this room is one of the hardest ones on the entire thing. Most of the other rooms run much better than this room. You know, for obvious reasons of just look at this room. Yeah. I can't wait till Mega Lights is available. Oh, isn't there? Definitely Cabrica. I was just like, I had no idea. I was just like, cool. Oh, wait, I have LEDs on. What do these do? Oh. How come the distance is huge? And I started looking over at the thing that was showing all the stuff that was loaded. And if you look, I'll put this off to the side. Make it smaller. You can watch the number of actors that are loaded at any given time. I might set it slightly different for some of these other rooms there, because this actually sets it a lot higher, and it's just because one of the rooms you couldn't see one of the walls, and most rooms I can get away with this, where it's like 1600 and 3200. Hey Vipu, pretty much, yeah. I was just talking about how I was playing with the LEDs, and that has adjusted the thing here. Because if you look, if I adjust it far enough down like that, you can see that it's, you know, running now at a disgusting amount. And this is streaming too. When not streaming, I get some FPS gain too. I mean, disgusting is such a relative term, but you can see over there on the side where it's loading the number of actors, and that changes, and that's where all the... I was sitting there puzzling for the longest time over why was it just dropping FPS, and it's because it drops FPS when it loads a bunch of stuff, but it only drops it for like a frame. And it's not even noticeable in playing. Like before it would, you know, do that and it would drop to like 10 or something, and I would notice that, but even then I guess it's a slight notice. But I mean, all things considered, that's way better. Though you can... It does kind of interfere but with the distance, so it's almost like I might want to cut off some of the long distance views. I go out of my way to make that not a thing. There's a happy medium I'm looking for here. Because if you saw, by taking this from 9600 to 3200, it basically made the number of actors loaded by about a third. They're pretty much mountain. It's like, you know, it's just a lot of things that I went for design purposes. And to be fair, I'd much rather my design game look like beautiful, and then I try to make the game run well, than my game look like crap and already run well, because, you know, optimization can always be done. But yeah, there's definitely certain things, like I think design choices that I made that just create bloat. And a lot of it comes down to distance things. What I might do is, I don't even know. I'll have to think about it. I don't really want these distant walls to not be loaded, because you'll see that these windows here won't be loaded in the game. So the thing blocking them, like I'll stand up here and show you, it won't show they're being blocked at this point. This is a big distance, though, is the problem. If you look, it looks like the windows are completely open. And also look how all the stairs are missing over there too. See, so this is obviously, in a room this size, unacceptable. Pretty much Caprica. It's definitely an issue I'm having. Or I'm not sure the exact range I want versus not. So I'll rebuild the LODs real fast. It's definitely it's possible I might just change those settings mid-play. Like for most of the game, if you're in smaller rooms, just set these different. I don't know. Like all I know is gosh, like the cell size is something like 25,600 or something as the default. And I don't remember what the loading range was. It was huge. I think it was like 120,000 or something silly. Which pretty much meant when I put the grid down with the preview grids, you could see that it was just loading the whole game. Well, most of it. Enough of it that it was kind of irrelevant. You know, it's like, okay, well, let me just look and see. Like, this is what the things currently are set at. Which each of these, you know, lines here representing the borders of a cell. So, you know, if she's standing in this cell, this really only loads 4 cells. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 out to here. Doesn't even load that much, so it's like, But it's also loading 4 cells in every other direction too. I know it's not supposed to load things it doesn't show, but it still does. As far as I can tell. So it's interesting to see. I'm really learning more about the optimization stuff because, you know, it's not like I super know a large amount about that. I mean, learning of it, but... And here you still can't see the windows, but at least now you can see the bridge. So... I have to wonder if on one side of that bridge, if I want to make it so you can't see past it. Like if I don't want this incredibly long hallway thing. Because the difference, you know, in overall FPS for the whole game goes down a decent chunk by loading way more things, because now you see it's loading twice the number of actors. Because again, it loads it in all directions, even though you can't see it, so I don't know why it loads it. Now, keep in mind that there's some other optimizations I could do, like all the geometry rushes that are currently out there that are incredibly heavy. There are currently 58 geometry brushes. Could be turned into, well, not geometry brushes. And that would pretty much increase, I'd probably gain about 5 to 10 FPS from just doing that alone. Wouldn't surprise me. But the problem with those is a lot of them are in place because I'm still designing the place, so it's like, world's so weird with the grid on it. Like I have a scanner. I don't get out much, don't worry about it. I think it's cool. But yeah, we'll have to see. It's not a bad idea though. To just individually set each of the coalitions on the actors for those things. I mean, I'm still kind of in the design phase of a lot of the levels, so I'm not that worried about optimization, but I really wanted to get it to where it was playing at least well enough to use the thing, like for testing. So, but yeah, that'll be something to think about there. A lot of there'll almost certainly be redesigns, especially now that I have a new mechanic that is available in the form of the Empress, so I probably want to hand that out surprisingly early, in which case, I don't know, I have to decide what that even does. It might be interesting if the Empress can turn, like, you know, dead enemies into potions or something. Be like a weird heal. I don't know. Oh, I guess for people who didn't see the Empress. Because they made this super late, almost before the end of the previous stream. You would have had to have been up real late for that one. Apparently it's just a pot under here because I think it's funny, but I don't think it's going to be user. That's what it does. It makes plants grow and shrink. This plant's a little weird, but you know. Only a couple of them have actually been rigged to do that at the moment, but I'm going to replace all the plants with Empress plants. Where's the thingy? Yeah, it's true, the third. Well, that one's still there. Kinda. There we go. This way I can have, you know, platforms created out of the flowers and stuff. Means I can now create areas that Poppet could never have reached any other way. I might put the thing on her back instead, like the representation of it. As a simple, when targeting it's weird. Because you have to get the light bulb on the thing. I'm gonna have to go through and place every plant though. Won't that be fun? Yeah, I'm thinking of giving that out actually surprisingly early because there's a room you go into. You go into this room here. And I can hand it out in this room totally and do weird things with it. I don't know what I'm doing with it though. I'm gonna need to do some level redesign to make it useful. But a lot of these are just concepts too. Like, if a room needs a redesign on certain things, I do it. I'll probably limit it to smaller plants that can grow. That also means I can hide stuff behind the plants. Like I could put a bunch of plants here like that you can't get by and then have, you know, the Empress necessary to do it. So I guess the question is, where do you get the Empress? Like what's the location likely in this room? And does the Empress have another ability or not? I'm a little worried because I'm playing the fight against Patrick with a heal ability that isn't very great, but it's a heal ability. I kind of want to give them a heal ability for the fight, and you don't get the star until after Patrick. Because you need the Hierophant to get it. It's in the painting world, so you can get it. Speaking of maps that are too big, the painting world is so getting a remake. So getting a rework. I just made a concept of it ages ago, and that's why I've kind of left it as it is, because I don't quite know what the demands it's going to have on it. So I've just been like, I did put a mini jumping puzzle in there with the Hierophant at the time just to get the star. I'll probably make it much more exciting, where I'll make it just go way up, because the painting world's all about, you know, having a kind of a space thing. Though I did kind of switch it to not a space thing because it looked really bizarre, and instead switch it to more just like out here instead. I might just have a jumping thing where you go way up for it instead, make you really earn it. I was considering making my own heart thingy because one night I got bored, and out of the custom shapes, like the geometry things, I was building a heart because I wanted to replace the steampunk art. I need to work on it and make it better, but I was just like, I can make a heart out of these crappy shapes. I guess I can. I guess I can. I'm going to put like pipes around it and gears like that. The other one was from a thing from Daz, and the problem is Daz wants an interactive license for it, which not on sale. It's actually a cheap interactive license of only $10, and on sale it's like $4 or something. But I'm just like, you know, maybe I just start making my own. Maybe it comes out looking cool. Maybe it's just stream content. Yeah, I might build up. I'm probably going to get rid of that safety glass too. I don't think I want it there. I think I'm fine with you falling to your death, because you'll just respawn back up here anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't even really kill you. It just respawns you back up there. It's not even a death. Oh, I don't know. Think about that. Yeah, this needs to probably be cut a bunch, so I'm probably gonna I don't even know. This room just has to be much smaller. I'm probably gonna break into little rooms and then put the toys in this, and maybe get rid of a lot of this back area here or move it forward. Maybe even build up. The thing about building up is that you have a ceiling in the way most of the time. So it doesn't matter that they can't really see above, or it's not loading way more because you don't care. You're just, well, it's like in the other map where literally there's like 6 or 7 floors below you. No, in the 5th floor there's, 6 floors below you, and you don't see that it's not loading those. Because there's basically almost nowhere where you could see even a floor down, let alone a bunch. Oh, wait. Oh, thinking about it, now I have a real problem that I need to resolve here. I think we all know where this is going. With the culling distance thing. That's a thing. Yep. Exactly what I thought would happen. I like the concept of going out here. I really do. But to go out here, you're going to have to be able to literally see it way out there. Which means the culling distance needs to be insane, right? Like the loading range is going to need to be like, probably like a, well, we'll start with like 50,000 and see what that shows you. But it's going to be stupid. I'm going to have to do some design things knowing that this is how I'm going to have to optimize. Like, really think this one through. I could do larger cell sizes. But that would make a big difference. That doesn't even load all the things out there if you look. It's actually missing one of the things in the center there and all the... There's a bunch of things missing on that. That's true. Only problem with that is most of the time I don't want them actually seeing these. What is this setting even called? I don't know what the setting was called. All right, well, it's not on that. I think it said it as individual things here. Seems like not so much. Not so much indeed. I'll have to look into it. I'll think about it. Optimization is not incredibly important yet. I just need it well enough running on the stream itself. I'll use a fake 2D plane. I could. Kind of like having a city around them. I'm just saying. Part of the fun of being out here is to see a working city out here. Because at the end of the day, what are you really doing? You're standing on pipes out here. It's not even that interesting. It's just pipes. Thanks for the Draggy Star. Thank you. Yeah, it's this kind of thing. This needs to be interesting. So yeah, I'll think about it. But for most of the time, I think this was what I originally settled on. Was it? Yeah, it's like 6x the cell size. For most of the game, I think that is fine. It's just not fine out here. But I mean, actually, to be fair, it's not fine standing by a window in general, is it? The amount of problems that having these windows causes is so high. Because, not only is the cull distance a problem, but transparent stuff is also much harder on shaders than than everything else. So it leads to a big problem where windows are actually bizarrely terrible for performance. That's okay. I guess I'll continue my Empress plotting here. And I guess the Empress now gets brought into this room, and then the question just becomes, what else does she do? Oh, I'm saying she hits a tarot. Yeah. Oh, well, I'll find a way to make things better. Um, well, there's a bunch of optimizations that I haven't done yet, that I already know are in the pipeline that are going to improve a lot of performance. Like, the biggest one is mega lights. These emissive pieces of crap, I hate them. They don't even cast a shadow. Do you know why Poppet has a shadow? Because Poppet has a light directly on her. Because it looked so terrible, her not having a shadow, so there's a light following her. That is what gives her a shadow. However, Lumen's just like, I don't like lights. And I'm like, they were a lighting system. I don't like them. Okay. So, all those lights are getting replaced by mega lights in 5.5. I tested the preview, and it gains around like 10 to 15 FPS just from that, which is insane. Because, you know, graphics are basically the bottleneck 100% of the time with most of this stuff here. Like, my coding is great. It's not a question of my coding being a problem. I've been checking it. It's just a question of, well, graphics are a thing. The other thing is, well, I'm streaming while running it, so it runs better. You gain about 10 FPS by just not streaming it. So that's a pretty important thing. Also, I'm running Unreal Engine on top of it, which would probably also take some resources too. So packaged alone, it probably gets better performance than I think. Poppet herself is still like 500 megs of stuff. She's not even remotely optimized. Well, okay, I tried to optimize her some, but she's gonna need a lot more optimization before all is said and done. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. I just want it to be when testing all the stuff here. I don't want it to be laggy while streaming. But even then, at the start of the stream, the lag is much lower. As the stream goes along, it actually gets worse. By the end of the stream, like the fight against Patrick is this laggy thing, but we do it at the start of the stream, and it's noticeable, if at all. So I don't know what to see, but I built a lot of things around going outside, and I do want to keep my outside world, so I will find a way to make this pretty. It will happen. I do agree that maybe I should have some sort of a picture out here, though the problem is the pictures look like trash. I've tried it before for like the bigger distance to make the city look like something, and they just don't look very good because, well, they're 2D and all this lighting hits it and it looks wrong. Because the lighting will change because the sky is perpetually moving, and the lighting on the picture won't change because it's a picture taken of whatever the lights were at the time. So I tested it with this big picture out here. I wanted the city to look huge, and it was just a colossal failure. It looked so bad. So, I don't know. Anyway, kind of where I'm at right now. I didn't do a whole lot on the weekend on the project because I was like, mostly slept. Yeah, let's get out of this one here. Not that one, not that way, this way. All right. I'm just going to switch this to just being a plant. I'm not going to have the pot on it because I'd rather just put pots places than have the plant in it. And the reasoning for it being that most of the time I don't want the pot there. Most of the time, I really just want the plant. If you put the static mesh to nothing, it'll produce an error when you go to build. And I got tired of that real quick. I was like, nope. Losa. Why is this so high up anyway? What am I doing with what am I doing with my life? This should be way farther down. Of course, I put this one into the thingy, but that's okay. One's just growing through the thing. It's like, whatever. I got this. Just a bigger version of that. Just to double check, let's say I do this here. I think I coded it that this is not how the problem, but I'm going to double check and make certain that it accepts new sizes, because I might have to well, actually, I'm pretty certain I just changed the mesh itself. I didn't change the overall collision, which I could change the overall collision, I guess. Nope. Oh god, it's huge. It's a tree. Oh, we know where this is going. There's going to be giant mushrooms, so we're going to start tiny and things. Only problem is I guess everything has to start tiny unless I change how it goes. Huh. Huh. No. There's another problem there. The particle didn't move down because I initially set it for that. Okay. Let's make a branch instead of using a flip-flop. I always take flip-flops out. They're pretty good for testing, and that's kind of about the only time they're ever good. So I guess if I do is small. Remember to variable is small. This way I don't have to put a not, because I could put is big or something like that, and then in which case, or large, in which case I'd have to put a not in there for the logic. This way I don't got us, so what am I doing to that? Yeah. From start, do this, and let's make this instance editable. Okay. The default is small, but for testing. Ooh. Neck pop, perfect. Nothing will make you feel older than that point in life where you're just happy that your neck popped. I see. Hmm. Hmm. I need to change these scales here. Yeah, pretty much, Caprica. Neck pops are... I never realized those would be like, you know, high up in my list of favorite things, but sometimes the body just popping in the right way is good times. You're just so happy. You're just like, Ah, I feel good. Happen. It's just a thing. You're just really excited. You're just like, cool, neat. Um, I gotta give it base sizes. Because this time it's going from 5 to 1. And that means it'll start from 5, which is not their real size unless I default it to the size. This is defaulted to 3, though. Hmm. So if I give all of them, a variable for both, then I could just adjust each one. Seems really tedious, but yeah. Um, I could just go back to the flip-flop on this one. I don't even need the as small because I could just do this. Instance editable, instance editable. Well, no, because I'd want to have way to. Well, actually, it doesn't matter because um, let's rename this. We'll just call this starting scale. Call this ending scale. Let's delete this garbage. I don't need this crap. Actually, let's delete all that. Go back to the flip flop. Flippo flop. So we flipping, we flopping. I mean, technically, the small one is the method also, but yeah, I don't care about this anymore. I just get rid of it. Might end up bringing it back in a bit, but who knows? So we do this, and then for this one here, make the ending scale all ones. Yeah, I hate that I have to individually change these, but I get why I have to do it, but I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I was also thinking about changing the fool to have the dodge only work where you're using the fool. You can't just freely dodge with every single tarot equipped because, that just makes the fool less good. And the magicians are already ridiculous, so it doesn't need to do any more in this game than it already does. I think it probably needs to do less. I get that I give it out early, so... That did not do what I wanted. Why? Oh, no, it does do what I want, right? Well, kinda. It's returning to that size there, but then... Why is it going to all 5s for the second one? That doesn't make any sense. I miss. I missed something. Because the ending scale is set to instance editable, and on this, the ending scale is set to 1. So, huh. I mean, it should shrink it. Clearly, that is not what's happening. It's like it's not actually using these as, it's not replacing them with the new amount somehow. Huh. Yeah. I think print string should always be relevant on every single one of the things. I need it in my life. I use it all the time. It should be relevant. Instead of need to, uncheck the thingy. It knows what I want. Just do it in this order here. Looks like my roommate left. The door loudly closed. I was heard the trash being taken out. It is trash day, I suppose. That is true. This makes little sense because of the fact that it is literally set to be that. So, wait. Starting scale is... Let's see what it says before I get all crazy here. So with 1 and 5, this grows huge. They're in reverse. Doesn't make any sense, right? Because the play from start should make it that this alert causes it to go from scale A to scale B. Starting to ending. But it was listing them in the opposite order on these. Like when I did the little one there, it was listing, 5, 1. So basically saying 1 then 5 because the way it displays, I was displaying the starting one first. So it's doing 1 then 5, and the other one was doing 3 then 1. That's right. Starting scale of 3, ending scale of 1. In reverse order. Why does it work for one but not the other? Huh. Huh. Well, I'm going to do a slight change here just to make my life a little easier to figure out what it is I'm looking at. Any scale of 2. Sure. Hmm. I need to resolve that mystery too of the clicking on those being terrible. It made it huge the first time. Okay, so what I think is happening is it treats its starting scale as whatever it currently is, and then because I believe I'm setting a relative scale, right? I think that's what's happening. That's the issue. Yeah, this is a relative scale 3D. Oh. What if I try this instead? And instead of growing the mesh, I just grow the whole thing. Change the whole thing. Right? And then I make the scale what I want it to be. So the starting scale is 3. Because it was just magnifying the pot itself, oh, the flower itself, and not the whole of the blueprint. Makes sense. Sometimes I do dumb things. Not to question it, or do. It's fine, you can question it. I question it, so why shouldn't you? Okay. Nice. That's actually kind of cool because the little particle shrinks too. Which, now, don't get me wrong, I don't think it needs to be that big. I think it can be significantly smaller. But I like that it does that. So that was just the problem there. I knew something didn't add up there. I'm just like, huh? Why do this? But I also want the player to be able to see and, not just, flashbang them every time. That's probably a lot better. Let's try half size and see how that goes. Don't auto activate, please. That would be really obnoxious to see every single Empress plant in the entire place just go right at the start. Remember, said flashbang. I'm saying flashbang is strong. Yes, indeed. I also wanted the Empress to the default layout here for testing. I almost want to shrink it slightly more. It's still pretty big. On the other hand, different plants might want to have a bigger one, so I'm not sure that's something I should do. Yeah, let's just play with the Empress plants here and make things grow and shrink. Hmm. Here's the question here. If things both grow and shrink, how am I going to indicate to the player that it shrinks and doesn't grow? I can't just let them guess. That's no fun. They'll always hate their lives trying to figure out which one's which, and they'll have to target each one. But if it just says which direction it goes, all right. We're gonna need a HUD for this thing here. I'm just gonna dupe some previous HUDs and put an icon on it and call it square. And I'll change them later when I get a better icon set up. But you know, for the short term, I think having just an arrow up or down is good. You know? What I'll have is actually a picture of the Empress and then a picture of an arrow with it. Are we doing sprites? Yeah, it says it's sprite, right? Yeah. Zoom to that for me, please. Forgot I made little sprite versions of these so I could make my life a little easier. I have an arrow icon that I can just snag and get this done quickly. Dig through my collection of files real fast and see if I got something. I could just make an arrow, I guess, too. That's true. That's kind of lame, though, but I might do that. Make a quick arrow. Need for a lot of, like, Humble Bundle with a bunch of stupid things. I guess I could just have on the screen here looking, too. Yeah. There. I got random dumb icons from the Humble Bundle, so I guess I can see strategy and things. I didn't look like an arrow or something. No. This is something I picked up ages ago when I was like, hey, maybe this will be useful for something, but it kind of is not. It's kind of very narrow. I actually found it to be not great. Actually, the best thing I had for icons was when I was using, oh gosh, Incarnate. Because Incarnate's map thingies also had a lot of stuff that worked really great for interface stuff. Because it turns out that, yeah, you can make maps with it, but a lot of people were just making weird 2D paintings out of things like that, or all this stuff, which turned out to be very handy. I was quite surprised at how useful it was. I mean, that is an arrow. It could just point up. That is not incorrect. It does look kind of boring, and I don't really like it. But I also don't hate it immensely. Just a little. Because I could just rotate the image. Blah, 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 blah. Sure. I'll just do save and dump it on the thing here real fast. As renders, it's not as render. It identifies it as render. Oh. Sure. Also, let's just rotate the thing 180, save it to 0 down. Hey Fox, how's it going? Sorry about ducking out early last night. I kind of was drinking a lot and just kind of fell over. You seem like you're excited working on something at the time, and I tried to stay up. I just failed. It was pretty bad, and I was like, did not have it in me. So we're gonna call this. Let's put it next to here too, and we'll have an up arrow first. Then we'll remember to drag the other things in and have all the goodies. Don't you know? Browser. Let's just go to our UI here and add it to our collection. Sure. I actually put a bunch of ones in here, didn't I? That's interesting. I do have a bunch in there. I could have just used this. I had a bunch of little icons I could just snag out of there. Apparently I found something not terrible. Reason these. You know, in all honesty, I probably should have just changed their coloring. I guess the brown isn't even that bad, honestly, thinking about it. It's kind of not. I mean, the Empress is all earthy and everything, right? Is it so bad to do that? Is there an image rotation in here? If I negative 334 that. Can you do that? No, okay. When you're putting stuff on the map itself, you can actually negative it in a direction for its scale, and it'll just reverse it. I was just hoping I'd get away with that here. Spoiler, I can't. Maybe. Nope. Well, one can always hope. As you know, you never know until you just try. So just push the button, see if everything explodes or not. Sometimes bacon pops out instead of exploding. And because bacon is always good, perfect. Well, bacon should always be good. Then there are those abomination restaurants where bacon is terrible because they don't cook their bacon. Or they get that limp crap like McDonald's gets. Wouldn't feed it to a dog. To be honest, the dog probably wouldn't eat it. That's wrong. Dogs eat everything, but Other animals might not eat that. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Oh, never mind. That's actually on the plant itself. Okay, so we solved this mystery. I don't need to keep this anymore. But I think we're going to return back to the is small or not. Um, there's a reason for it. Mostly just to keep track of what we're in, so this way I can send it via um, interface back to Poppet, or back to our HUD, I guess. I don't actually need to set this as, I'm just going to set it here as a thing, each one. They'll just do the reverse either way. Do this, and then we do this. Like a soul. Good times. Okay, so run with that. And then I guess I pass it through the lens of the player itself back to them. She has the tarot thingy anyway. There's like an interface for HUDs. Um, we're gonna call this Empress Direction. Oh, the question mark. And then on the tarot, I don't need to put the interface directly on there because it has no easy way to get the interface of Poppet without directly casting, but it can get Poppet who can send it to the interface, which is perfectly acceptable too. Empress Direction. Arrow up. And then close the growth arrow because arrow's just too boring. Arrow. Bind. Okay, so we'll HUD it back to her. Oh, I just want to return on that. What am I thinking? For what? Branch. brush. Arrow brush. Move this over here because I'm gonna need to get frisky with this one. Could just have double return nodes, which might actually be technically better than what I'm doing. Whatever. Arrow down. Good times on that one. I just run those both into here, like so. That should cover that part, but now we talk to Poppet. So Poppet's just going to return an arrow up thingy there. Wait, no, that's the wrong place. Empress direction. She might have double Empress directions. Wait a second. She most certainly does. Let's keep consistency, shall we? This one is only sending to her. Every time it does, it'll change. It has to send every time she mouses over here. So it'll be Empress direction. An outline here. Probably rename that to just arrow up or not. Because if it's small, the arrow would be up. And if it's large, the arrow would be not be. Arrow up is fine. So it'll message here, and then Poppet will receive the Empress direction. She's going to promote arrow up to a variable. Plus Empress arrow up, so I have a better idea. Okay. And then for HUD, Empress direction. One last change I should have to make here, I believe. Now, because it's done by this, this is actually where I place the tarot for that. I think that's everything. I bounced a little bit on that one, but getting there. We're getting there. Oh, well, that's not the right. Why was I over there? I have questions. I think I was just floating over nothingness and I just fell. There's the arrow up. Look, arrow down. Perfect. Unfortunately, the ones that's reversed, it doesn't quite that. I mean, like, it figures out to change that. It's just a question of on the actual Empress thingy, which one is up or down, right? Okay. Well, we're almost there. It's not very visible. I'll have to figure something out on that one. Probably some sort of... I'll try to put a glow inside of the interface itself. Like, the little HUD thingies. Like, it doesn't... I haven't seen an easy way to do that. At least not in my testing. So if there is a way, I don't know what it is yet. Because that's just not quite good. Fine. I can't change these if that's there. We'll remove the binding. Can I change them now? I'm gonna draw as a box. Does that look different? What does it even look like? Also, you know, anchor to the center of the screen while we're at it too. Hmm. That's weird. I don't like it. Thanks, I hate it. Hmm. Oh, I think a rounded box, it just puts the actual border around it. Well, I'll see what it does. I'm going to test out what the box does, because why not? Do that. Problem is here. I need to set it as a reverse setup, I think. I just make this instance editable and change it if I want it to be like that. Pretty certain. Just gonna have to go. Oh, the arrow direction, right? Arrow up, yeah. Down. Give that a try. If we can't solve some mysteries here. There we go. Arrow down. Arrow up. Does it work? Does it blend? Why not blend? That didn't blend. I need to reverse the numbers on this one here. On these, I'll just have to do it in reverse, and that'll be fine. I'll make it small this time because I don't care anymore. I can make whole puzzles based on plants now. Ooh. Including having potted plants now be ladders. Means I get to do some redesigning to make it cooler. Have the Empress equipped. There's a slight selection error. It's just so annoying. That works. Plant in the middle of nowhere. Yay. Question is, do I make it work in fixed sizes or not? Or do I just make it random? Not random, I mean, independent on page 1. That's interesting because if I don't indicate to the player, then they'll just have to, you know, push the button to find out. Which, I mean, it's not terrible to make them push the button. Apparently I'm close to a battle. It's not terrible to make them push the button. I don't hate it. But I also want to avoid the whole really annoying push the button on everything to see if it works. I guess, is that annoying? I mean... Or is it just good to go? Like... Design choices are always an interesting decision here. It's like, well, I could do it this way, or I can optionally do it that way. I'm still going to be doing some redesigning. I also found out I can put enemies inside the H-load and they don't seem to cause a problem because I've got a whole bunch of enemies that are currently just spawned out there and it hasn't affected the FPS at all. They just got added to the H-load. So, I mean, it still gets affected periodically because this room is still huge. You really can't see it not loading things in this room, so... Possibly I want to put more of a restrictor on the things here, like not show things here. Also block things off with plants that are growing and things. There's gonna be a lot more holes in the wall by the time I'm done. I guess I shouldn't hide the chat. Probably shrink it down to the point where it's, you know, not covered by everything. It would probably be not the worst decision I've ever made. I mean, maybe not the best decision. I don't think I'm going to have plant trees grow or shrink. I mean, maybe I could. I think I want to have a fixed size. Like if I just let them grow and shrink plants willy-nilly all over the place, having it be completely random, like they have to click it to find out what size it grows to, it's just got to be irritating. But then to solve any plant puzzle, you would have to try each and every one to see what size it was going to be. I guess it would make it harder, but also tedious, because then you got to remember which is which. I don't like that. On the other hand, it will matter for purposes of other plants that are different sizes. If I want to scale everything correctly, technically these plants should be at 6. And 6 appears to be the normal size I use for most things. All these trees are tiny. I guess I don't have to design things too differently. I could also just put various things up on the walls that you got to reach that are just like almost like shelves, but Poppet can't reach them without growing plants. The other question is, does it have another ability? Like, a lot of the tarot just have like one ability so far, which is okay, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd give them both abilities at the start anyway. Just the ability to grow plants is in itself not terrible. So I could just have plants blocking areas too. Let's say we do the fixed sizes. All right, so that seemed like such a good one to give out early. I mean, do I just do like 3x the size? 5x the size is huge. Probably too big. Because then it's like tree sized, right? It's probably like 3x the size, or maybe just double the size. Three X isn't too bad, because then 3x makes them like this big, which is pretty reasonable, because now this is a platform. Versus this tiny little thing. 5x. I mean, making him overwhelmingly ginormous is kind of fun. I guess it's not bad. 1 in 5? Is that what we're doing? It is kind of cool. As opposed to the little tiny ones there. Maybe I just do 1 in 5. Oh, hey Sigthor, how's it going? Thank you. Yeah, I'm making a game called Poppet Quest, and the character uses tarot cards as powers. She's currently wearing a pot on her head to represent the Empress, because the Empress is supposed to represent growth. And so for the Empress, I was making it grow and shrink plants. Some obviously grow to larger sizes, but you know. And this way I could have platforms, you know, based on the plants. Hey JG, how's it going? Did you? Oh. Welcome to the addiction. I mean the engine. I meant the engine. Yeah, the engine, huh? The addiction. It's wonderful. Oh, it has an arrow too. Oh. Yeah, that changes the direction based on which way it's supposed to go. It's definitely better. Yeah, I'm currently working on that. Oh, and thanks for the follow, by the way. Have you seen any portion of the game at all? Because I can give you the tour if you want. By all means, question away. If I know the answer, I'll help you. If I don't know the answer, well, someone else might know it in the chat. Got a lot of Unreal actually, got a lot of Unreal devs around here. Quite a bit, actually. Yeah. I don't know why I was saying, well, actually, on that. We just have Unreal devs around here. And devs for other engines, too. I'm the wrong guy to ask about other engines. I don't know. Ah. I guess I just do 1 in 5. I could have. I've been arguing with myself on the scale of this here. Do I have varied scales or not? Because right now I could set the scales to whatever I want, and it just has a starting and ending scale, and it can be anything I need. And I probably should stick with that because not every model is the same size, so. Yeah. A lot of people use behavior trees. I don't because I'm contrarian, I guess. Kind of. But I still use the AI move to command. Well, I use move to using the AI thingy. So there is an AI thing in here. And the main command I'm using is actually move to actor location, and I'm just getting the AI controller that's on each of the characters, giving the location and a radius, and telling it to do the task here. But these like this, and then there's AI move to location. I like this one better, but they serve kind of the same function. And the only way they work is you have to have a nav mesh down, because it doesn't understand if it doesn't have a nav mesh, which is just an actor called a nav mesh. Nav mesh bounds volume. You just drop it on the thing here. If you hit P, it'll actually show you where it's at, and you can make it larger. We'll make it huge. It'll calculate for a second. And now, everywhere where there's green is where the AI can move. Do keep in mind that the AI is dumb, and if the AI sees an area like this where it can't go through, unless you tell it to jump or something, or it's able to step over these small, tiny things, it can't do it. It doesn't understand. Like, it can walk upstairs if the stairs are small enough for it, but otherwise it does. If it can't reach it normally, it won't do it. It's like walking. If you try to do a flying AI, well, that's a whole different ballgame. But just walking, that's pretty much how you do it. I always delete these when I'm done, though, because they force recalculations every single time you do anything. And that takes a while, but, you know. All right. I'm lost in my own building. I'm lost. Oh, no. I am the lost. What went down here? Wait, is there one here already? I might already be one here. There most certainly. So, like, a lot of the things you'll see will tell you how to do AI with behavior trees, but since I'm a contrarian and don't do that sort of thing, I'll give you the example of how I do it. Maybe not starting with Patrick, but, you know, we'll go with something simpler than Patrick. Well, thank you. I definitely try very hard to make it beautiful. Like, I'll show you, see, because the game's called Poppet Quest, and basically you're a woman who was killed and your soul was put into a toy, and you're trying to escape this toy factory, Whimsy Wonders Toy Factory, which I'm kind of building all over the place. And it's a steampunky game, so you can see the steampunky world around it. The ocean too. Get the ocean in there. All this stuff, all these things. Zoom around the city. I only made a handful of blocks, so, you know, whatever you could see from there. There's also things up in the sky, but, you know, stuff. Yeah, the basics here. I'll just show you the basics, and then I'll go over explanation on the AI for you if you want. As you know, I have a way of doing AI that I think is simpler and easier for normal people to pick up. I think the behavior tree method is difficult to swallow for most people. Maybe. The big problem is if you'll notice, you're in a building most of the time, so you don't really see the Zeppelins. But I will have mini Zeppelin models in the building that will move. So you will get moving Zeppelins. The big ones in the sky, they're so far up you might not really notice one way or another. But there will be moving ones in the smaller areas, like, you know, the tiny model ones. So, don't move that. The main mechanic of the game is that I'll dodge first just to use up some of her curse. So when she's in the darkness, she gains curse power, which powers like all the dolls and everything there, and also powers her abilities. However, her sanity goes down in the dark. If you go back to the light, if your sanity hits 0, you die. You go back to the light, your sanity goes up, but you don't gain any curse power back. So you can't really gain any. Most of your powers won't work unless you're filling it up in the darkness. So basically, your mana refills in the darkness for all intents and purposes. Uses tarot cards or abilities. This is the Fool. It is a giant sucker. Serving mostly as the first weapon in the game. Every journey starts with a Fool, right? I'll show you the first boss I've been working on that I show everyone because he's the most far along. I made him a lot harder though recently. Tries to bite you and things. You need sound effects. So this is the Magician. The Magician manipulates objects in the environment such as turning on lights or turning them off. You can also pick stuff up and throw it too. That's her dodge when I'm doing this thing here. This is the Star. It trades sanity for health and health for sanity. He's got multiple phases. I'll start spitting things in other phases. The Fool has another ability. It has a super that makes her grow big. You're not supposed to have this for this fight, but that's okay. Okay, what happened? Whoa. Okay, well, somehow that did... Somehow that did, like, max damage and just killed him. What in the world? Anyway, that fight doesn't usually go that way, but today it went that way. Don't question it, or do. It's fine. You can question if you want. Anyway, I'll figure out why this suddenly killed him at a different time. I've never actually seen it do that. Strength is the double jump tarot. I was building a puzzle out of the smiling pumpkins here. Well, it's not really much of a puzzle, but just a path that you need double jump for. As you can see. Ooh. Lots of crawling around weird little mazes of things. Some of the rooms are more for toys, some of the rooms are more for humans and things. And that's sad. I wanted to show you Patrick's final phase. Whatever. Whatever. A lot of sad. How about we don't put that there? Let's put it on the ground, you know, like a normal person. Let's make a nav mesh here. I'll show off some of the other abilities. The Empress is the new one of the lot, which, you know, grows and shrinks plants. I made it at the end of last stream and was just tweaking it today to be nice. Some of them. I made a handful of Patrick's animations. I didn't make Patrick, I bought Patrick. I made Poppet, the main character. I made a lot of the female models because the main character is effectively like Jack the Ripper. If Jack the Ripper, instead of killing the women, like, you know, by mutilating them like that, put their souls into dolls instead. Just think of him like that. So all of his victims are women because, well, that's what Jack the Ripper did. I mean, he's not specifically Jack the Ripper, but he's modeled after it. I made all of them, and I made some of the guys, but I'm still going to make other models too. I'll have to show you some of the other models as I go too. Because, yeah. I designed some of the textures. It just depends. Like, if I can cheaply acquire something that gets the job done, I'll do that. But, you know, in case of stuff I want to be unique. Like I made Poppet. She's a patchwork doll. You can kind of see her like that. Sadly, most of the lighting isn't very kind to her, but, you know, her hair is changeable, so I currently have this hair on, but I did not make these. In this room, this is the Hanged Man, the second weapon. It's a bubble wand. It doesn't have very good range, though, apparently. Yeah, small Patrick. Oh yeah, you didn't get to see these things. These are great. They have a little explosive on their back, a little firecracker, and they blow themselves to bits trying to hit you. This just has a satisfying noise. I love it. Why are things only spawning like a couple? Oh, there's a few reasons for it. One, I'm streaming, which is, it's hard on the computer, you know? It's not easy. And the longer the stream goes, the worse it gets, so that's a thing. Oh, I'm almost out of sanity. The game is like 13 to 17% done, so the optimization just isn't really there at the moment, you know? People act like it's supposed to run at 60 FPS as you're building it, but let me tell you, not how it works. You gotta make things happen, and it takes a while. So, that's a thing. Yeah, it's not great at the moment, by any stretch. But that's okay. I'm just showing off some things here, and we'll get to that. So anyway, optimizing is just something you should do later. People who spend all their time optimizing before they built the game just waste a lot of time because, you know, you might change things, in which case you just wasted time optimizing something that you didn't even use. Yeah, anyway, these possessed objects won't do anything unless you, if you try to hit them. But if you have the Hierophant active, they act as platforms. That's a thing. For what it's worth, this game gets to about 50 FPS when not streaming. Or at least the best I've found so far. We're playing with some things like that to decide exactly, well, I mean, I'm playing with things because I'm a solo dev, to see what works and what doesn't. There's kind of an argument going on. Lumen. I'm using 5.4. There's no such thing as baked lighting in 5.4. They took it out. Oh yeah. Go in the darkness, you get your curse back. You have screen space and lumen are your only choices in 5.4. Isn't that exciting? My curse back. Boing. Boing. Woohoo. I haven't put the model in yet. There will be a model here. She will be waiting. I made this model too, but this is just a render of her because, well, I haven't got to it yet. One of those, one day, someday, maybe. Well, this puzzle got way easier because of the fact that I you get one of the keys. The keys you can actually, I move the lights around. Oh god, no, Lumen is super not FPS friendly. You're gonna spend a lot of time optimizing it. So if you have the right keys, you can actually open the doors with the Magician. And close them. So these are my favorite landmines. They say nice things. You save by jumping in toy boxes. Usually the FPS is way better than this, though. That's interesting. I wonder why it's so... Well, actually, there's one thing I can do to speed it up. I can do that. Close side windows. That'll speed up a little. Not much, though, probably. I want to stare at that. A little better right now. So you can also do like puzzles in the environment if you have things like the Magician equipped, so you can open drawers too. Get up to places. And he back. There's actually a lot of content in the game. I'm just saying the game's 13 to 17% done because a lot of it comes down to numbers balancing and making things feel good. Also adding in additional sound effects and particles on things, you know, all kinds of stuff. Whoever did things, I'll thank you in a second. The fool can also break stuff. Hey, standard pointer, how's it going? Can I make the jump? Got it. Curse is nearly up. That's okay. There's a particle to keep showing when it shouldn't. I'll fix this at some point. One of the mechanics of the game is you can actually... one of the characters was... her soul ended up in the paintings instead. So, you can actually travel into this painting world. I don't know why I have this painting so high, I need to lower it. But, you can throw other dolls into it in order to put them in the painting world. I think it's to, oh, I can still hit it. Yep, Poppet Quest. In the painting world, you have like a liminal space that connects all the paintings you've unlocked. You know, and they appear floating in here, so you can actually reach places that you've unlocked. We have the ghost living in the painting. My Discord's favorite, Tinka. I made her. Yeah, there's a lot of open space because she's so small. That's why it looks so open. Also, that reminds me because I put her back on the screen here. I'll say my Discord's favorite. Let me put the Discord link in there because, you know, whenever I'm going to get testers, I'm just going to pull from the Discord. So those people who are interested or just want to know when I stream. I remember I put this at the start of every stream, but I don't forget all the time. Where's the chat? The Discord here. Pin it on both of them. I always wait. Usually it's like over an hour before I figure out. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, I should do this. Message pin. Oh, thank you. Awesome. Yep, this is my Discord's favorite. She's just floating in space. She watches. She appears as a small version in the paintings too. Yeah, when you rescue dolls in here, they will provide additional things here. One of the paintings is unlocked. Yeah, she appears in the paintings. I'm still working on making her movement correct with the paintings, so you know. Yeah. I thought that was so much fun. And so I'm just working on everything, honestly. There's so many things going on, you know? Yeah, the lighting keeps getting changed all over the place. I'm not 100% certain on it. The problem is I need to make it look like it's dark, so when you go in the dark, you know you're in the dark, so Poppet gets her power back. It's visually apparent you're in the dark. But the problem with being in the dark is then you can't see. This is a real problem because as someone playing the game, you probably want to see the game. Right? So, this has been a conundrum for a while here. I welcome all ideas. I also made this guy one of the toys here that you can rescue. He got named by chat. His name is Boozeberry because he was a drunk. It was captured by the toy maker. He's also a merchant, which is mostly just one of the other characters, except she has a hat. It was a battle arena, but then the battle arena got broke when this plugin got updated, and I haven't managed to get the plugin working since the update. The little ones that explode themselves have a bit of lore. They're all fighting for this hat, and whoever gets the hat runs the shop. Don't worry about it. It's a dumb thing. It's just run the shop. I put lots of weird things in my game. But yeah, this is the painting world. You'll be able to get to the Toy Maker's Workshop. Boing. Boing. I jump a lot because I just like to jump. She does her little pose. I do need to do more like things to make the loading look better. So the last few days I've been making the Toymaker's Workshop. I'm still making the heart. I don't like the heart much, but it does beat. But I made Tesla towers, or Tesla coils, blood pumps, mysterious vats with names on them. Ooh, names. A steampunk clock. So kind of I was just making these on the stream. But that's where you get the full at. There's no mash down here, but one of the people in chat, I was telling him about this a section of this, you know, it's like more like a toy store than a toy factory. But it's like a giant checkered floor, and it's called the Great Board because all of the chess pieces were fighting over worshiping it as their god, basically. Well, then someone's like, oh, maybe checkers should be there too. Okay, so then the checkers got put in, and they have emoji faces now. Because I had a dream between, like, you know, when I was resting it for the stream, because I will work and then sleep like 2 hours and then stream and then sleep like 4 hours and then go back to work. I was like, what if they had emoji faces? Now it's like, they do these. Same thing with the chess pieces. They're like, I'm not for different things. But the plan was to make it so that the checkers could, you know, combine together to make a king checker. I haven't made the mechanic yet for that. Like, I mean, these are for farther in the game, but it was a proof of concept. I made the checkers. I did not make the chess pieces. I mean, I put the emoji faces on. That's true. I did that. There's a 14-year-old ghost girl who is haunting the place. And this is her. She needs ghostly effects on her. I haven't made it yet. I did make her. Oh yeah, there's definitely gonna be a big chessboard thingy. Yeah, whatever. Oh, the freebies boxes. I put funny message over. I was making control panels and then I haven't finished them yet. The theory is that you could go inside the control panels and mess with the gears and things too. Which haven't, you know, been added yet, of course, but I'm gonna add wires and cables and stuff all over the place. But yeah, the big chessboard is... I'll just kick the lights on so you can see where everything is. There's a whole bunch of other crazy areas too. I've been working on just so much stuff. Oh, wrong one. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to see because I haven't put lights everywhere yet, so a lot of places won't have the ability to see unless I turn the lights on. Yeah, the first floor actually has the Great Board, which is just a giant checkered floor where all this is going to go on. Then I plan to have like a 3-story like mini model city here with trains and stuff on this section of it. There's going to be a basement with all the broken toys. And then a secret sub-basement that we just don't talk about. Yeah. You default mannequin, you want all the for it, it's so intimidating. You know, you'll find that it's actually not as intimidating as you think. You can actually just do this weird thing where you just drag the object and put it in the environment. And you can just move around, you just play your game. A lot of stuff is actually put into various stats for you, so you don't have to do a lot of the work. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you want to interact with anything, well, you're going to have to program the interaction that happens. You can often get a lot of pre-made games to work off of, too. But if you want my advice when starting out, and this is what I did, take any series on how to make X game on YouTube, you know, in UE, and follow it. They're not going to run you through, like make AAA game or anything. What they're going to do is they'll run you through all the basics and everything like that, and you'll have a game that works. And once you've done that, pick another one. Watch that one and start adding things from that. Like, if you need something, like start adding things from other tutorials to make your game better. Just like, okay, well, I'm making this RPG. Well, okay, well, now I want climbing in it. Well, I'm looking at tutorial how to do climbing. Well, now you got to add climbing into this thing that was already created. And that will teach you how to do things very fast in UE because, you know, you'll have to solve some problems because they'll tell you how they did it on a blank project. And you'll have your project that was built off this other guy's thing. And now you got to go, well, how does this mix? And once you start figuring that out, a lot of things become way easier. I might have seen him. I don't know. Hard to say. I've seen a lot of random people for tutorials. These days, I don't watch as many tutorials because I kind of figured out so much now, but over time, I watched quite a few. You already saw like the second biome thing. I guess you didn't see, well, you didn't see this room, but this room's fun. There's also underwater stuff too. Can't really see underwater with the lights. I haven't put lights down there yet, but in all these places, like water kills Poppet. However, if you get the Emperor Tarot, which I put right here just for testing, you can go underwater and there's like underwater ruins to go through. It's like a fish tank basically. So, you know, just imagine a giant fish tank. Yeah. This place have any windows? Yes. Yes. Did you see all the windows? They're everywhere. As you can see, there's windows all over. Some floors I block them intentionally because, well, there's things in there. Like in this, you know, weird, the tomato room. Well, some of them are. Some are not. You can actually go out on some, like there's, I didn't actually show you this particular puzzle here, but I was just discussing the loading problem earlier, but I'll show you the thing here. Because I'm trying to figure out the exact distance I want things to load, but I'm gonna have to do some things in the city to make this work better. But I'll run you through this quick puzzle here. Actually, I can just show you that they're sealed magically. You can see ones here. This is sealed, not sealed, but these ones are sealed. And I set it up so that, you know, if it can be opened, the seal vanishes. If not, or if it's just opened. Why is open not working? Oh, sorry, can be opened and then is open has to be on. Sure. You can see like that. Or if I want it blacked out so they can't see through it. A lot of times I'll do this and then, you know, make it where they can't, if I don't want them looking at it at all. But in this case, I'm going to block the cam thing like that. So then you have ones like this where part of the plan is to make it that you can go out the windows. It's just you have to stay within range of the building because you're powered by a curse that's around the building itself. So if you leave the building, you'll die because there's nothing powering you anymore. Unfortunately, I'm testing the loading thing there, so most things aren't loading at a distance because I'm trying to see what the best distance is. So, but you'll go out here, get to run around the pipes, come back in, fight things. Like I expect you to go outside the windows to get to secret areas. Things. So, my first project was a stupid game about a little girl playing pretend that. He thought she was some sort of a superhero and she'd go in and fight in these little randomized, you know, things. So it was basically like almost like a Zelda style game, except for with projectiles. An RPG Maker. And it was okay. I mean, I never released it or anything. There's a hole in that. I keep forgetting about that. I didn't release it or anything. That's obviously I didn't care about that, but it was just, you know, a stupid fun game. I've also thrown away a lot of projects too. Yeah, I have. There's also little puzzles like these. Show you one other fun biome because a nice viewer bought me a humble bundle that had a thing in it, so it was really cool. So I started building it, which led to the pirate model. A little pirate city. I make more pirate cities because they're cool. Just for this biome because, you know, it's a Metroidvania, so you gotta have different biomes. Thanks, Shuckle. Yeah, they're awesome. I'm a big Metroidvania fan. Oh, hello. Yeah, I was making a little pirate thingy here. All these models like that. But you can see that the regular areas for people are over here. I am going to eventually make the pirate... Oh. By the way, water kills her. I was looking at that. I'm going to eventually make the pirate thingy go up to here. as well, which I'll probably do tonight. Just later, I usually code early on, and then later on I do more level design, largely because I'm always more into coding at the start. The other comment? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't moderate any of the comments, so there shouldn't be anything stopping you from ever posting anything. Nope. I am pretty much just pretty free with it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure if it says there's an auto mod, then I didn't turn it on, but there could be one. I started streaming on Twitch like this month, so my knowledge of all the back end of it isn't always the best. Yeah, I put fog in places. Someone like this really cool environment showed me that I could just put fog on a plane and put it somewhere, and it looks awesome. So I started doing that now, and it just looks cool. There's no nav mesh down, so these guys. Weird. Yeah, they launch little chickens at you. Because it's just funny. But no nav mesh, they can only hop. Oh, you're on YouTube, that's right. I forgot, I'm streaming to both, but there's a symbol next to the names, I just didn't notice. But yeah, I'll check it in a second. Yeah, this is where the hermit is. I figure it's on a mountaintop away from everything. Yeah. How's it going? You said auto mod on soon? That's weird. I wonder why I would block that. Try saying it again. See if it blocks it again or does something like that. I don't have a mod on YouTube. I usually don't get that much traffic on YouTube, so I usually don't worry too much about it. I've had to moderate things on Twitch since I came on it. It's usually just, you know, a couple bots versus anything else. Never had to moderate anything on YouTube. Not that I super care. I mean, unless you're just spamming a million in the same message or something, I might stop you from doing that, but otherwise. Yeah, maybe they do. I don't know. I'm curious to find out. I've actually seen he's the guy who made Smash, right? And I think like the Mario games as well or something. I've seen some of this stuff there. I mean, single player horror is not a bad choice. Big thrill. It's you can get away with it being dark. You don't got to make everything look good because you get to hide a lot. That's helpful. They don't have to be very long. They have really good advertising because of the fact that streamers will play them. So overall, I think they're a good choice. I think they're a better choice than platformers, unless you like platformers. I advise against RPGs as your first thing there. I know I came from the RPG Maker community, but listen, those are huge and they're ridiculous. Like, you know, you need too many skills. It's much better to pick something that's a smaller target, and small RPGs just aren't usually a thing. So, but I also recommend that you pick something you like playing because you're the tester. You're the one making it. If you hate it, you're not going to like doing what you're doing because you're going to spend a lot of time just testing your stuff out, seeing how it plays. But if you like horror games, they're a good place to start. I'd rank them as probably one of the easiest ones to do, with platformers being easier. That's very low-level games. Nice, nice. Shuffle, yeah, Smash and Kirby too. Okay, cool. Yeah, that I saw some of the Mashiro videos explaining things. He actually explained to me the concept of taking pauses when things are hit so that it looks like the player has time to register it. Something I didn't even think about, but adding more delay to things makes it better, as weird as it is. Yeah, I'm simulcasting to YouTube and Twitch, so I talk to both. You can see the chat on the screen for both. Here's how my thoughts on AI stick to like. If the project is just for you and you don't plan on releasing it, hey man, do whatever you want. Or whatever. Do whatever you like. Go ahead. I mean, it's just for you. Who cares? If you plan on selling it, well, then there's the ethical problems of do you have the rights to use it and all that crap. And you'll also get a lot of people who will, like a lot of devs who will dislike you for using it. So I personally don't use AI, just because it's divisive right now. I don't want to be part of that. But like I say, if you're doing it for yourself, or I mean, you know, if it's legal in your country or whatever, I mean, is what it is. I tend to buy my music in Humble Bundles because Humble Bundles are cheap. So you can get, you know, hundreds of music tracks for like $20. So it's not that bad. Maybe 30, whatever it's for that Humble Bundle. Yeah, Shakuli, I mean, my Discord, when they were showing them to me, and I started watching, like, you know, some number of them. I don't watch an incredible number of videos because, well, if I'm watching videos, I'm doing game dev. So usually I watch something if I need a tutorial on something, or I just can't solve a problem. But some of the game design theory things I watch, if I don't know something, I tend to really want to look it up and see if it's, you know, learn things. Because like I say, there's just some things that you just don't think about. And I really think that the biggest thing that I took away from him was literally the whole delay in things. It really, everything was just as fast as possible to get done. And it's like, the player needs time to respond. The player needs time to understand what they've seen, you know. The enemy doesn't need to attack every second. If the enemy attacked every few seconds, that gives you time, like if they hit you, to see, you know, like the character reel from a hit, you know, to see blood go flying all over the place, to make it better. Whereas if it's just fast, like, blah, 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 that sucks. Nobody likes that. There's no spectacle to it. So timing is so much more important than people really understand. And that, I did not realize that for the longest time, how important it was. I know now. So it's interesting. It's definitely something to think about when you're designing. You know what I want to do? I want these to be plants that can grow, or even pumpkins. I can make the pumpkins grow too. This is a double jump puzzle, not a... It could be an Empress puzzle, though. I made concept rooms across the board, and then created a new ability that I like, the Empress. And I need to squeak it into places to make areas based upon the Empress. I mean, you know, it is what it is, Signal. The big problem with AI is just if they have the rights to use what they trained it on. That it's a copyright problem. If they trained it on all their own stuff, then it's not a copyright problem. But then a lot of the companies like Adobe have been caught trying to, you know, take everyone's stuff so they can train their AIs. So I think it'll be just like Photoshop. Yes, I'm old enough to know when Photoshop became a thing. Before it was not a thing. All the people doing photography thought it would be the end of regular photography. And images would never be regular again. You would never just snap pictures because you could just make things and edit everything you wanted. What eventually happened was all the photographers, for the most part, started using Photoshop. The world did not end. And I think the same thing will happen with AI. I think people will go from... There will still be people who will do it themselves because they're in a world where everything is fake. People will start to want to crave things that are, you know, more of a human experience, things, you know, that aren't made by AI, things that are made by humans, things with flaw. However, a lot of people will simply, you know, the artist will just use AI to generate things. It'll become a lot more about what to tell the AI. It's just how it is. I mean, you know, but that's probably a certain number of years down the road as acceptance there. Like there will be a rocky timing like that. But I mean, just to give another example, was it like people thought the car would put an end to, like, you know, all the use of horses ever anywhere, and then they wouldn't need them anymore, and everything involved with that, all those industries would get destroyed. Or, you know, the same thing happened with the printing press. I mean, like, there'll always be these things that'll just change society, but people use the new tool. However, right now there's a lot of people whose jobs will have to change and they don't want to change, so they're upset. Like I say, that's why it's divisive, and you won't make friends in the industry by using it. You can use it if you want. That's all you. I'm saying, well, I don't use it because I'm not looking to be, I don't want to be divisive like that. That's like saying what your political affiliation is. It's just not where I want to be right now, Oh, no, it's okay. I love talking because the reality is I spent hours and hours doing just dev. And whenever I'm taking a break from things, I also am thinking through what I'm doing on things, what my plans for the future are. Well, there'll be hours where nobody talks to me, so I'm happy to chat. It's, I'm a streamer who does game dev. Well, I was a game dev who does streaming, but lately I've been more of a streamer who does game dev. Sorry, Shuckle saying. Oh, I appreciate that, Chuckle, joining my Discord and all that. I'm saying I'm gonna pull testers from there and everything, so and I let people know when I stream from there. That helps out a lot. It's work. Okay, like for anyone who says streaming is not work, has never streamed because you have to be entertainment for hours on end. So just get in front of people and be entertaining for hours on end and see if it's work or not. But it's also fun. Like if you're a social person, I didn't realize I was a social person, but if you really like talking to people, it's fun. Plus I get to do what I was already doing, which is game dev, which takes, a hobby that's normally kind of lonely. Like you're just by yourself the whole time, just working away. And now I get to talk to people about it. Like I don't even know anyone, IRL who actually is into game devs. It was awesome for me. Yeah, streaming is a job. Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't say I'm top at what I'm doing. I think that if you make a project on a stream, just keep working on it. Don't switch because the longer you work on a project, the better it's going to look. You'll get more people. I hopefully have a decent personality. I like to think that I'm not awful to talk to. You know what? Not going to go so well in that third one. Just saying. Probably not happening. Hey, Fox. How's it going? I haven't done too much today so far. Mostly talk to people, but it did improve the Empress, so now it can shrink or enlarge things, but it also has an icon now to show which one it's going to do. But I'm trying to decide where I'm going to put everything because I want to sneak the Empress into places. Like I want the plants to do something. And I'm probably going to put... yes, exactly. Caffeination and moderation is important. And now I can actually do this. I'm going to grab an Empress plant because I'm too lazy to manually grab one. But like... where are the Empress plants? Oh, they're over here. Smart. I'm going to put it in a potted plant over here. I have an idea. God has an idea. There's already potted plants here, so let's put an Empress here. I'm going to swap it with a different plant. I don't think this is the right plant for the Empress, though. I don't know. Sometimes having lights is kind of nice. The tarot idea? Nice, nice. Yeah, they're fun. I mean, it fits the whole like late 1920s era thing. Like think like BioShock era, World's Fair kind of thing. Roaring 20s sort of thing, I almost thought about doing the 30s and the Cthulhu thing, but the simple reality is I don't have the assets to make that happen. Only 2 game dev streams, both really cool games. The second one, nice, nice. Cool knowing that I'm cool. Oh yeah, it happens. People have a cool game, but they just don't stream consistently enough. That's a big important thing. You got to stream with a schedule. If you don't stream with a schedule, like you'll never build it unless you just had an audience from somewhere else. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah. I think just for testing, I'm just going to use this here. Let's put these here. I'm going to change these plants out for something else because I have it set where you can just change the mesh to whatever you like. Actually, I can go to the thingies here. What I can put non-glowing ones there. Or I put a flower. We'll put this one in here. Make it exciting here, and we'll make this one, this thing here. Now they all glow. Well, I don't think I want them to glow. I think I'm gonna leave the glow off those ones. Like this one too. I make all these, custom thingies so that I can just change everything out. So I can just recycle. I only ever have to change once. I made an Empress plant, and then I just changed the mesh on all of them. Then I can change the numbers on how they grow. In this case, they're set at 5, but you know, I'm probably not going to do 5. Yes. Maybe I'll do 5. I got to figure out the exact scale. That's one of the challenges of this game, is figuring out the exact scale of everything. I guess there's a mesh down here. Hello. These are fodder enemies from the start of the game. They're really dumb. They'll eventually stab you. Anyway. Oh, I didn't even make the... Oh, there's one up there, too. What the... I'm caught in it. I have to figure that out, too. Let's try to stand on top of it and then do it. And then you can reach up higher. So if I make it to this window is able to be gotten out of, and I can put pipes here to get over to the next area. Or I could make it where she can jump onto some stuff over here. That's an interesting idea. Nice. Well, sleep well, and you know, I'll be around to chat in the Discord always. Because you know, I love that other people love what I'm working on. So cool. Like, you know, I just never thought that was a thing, but I love talking about Unreal and just game dev in general and helping, and yeah. Something I'm gonna have to do here, I didn't think about this, just in general, is that I need to worry about the collision, because one of the things you're almost certainly going to want to do is stand on top of it and then ride it up, right? Like, in what world won't you want to do that? But if the collision's too good, actually, let me show the collision here. If the collision's too good, you'll get trapped in it. And that's a problem. It's the project default. So what's the collision look like for this thing? Yeah, like this thing is probably fine. I don't want it to be too good of collision. Catch you later, Shuggle. Yep, streaming is amazing. I never thought I'd love it so much. How to learn UE signal? Like I was saying earlier, you know, just find a how to make a game tutorial. I started with it was how to make a platformer, actually, a 2D platformer, and then I went to a how to make a 3D RPG tutorial thing, and then I just started adding to it. I was like, okay, this and this. That project ended up going nowhere, and I ended up canning it, but it was my ignorance for why I canned it, and I could have probably done something else with it to make it better. But that's a different story. But yeah, you just mess with things like that, and you'll get there. You'll figure it out. I guess I can just leave it as simple. I really don't want to fall between them. That's a problem. But I guess once they get larger, yeah, like just pick one of those tutorials, follow it, and then just start trying to add things to the game. Like, if you want, like, just try to make the game you want out of that. And every time you have a question on something, look up a tutorial how to do it and try to add that in there. And every time you do that, you will get much better, because if you can make the two things work together, it's going to take additional effort on your part. Like, it's not going to be super easy, but you'll have picked up the basics from the first tutorial you do. And that's really what I did, is I just kept merging tutorials together. I was like, okay, cool, neat. Did I make a lot of mistakes? Oh, you better believe I made a lot of mistakes. Yeah, I did. Did I do a lot of dumb? Oh, you better believe I did a lot of dumb. I still do a lot of dumb. Making no mistake about it, I do all kinds of dumb. Oh, I know. Oh, I already have a thing open here. So the trick will be to go onto here. I don't want this here anymore. None of these. The trick's going to be to go here. Oh, I had a platform out here. What platforms out here? Maybe. Like floating gears. I've already established some things are possessed, so they can kind of float around. There's nothing wrong with this setup here. Let's do this, and let's Do a little spline thingy here. I love splines. Splines are my spirit animal. Yes. I made two kinds of platforms, one on splines and one without splines. At the time, I didn't truly understand the spline like I do now. But now that I realize that I might secretly be a spline and not even know, I understand them in ways that others could not. The world bends to the will of the spline. Yes. I don't want to just move this, the whole thing. I forgot that UE4 added the ability to target sections of a blueprint and move them around. Something that was not possible before, and I still get a little weirded out by it. The plan is this, to move this around like this, and I don't know if that'll actually reach high enough. Probably would. Because I want to be able to jump on top of a thing here and then get into this pipe. Alright, so a spline is what you see here. You see this line here? What it represents is exactly that. It's just a line of points. And you can make them, you know, closed or not. They can be, you know, not closed and do these kinds of things, which this one might be better as a not closed, because then it just goes back and forth. And they're largely used to dictate points. That's all they really do. They just dictate points. But you can do things with those points that are crazy. And I'll show you a really good example in a second here, as soon as I'm done. Because what this is doing, this is telling the platform to follow this bizarre path. So I'll start the game up and you can see the thing following along this path here. Try to start landing on one of these. I'll just start out here. It's fine. I can open the thing. Yeah. Exactly, JG. Yeah, now it just follows the little spline. Isn't that fun? It just knows to go to those places. That goes inside there, but that's okay. I don't really care about that. At some point, I do have to have some things that seem, you know, more game-like in here. And then you go in here, you can get to this thing here. These pipes are done with splines, too. Yep. And the key's up here. That's the Safari Room keys up there. I'll start hiding things in places up there like that. So the cool thing about splines, let's just say I take a pipe here. This pipe follows a spline, right? Pretty cool. Yay, splines. We love splines. Well, because you can have a point on a spline and it's following the spline, you can start bending it places. Because it follows the spline, so it's happy to just kind of do what it's doing. I'll add an extra point there. You see where you can just start going crazy with it. It's like, okay, well, I'm just going to keep adding more points here, and spline's going to start bending in fun ways, and you're just like, okay, well, now the pipe goes this way. Another spline point, and now it goes up here. You see where it just goes wild like that? You can just start doing things with it, and it just can be completely nonsensical. What? Restream chat's all like derp, and I'm like derp, and that's what the restream chat told me. What in the world? One second, the restream chat broke. Okay, fair enough, it's right there. Yeah, it's a Metroidvania. It's not built around, you know, multiple people running around. It's built around single player exploration, essentially. As a Metroidvania is largely a game about exploring until you can find new abilities, which lets you open up like areas you couldn't reach before, so you can explore new areas, and you do a lot of fighting and collecting crap. That's basically what a Metroidvania is in a nutshell. Think, well, Metroid. You know, it's one half of a Metroidvania. The other half is the Castlevania games like Symphony of the Night, where there some amount of RPG and some amount of, you know, platformer, like a weird love child of the two. except for the platforming is literally all about finding new cool abilities that let you do things you couldn't do before. A lot of exploration. As far as multiplayer being hard to implement, yes. Yes, multiplayer is hard to implement. Or you really want to do it from the start if you plan on making multiplayer. It'll change how you reference the players. You'll need net code. I mean, you'll need servers. You'll need a bunch of things to make multiplayer a thing, unless it's just like local co-op. But do they even make local co-op anymore? I mean, maybe on a console, but that's its own world. And my knowledge of how to do things on consoles is not great. I was gonna say it, not great. Yeah, well, local co-op can exist on console games. Like, say a console fighting game would have local co-op as an option. It's the split screen thing, but that's also two screens and a whole lot of extra. It's very unusual to see local co-op in this day and age. Most things are just over the internet, in which case you need netcode. And again, out of my wheelhouse, I don't understand the netcode. I don't have any desire to make multiplayer games. Like, I like single player games. I hate multiplayer games. Like, sometimes I've played MMOs in the past, but they're just not my thing, Won't you delete this? You just not like deleting this? Do you hate it? So, but for those that really like them, I would personally stay away from multiplayer until you've made a project or two. Really get to learn the engine before you add that extra hurdle. Nobody I've ever heard has ever said multiplayer was easy. I've never heard anyone say that. Not at all. So I would just say don't do that to yourself. Don't hate your life if you don't gotta. If you want to, you totally can. I'm not gonna stop you from it. I would assume you wouldn't want to do that. Maybe. Possibly. There's actually two pipes there. Do I want to do multiple pipes there? Do I just run the pipes all the way through? I don't know. I don't want them falling through over here. I could block this area too. I'm half tempted to just have an actual regular building runner and not pipe. But pipes are very steampunky. I kind of like having them. I don't know. I will think about it on this one here. But I don't have a go outside the thingy, so there's an option here. Let's get the whole spline real fast, easier that way. That's what I heard, JG. It's definitely just so many extra headaches. It's just I don't want to even think about adding. And I don't see why I'd want to, because unless you plan on paying for some servers or something, it doesn't seem very helpful. There are people who really want this to be like some sort of multiplayer game, though. I have seen it more than a few times. I'm just like, huh. No. Very much not intended to be one. You get asked a lot, and it would be cool to have like a little doll battle arena where you could fight other dolls, like some sort of weird Poppet Quest fighting game. But then it actually had to make really complicated combat, and the whole point of a Metroidvania is most of the enemies are semi-retarded. Retarded is like like a mentally disabled kind of way. Just they're stupid. They literally just go, "Oh, I have like one attack, and I just try to hit you with it." That's like every Metroidvania ever. Every enemy you've ever encountered in a Metroidvania is so stupid. It's just how it is. It's just stupid. So I'm okay with that because I don't got to make it very complicated, except for the bosses have to be more complicated, but regular enemies largely have like one gimmick. And that's all they do. They're just there to slow you down in your exploration of the next area. Works for me. I don't think I even need two of these. I can get away with just one, right? I think I had two just to make it a little nicer. I just made a bigger pipe. Yeah, it's definitely would definitely require fighting game mechanics. I can't even imagine that. Horrible. Be a TD or like a Trine-like game to play with my friends. That's the only reason I'd like to go for multiplayer. Like I say, I would avoid multiplayer as your first game. Get a game under your belt, like even just some small games. Learn how to do stuff before you add that, because it's going to add a whole world of hurt. And yeah, I mean, if you're already a programmer and you know how to do that kind of stuff, well, okay, then that's a different world. But since you say you're learning the engine, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that is not a true statement for you. You are not a normal programmer, so. And even then, I know programming to I know JavaScript, but even I don't wanna. I don't want any part of multiplayer. No, this is already Herculean enough. More than a few times, I'm like, wow, this game seems maybe a bit higher scope than it should be. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, move this out a little bit. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I mean, I love testing things out in this engine. The dumber, the better, you know. If it's an idea I can do, I'm just like, I'm trying it. I really want a reason to like vertically kill the player if they try to go to a different level. You know? The reason I'm putting all these pipes here is because I want them to not fall to the next area. Because if they fall to the next area, they could skip whole portions of the game. And I guarantee you some speedrunner is going to do exactly that. And I look forward to hopefully one day seeing this at GDQ and seeing someone use the pipes to cheat half the game. If they do, great. Congratulations. I've already found lots of holes in the game as is. He knows way more about multiplayer than I will, ever will. Good source to ask. Yes, indeed. I don't need this floating out here. I could put darkness underneath there, like a kill zone. The Emperor protects against those, though. I saw a little bit of what Bite Me Games did when they did a thing where they were like, okay, well, we're going to release a game in a month. And it was some like unicycle pizza time, and it was basically streamer bait. And they were saying that they were using all of Steam's multiplayer stuff to do it. They didn't go into super big detail. I'm sure if you know, were to look into it, they probably could tell you more. But Steam does have a lot to help out. And they said they built their whole netcode on Steam stuff. So take that to mean what you will. Clearly, Steam provides some kind of support. I gotta make this design decision here. It would be a lot cooler if there was darkness out here that killed the player, because it would make this more interesting. However, if I put the pipes next to each other, there could be dolls out here that you could fight. Do I really want fighting going outside of the building, though? That seems a bit ridiculous. You know? Oh. Oh. Everywhere else I've been establishing that there's just area to be out here. Also, these little pipes here make it more interesting. I do kind of want to put kill zones down here. I want to gamify this a little more. Let's test it, right? Whenever I have a question about something, like I want to see how it'll play out, just test it, right? What's the worst that happens? It's just a kill thingy. It was kill plane, right? In here. Yeah, the kill plane darkness. Put one of these out here. The darkness. Mm -hmm. Visible. So if I put this stuff out here, the darkness stuff. And I just eliminate these pipes, thus turning it into more of an actual... I kind of like this idea. Let's say I eliminate that, and then you can't fall below this, because if you fall below this, you'll just die. Let's call this the black goo. Why is the goo there? Well, it'll just be the corruption from the curse itself, honestly. That'd be my explanation for the black goo. Us has made it so. Give in to the goo. Give in. Goo. I don't get out much, it's fine. Maybe. The thing is that, well, I mean, there's nothing stopping it from being that, in all honesty. Maybe you're onto something. Give me a second, I have an idea. Because you might be onto something. I'm gonna make a new one. Duplicate. Kill plane clouds. Sure. Let's just get rid of that one. Let's play a new game here. Actually, leave it for a second. Save everything, please. Thank you. Like to kill plane clouds. And just do a quick replace there. Yep. Oh, it's tiny. Sure, whatever. We'll make this. We'll make it huge. Okay, we'll do like 100. Okay, and then we'll do like 20 or something. 20. Oh, you're not set to visible. Well, that's helpful. So I know it looks the same for right now. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I have a plan. Okay. I need to borrow a lesson from this. Let's borrow one of these. All right. Sure. Halloween stuff here. Okay, so we have these fun clouds here, and they have material instance, and they have cloud colors here. Missitin, color like that. Let's do a quick change here and tweak some numbers. I'm curious to see what happens. Okay, so I can play around with some of these colors. So let's say I change to that, and then maybe the top color there can be do some sort of weird purple thing or something. Huh. Okay, so undo that crap. I don't like it, but I just need to test here. Sure. We do this. Let's open up Kill Plane Clouds. Catch you later, JG. Oh, never mind. Catch you later, Sigo. I didn't realize you were talking to him. See you in 5 minutes or something. Oh, it's a plane. Like there was a Halloween. Yeah, there was this Halloween map, and they had this great idea. I'll actually show you the map. These wonderful people. And I got this idea. I was like going, those look amazing. And it's just a plane. So my plan now is to take this exact fog stuff here and put it as a plane on the kill zone. And then just, use the change the material instance colors so I can, make it look like a weird fog that you can't fall through, which I think is probably better than a weird goo. Yeah, I mean, just look and see. Okay, well, let's get into whatever's going on here. I'll let it finish its stuff here. But you just see how well this looks. Stop that crap. Oh, there's the things there you can see, but yeah. As they just did it all around their landscape, and even in the area too. It just looks so good. I was like, you mad geniuses. Yeah, it looks awesome, even though it's just little things like that. Like, huh. Oh. I learned a new artistic trick. I immediately stole it. And started doing it in my own. Yeah. I'm gonna take a bunch of stuff from this map too, probably. We made all those things with the mushrooms, then I saw these and I like these mushrooms better. But I already did. Oh, that's right. She has no sanity. Oh, it's kind of cool as it gets darker. You can see the jack-o'-lantern moon. Getting dark now. The zombies are coming. She has no way to get her sanity back on those maps. Still, this map's got all kinds of fun stuff. Well, Halloween City. So I'm gonna use like some sort of model things like that. They'll probably mesh well with the pirate thingy because they look very similar. When I have little, like, you know, dioramas to play on, I figure I'll have something along these lines. I was thinking of having a Halloween area anyway. So, having weird Halloween crap. I mean, it has to look like garbage. Like, it has to look like toy stuff, basically. And I've come to this conclusion that stylized stuff kind of looks like toys. And Poppet kind of fits in with stylized stuff, too. Like, she also fits in with non-stylized stuff as well. So I was like, maybe. Yep. That was my plan when I saw that. I was like, yeah, so I'm gonna do the same thing here. This could be genius. Big Drill's idea is not a bad one. I could do like a red fog, but most of the time the curse has been purple. I represented it was purple every single time. I've also made a point of representing Charlotte as like a purple color. Like she wears purple. Any text from her is on purple. I kind of want to keep to the purple theme. I mean, the curse gets worse around her, so, you know. She's obviously tied to the curse, so it makes sense to represent it that way. Right. At least that's my theory. Quite right. My theory indeed. Have that there, and I need to open this one up too. Get the plane here and grab this crap and put it on there. Let me select the plane first. Actually, it's right there. I do love me some art. And I really want to focus on building the portion of the game up to fighting Voodoo. Just the whole... I want that to be completely set in stone for the events that happen through it. Because I assume the demo was going to be that. That might be too long for the demo, though, to be... We'll see. Seems like it could be too long. It might take like an hour to do. It's a long demo. On the other hand, people will be like... I figure the game will only probably be like 10 to 12 hours. Just judging by the size of things. It's a Metroidvania, so chances are you probably want to play it again, but almost every Metroidvania is not incredibly long. Not like a, 60-hour epic. Of course, it's not getting a 60-hour price either, so... I mean, I guess it could, but... Materials, I believe. Why am I doing it this way? Why am I not just copying the code from the other thing? Like a sane person. Why redo all your work when you don't got it, right? I know I have it right here. Oh, it's create dynamic material instance, that's right. And then set a vector parameter. Before to this. Don't get materials. I don't need to do that. The material in question is Halloween fog. Cool. I'll just go ahead and create a variable name that, and then I'll change the name. Real instance. The vector parameter we're setting on this is what? Bottom color with a U. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Sure, let's just do this. In case I want to, change it for whatever reason. And bottom color with a U. Was it one word? Yeah. I could have just typed it. I don't know why I didn't. Probably because whenever I type color, I won't type it with a U, and I'll have to remind myself to type it with a U. And in this case, I was going to set it to like a purple, I think. What do you think? Okay. Hmm. Not sure if like, because I mean, it's always going to be stretched no matter what you do. I could have a bunch of small ones. Can be protected from. Alt that to no. And not be protected from. I don't want to change it on all of them. Okay, now we've arrived at a problem. I think I have to shrink them like to be much smaller and then just put a lot of them. They don't actually fill the whole thing. So it's a neat idea, but it won't really indicate to the player that they can't go there because it doesn't really do that unless I just make it huge, but huh. Well, it was a good idea. It just didn't pan out. But I could probably find something that does a similar idea. Maybe with smoke. Log sheet add? What is this? What this? What that? This, what that? This, what that? Reminds me of the riff from Jet Set Radio. Future. That series is so fun. I'd make one of those games in a heartbeat. Welcome back, Throw. I was testing out the idea you suggested with the fog, but unfortunately this fog doesn't really stretch very well. It doesn't, as you can see, it leaves holes. I'm looking for a different thing to get the job done. But it's not a bad idea. It's just not gonna work yet. How about that fog? Yeah, with the fogs. That sucks. Thanks, I hate it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tasty. Well, it doesn't really look like a fog, though. Well, I'm trying to cook something. We'll see if it cooks. I'm looking for a particle that looks good. It needs to cover the whole area is the problem. Like, it needs to be readily apparent to the player that anywhere they fall through it is bad. But most of the fog doesn't really do that, you know? Like, it usually only hits like small areas, and that makes sense. But it doesn't work for what I'm doing. Whoa. That's a thing. But again, it doesn't hit the areas, so it'll be hard to tell. I mean, at some point, maybe. The problem is there would need to be holes in these pipes. I might put something, but we'll see on that. A lot of the embellishing VFX aren't really in the game yet. I figure the theory is design it first and then add that stuff in later. Oh. At that point, is that better than the goo? I think it is. I don't think steam works as a flat. Or the smoke in general. I think if I'm going to use something, it had to be something different because it just doesn't seem like it's going to get the job done, you know? You'd have to blueprint it out. But I mean, I could put something along a spline. Like a spline fog or something. I don't know if that would really be that great though. So much of the problem comes down to the fact that these things aren't solid enough, so it looks like you can get by them. And I really don't want that to be a thing, but also this doesn't even look that great. Like, I better probably just using the water at that point. I don't know. I mean, the problem putting like a regular particle there is they're really heavy. You really don't want to spam a million particles to, you know, act as a kill zone because, well, you'll need a lot of them. That would just be such a huge, heavy thing to put out there that I don't really think I like. You know? Yeah. I really want it to be something simple, which is why I was thinking just the kill zone darkness, which is like, you know, a weird black goo is probably better. I mean, I could make troughs around the building that are just moving this black goo around, but then the big question everyone's going to ask is, why is there black goo outside of your building? Could be oil. Bird spike. Huh. That's something like maybe. I'll have to think about it. Occurs to me I should put this thing on the background. You want to see the movie now? Okay, what was the movie that got advertised? What are we hearing about here? Oh, sure thing, Fox. Yeah, I woke up later. I would have already shown up there to follow in the background for that. I just blanked on it, but eventually thought about it. I'm gonna do that more often and quicker, but it takes me over an hour to realize I should, pimp my own. Oh, actually, I pimp out my own Discord. Put the message up like an hour in. I'm like, oh yeah, hey, I'm your Discord. Yeah, I suck at promotion. I'm a dreamer. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with the goo for a moment here and come up with something better later. Like I'll put it there as a holder, and then I'll come up with just some idea that looks cool. Gladiators? I mean, that sounds cool. I'm down for watching gladiators beat the crap out of people. I remember when they released like those Spartacus, series. When they made like nitty gritty things that were like awesome, and then along comes the stuff they make now. I'm like, huh. They're so worried about offending everybody. I'm just like, one of these things is something that I watched. The other thing is everything else is made. That stuff looked good. Now let's just use this as my goo for the moment. Placeholder goo. Probably come up with something else. I do need to gamify some things. I don't hate this idea. Let's make the planes of darkness not protectable from, right? This is just a generic kill plane in here, right? Isn't it? Let's see. Generic kill plane? There should be a kill plane underneath here, I thought. Didn't I put a kill plane in? Kill plane? Yeah, pool kill plane. Oh no, this is a kill plane parent. Okay, it's a parent. That's fine. The darkness one's fine. I can make this one unprotectable from. I might just say it's oil. The thing to remember about Poppet is she's a sack doll. And what would a sack doll do if you dump it in a liquid? That's right. Soak up all the liquid. Why she can't swim. If she were a porcelain doll, it wouldn't be a problem. But she's not a porcelain doll. Sack doll. I did try to make her a porcelain doll, but she looks real ugly as a porcelain doll. I was gonna say it. She is not an attractive porcelain doll. I'm gonna provide a little thingy out here to bounce around on. This isn't the most complicated of areas because, quite simply, it's not that far in. Peter falling asleep. I don't move enough. Closed up like an idiot. So I don't think you can reach that. Oh, here's a problem. If you fall down there, you're screwed. An easy way to get back onto this. Oh, that's just rough. Also, I don't have the things to grab the windowsills over here either, for that matter. One moment, please. I've just come to the conclusion that I'm going to have whatever map for grabbing this stuff always available, and so everyone always knows that this is what you can grab. This is my yellow paint. Okay, that is just too fast for this line work here. Closing stuff like an idiot. Not gonna lie, ever since I injured my neck, you know, I recovered mostly from it, but every once in a while I just get like numbness and tingling in my limbs, and it sucks. Happens less than it used to, but it turns out when you injure your neck, it's bad. It's bad news. I know, everyone's surprised, but it's bad. Every once in a while I'm just like, I mean, I get over it, but you know. Kind of annoying. Just kind of. I'll move this closer. I'm gonna have it go down in the center area, so this way you have a chance to get back on it. This will obviously pose a slight problem. I could actually have two. That's an idea. Okay, that plan's a bad one. Okay, well, trying to grab the whole thing. Would like to grab the whole thing. I could do this over here and then have a second one that goes up and down. Maybe even in the center. Maybe in the center. The ability to grab individual things is good, I suppose, but also tedious sometimes. Maybe I'll do this, and I'll have an easy way to get back up right there. Chances are, if there's a place you want to get back up at, it's going to be right near the light source, I imagine. And let's do this, and it gives you plenty of time to reach that. And some amount of time to reach this. And usually every few weeks, there's like 1 or 2 days where I'm just like, thanks to that fun neck injury. But it used to be it was every day, and I'd only have a couple of days, like a month, where I felt good. Things have gotten better. Mostly. Okay, so with the way this is set up, we probably want to jump onto here instead. Might speed that one up potentially too. That on? This is kind of boring here, and I'm also going to change what's happening up here too. Nice, I landed there. We. Yeah, you could go on top of the pipe if you wanted. I mean, in theory, if you can jump that high, which you probably can. Might also just jump over there too. Maybe. This whole area's gonna get a bunch of changes going on. Right now, I'm just coming up with concepts here. I don't think I can jump high enough to get on this. Nope, can't. Like if you fall, you have to go all the way around. That's okay. I like blocking that off, but I don't like blocking it with something that's broken like that. Or doesn't have all the other stuff on it, so yeah. I can't use those because those act as thingies. I'm sure they will. But I have a working theory is that if you can get there, I'm fine with you going there. Like, I don't really want to restrict you from where you explore. You're welcome to explore all you like. I just try to hide platforming in there. Sometimes the platforming is much more obvious. Other times it's a lot harder to see where the platforming is supposed to be. But I'm completely fine with hiding things. Or letting them go on top of pipes or things. Sure, why not? Go ahead. On top of the pipe. You poker. This one's better because I actually block the back of it so they can't get into it. Create a block on top, and now you can also climb on it too. So now you actually won't even need the pipe. I might get rid of the pipe entirely, actually. Pipes are not fun to go through. I thought they'd be so much more fun in all my testing. They just... not fun. They're not enjoyable. I'm no fan. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I'll be right back. Yeah, whenever I wander off, I just click the add button because what happens is it's going to play the ads either way. It's just think if you're gonna suffer the ads, it's better to suffer them when I'm not actually at the thing, right? Because it's set that Twitch decides when ads are played, and every once in a while, if no ads have been run for a while, I can run it, but it'll automatically run it either way. But it could happen in the middle of me talking to you, or it could happen when I'm getting more water or using the restroom or something. At least that's the theory. I mean, Gotta pay the Twitch piper, unfortunately. Because, well, they're going to run ads no matter what I do. That's true. Oh. I could make this like the Winchester Mystery House, where things make less sense. Kind of established that, I don't have to make a great deal of sense. It only has to make some sense. Also, I kind of want to put something else besides these here. Just for variety's sake. Let me see what else I can come up with. There might be something interesting. I mean, the best ones, the Victorian house stuff is usually the best looking stuff for purposes of being complete. Like, it doesn't have any holes in it, so it's really hard for people to mess things up. But whatever they have has to be really tall. I considered having them run through mesh shoe stands as like a weird little bizarre maze thingy at one point, but I don't think it ever panned out as being fun. We have a bunch of these next to each other, and then like they technically have holes through them to get through things. I don't know. I think I remember being just good. Some rooms are just criminally boring. And I get that some were designed mostly for, people to wander through. I kind of want to theme them all. Like this being the more gothic type of area where everything's much more gothic, and or even the weird circusy things that are creepy and all that. And then it being a bit different as you go along, which I think would be probably more interesting than currently what I have going on, which is just, I don't know. You'll have boring rooms like this, which have like a little thing in here, but then you'll have rooms like Patrick's room, which is full of all kinds of craziness. This thing here, which is way more interesting than, like this thing. I guess there is kind of a couple jumping puzzles in here, I suppose, but most of this isn't going to be that that complicated. I mean, jump on you don't seem to get the magician, but you just jump on this, jump on that, jump up here, grab, jump, grab, and grab the magician. Then from there you can jump around onto these things. So I guess there is little puzzles here. Could be more rooms like this, but then you have rooms like this that are more wander through and break things. But then the game feels like you feel normal sized at that point, right? Because you're going through here. The real argument on design decisions. I kind of like to mix it up a bit. But yeah, here you feel normal size. And over here, you feel tiny. So this breaks the illusion of being tiny. Which, you know, for little toy areas periodically seems fine, but this just seems like you're normal sized. And then it might as well just be a generic RPG. What's a sack doll supposed to do? It is a really dark skin. I wonder if I could lighten up her skin color a bit. Like lighten up the mesh material? I mean, I could. Like, she looks good in the light. But I didn't really think about when I was making the game in the dark that she would, you know, the darker complected skin would be a problem. Of course, I've never made a game in the dark before. Even then, I was gonna say, I've got other pictures of her, you know. But she's still not incredibly cute. She's just okay looking. But the darker skin color is an issue. On her old outfit. Not ugly, but more updated version of outfit. She used to have a hat all the time. But yeah, at some point, I think the fact that she's just darker skin, well, darker materialed, made of materials, is a problem. I'm thinking about it. I might do a material instance to lighten her up a bit. I could probably do actually. It's true. I'm gonna go design the areas first. I'm getting sidetracked. So I was like, well, maybe I'll just make Poppet lighter. Well, it is kind of interesting. Let's say I add something in here. What do we add in here that's more unique? I think about what I want to do to improve Poppet's look. I mean, I do have to make the assumption that as a doll, she'll never be quite as attractive as, you know, non-dolls. Kind of the nature of the beast, unfortunately. The first time you get... Wait, this is the supply room key. Oh no, that's a problem. You need the Empress from in here in order to get the Safari room key. Doesn't really work very well, does it? Oh. No, it does not. Okay, so let's say the Safari room key is somewhere else. Where? Like, I want to put this puzzle here for, you know, using this to go outside and get something. I mean, Patrick's key could be up here, but how are you getting into the safari room? Where is this key? Because there's a waiting room key you get from going into the painting world after rescuing her. Can't put the safari room key there. It just has to be a separate puzzle. Oh, wait. No, because Patrick's after the safari room. Oh, thanks for the follow, Cupcake Unleashed. How's it going? I'm just busy realizing that I've made a logical error with my game on where I'm going to place things so that it doesn't actually make any sense. You can't actually win if I place it this way. There's no means of getting to the goal. What I am going to do, I'm going to put one of the Empress plants here. I have an idea for at least the plant trick here. Why did I move that way down there? That's silly talk. I'm going to put a table behind this, I think. And the theory being that you can then use the Empress plants to, you can grow an Empress plant to jump the rest of the distance. And I'm going to put something over here to jump on too. Maybe I use more of these thingies that can't actually be opened. Like something along these lines, or even one of these smaller ones. What I should probably do though is pull these into a blueprint. Then I've got to keep changing them all over the place. Probably. Because these can't be opened. Is that what I'm doing? I don't hate it. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to use as a platform, because the plan is to use the plant there to get up onto this couch, and then from the couch to use the platforms, go over to the window, open the window, jump on this platform, get on top of one of these, and then get over here somehow. But it might just be I put a table here and put an Empress plant on it. Hmm. 4 followers off of 200. I mean, to be fair, someone chain followed me a whole bunch, so, you know. Not like a real 200, but I never bothered to delete them, because whatever. Fine. I'll live. Is this cabinet? What if I put one of these? It's kind of fun, kind of a funny round, though. I don't really want round things. The problem I have with round stuff is that it's difficult to make it grabbable. Like, I could just put something like this up here. But this is now bigger than the door, which is insane. The placement on that door means that it's going to be kind of hard to do this. I could put shelves up there. Okay, we're doing shelves. I have a plan now. We'll grab a shelf. So, probably getting rid of this, but we'll move out of the way for now. Has an idea. I still need a table down here because I want to use the Empress one more time. I don't want this platform here. I've come to this conclusion. I don't like it. If anything, I want this to be an Empress puzzle. Go get a table with the thing already done on it so I don't have to replace it later. I don't use that table. I thought I had a table already set up to do this. Not exactly, no. M table. Table. They're pretty good to me. Exactly what I need. Okay, well, let's make a furniture thing for it then, because I'm going to want it grabbable and recyclable throughout the whole thing there. So let's just get this out the way. EP, a small table. Add that on there, and then I level reversible. Double block reversible. This is just so if I change it later, I don't got to keep resizing them for every single one of the tables, or if I make one change to the table, I never have to do it again, you know? I'll just change it in here and then it's not a problem. Which makes a great deal more sense to me. Yes. Yes, indeed. Honestly, 0.05 is probably better. Undo. Do not do them all, just the one. Did that, I thought it would actually down some, sure. So let's do some adjustments. Actually, I'm gonna move it over to this corner then, because it looks like it's grabbing the center area. Don't do that. It's on the table, that's where it needs to be. Let me just kind of do things like this. I'm treating it a lot like a tablecloth, but it's just a different tabletop. So this way there, you'll always know you can grab exactly this stuff. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay, well, I just wanted to do 1, not 1. I wanted to do 0.95. Looks passable. And that would make sense. You know, it is a rectangular table. You would think that all the sides would in fact be all the same distance. Perfect. Probably just defaulted to size 6 in all honesty. That's like the default size of pretty much everything in this game. Armed with my small table. We're going to replace this one first. Maybe I want it to be larger. I don't know. I'm probably going to want it to be larger. Make it default to 7 and go from there. And this table is about that height too. It's actually slightly taller than that table. Well, let's just default 6. These chairs are getting replaced by these chairs anyway, because these chairs suck. Because they are a weird shape that makes them hard to grab. Oh, we are rescaling things to be better for Poppet. Okay. Wait, are these chairs actually like a chair? Yeah, okay, they have the traversable on them. Perfect, perfect. Okay, now armed with this, let's go back over here. My plan is this. Let's put this here. I could scale it up if I want, or make it wider too. Not like the worst choice I could make. But at that point, why am I not using the rectangular table? I have a traversable table, right? I do. I'm pretty. I have the BP table, which is shorter than the other table. I mean, it doesn't have to be shorter. I could raise it up. Raising it up isn't the worst choice. Do I want all my tables to be like a 7? I think I shrunk it down over here intentionally because of the fact that it was just so tall. What did I do over here? I just established everything was at a 6. This one just shrunk down. Let's get rid of those, and we'll put these over here instead so that you can grab them easily, and it's clearly apparent you can grab them. I could make this one bigger. Maybe I'll do that. This is just a bigger table. I don't have to keep a consistent table size. I don't think I do. Yes, but I don't see why it would need to be consistent table size. Maybe I'm just weird for thinking that. Huh. Anyway, let's put the small table over here. Because there is a method to my madness. We'll make this a 7. I'll remember to hit number lock. And then we're going to grab another Empress plant here. Because now these are platforms. And then from here I can do this. You should be able to reach this from there. I'll double check in a second, but let's say you do this. And then there's going to be a bit of a problem here. How are you reaching this distance over here? One of these? Maybe. You can definitely jump and grab. There's not a lot of space on this side. That's the issue going on here. I could shrink it down. Not wrong. Could you do that? I'm gonna have to hand out the Empress sooner rather than later, apparently. Actually, well, the problem with this is it'll go through the wall, right? I don't know how I feel about this plan. This doesn't stick out far enough. Let me double check here. This even works. I was ditching. Okay, so grab the Empress. Hard to jump on this one, isn't it? That was a long jump. I might have to have specific flowers. I might have to be more restrictive on what I use because some of them just have really weird collision. And there is a certain level of what is and isn't fun. Like this kind of thing is fun because it's very easy to jump on. The other thing, not so much. Also, I probably need a light. Because I'm going down a lot of things that need to get done. And with no light, it's going to be really rough. Well, actually, let me see how this grows. I'm curious about this one here because it's going to grow probably way over to the side. So I probably need to Can I move this far enough out that it doesn't clip into the wall? Maybe. We're experimenting a bit here. A big pot. These could probably be smaller pots and it'd probably be fine, you know? Ones that aren't on the ground. I could also shrink the size it grows to. Sometimes I hear that in my sleep. Oh, I need to actually, well, I can check to see if there's clipping in the wall. That's perfect. I need to actually add clipping to that wall because I don't have it at the moment. Oh, I'm gonna have to really pick and choose these plants. Or up the collision on them. Are they better? Hmm. We'll do 30, 20. And a number that's roughly up to here. Go to here, I guess. 54. Why not? See if it plays out better or not. I might. And see collision. Should be able to see it. That's probably a bit better. I want to be able to jump on it and have it not be a problem. Also, while I'm at it, browse to this asset too really quick. Complex is simple because it can never find a doorway in those. Okay. It'll be a different game when I finally play it on a, you know, mouse and actually on a controller. I just test everything on the keyboard because I'm just busy, you know, doing my thing. That's much better. Still a little wonky though. I didn't get the key. That's kind of cool. And there's the key. Yay! But it can't be the Sapphire Room key. I need to change that because I like the puzzle setup here, but there's still a break in the puzzle that doesn't quite work right. That is true. A break. Thanks for follow, Kebab Meister EXE. Meister. Kebab Meister. Yes, I am busy making plants grow because I can't do it in real life, so I'll do it in games instead. Do not question my lack of plant growing ability. You can if you want, it's fine. I'm square with my inability to do this thing. I think I just put a bigger one above here, because then you can actually reach that, and then from there it should be possible to just jump onto this. I could make it where you have to turn the light on yourself. Like I might leave some lights on, but I'm not going to turn them all on, so you got to do it. All of these lamps seem so big. Didn't I shrink the lamp size? I thought I did. I could have sworn I did, because I thought they were huge. Yeah, I shrink them to 7. At some point, they're just so big, it's just a little ridiculous. I settled on I wanted to Poppet to be about, I think about like 1.5 times the height of Poppet. All right, so that plant should get me up to there. That'll get me over there. I'm pretty certain I can jump to this to there. And then you can grow the plant to get to that. Is that what we're doing? I want to fix this plant because it just, the collision on it makes it so hard to jump on. And that is not fun. It might just get replaced in general, but let's take a look-see, shall we? Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, someone say the other? I mean, it's not perfect, but we're calculating spline. It's like an old SimCity game used to say that. When to make a map, I was like, at the time, I had no idea what it meant by this. Now I understand the spline. I am one with the spline. Spline understands me. That's a big pot for a thing here too, by the way. Yes. You go that to there, there. Ride the platform, get over here, get up here. Hopefully you do it fast enough that you can get over there and turn on this light. Hit this, jump up there, get the key. Move the key somewhere that's actually on the thing. One second. Being all itchy today. All these plants, these digital plants, I'm allergic to them. I know the other area. Well, actually, wait a second. Since I'm fixing plants, let's just fix this one too, shall we? Just get it over with. Just fix all these plants. I'll probably fix every plant in the game, but for now, these numbers worked passably well, so good enough for me. The ideal? Nah. Will they get the job done? Maybe. Maybe. Did you calculate? Oh, it's not showing it in my bed. Okay, it was just taking a moment. Yeah, that should be fine, question mark. Well, let's see how this goes on here. Yeah, but that's done. So, I might need to set the Empress as just the default tarot, though. I've been using the same handful of tarots for the Patrick fight. Hated by the methods to select this, but I haven't figured out a good one yet. I'll make it later. Let's jump on it. We jump on it. That's easy. I like from that takes a while to actually adjust though, because I noticed I couldn't really see for a second there. I gotta select it. That's not too bad. But this one, how's this one feel? Why, hello there. Why, hello there. Just jump on top of it and then ride it up. Perfect. Testing this out of order. It's fine, I don't care. Easy, and you can go the whole way through. A little wonky jumping on this one. Easy. Ride it up. That's perfect. That's everything I need to do. Now it's like unintentional things there. You grow all the plants. Also, you have a pot on your head. I'll probably change this out though. I don't know. It is funny that she has a pot on her head though. Whee! Splat. Ow. I was joking about the splat. Don't hate. Okay. Why can't I target you? Easily reach the save point. Okay, the Empress is becoming one of my favorite tarots because it's so hidden that the things exist. Like, it looks like a normal room, and then you just happen to have plants that can grow and you can jump on them. Which is awesome. One of those 3 a.m. ideas that was amazing. Actually, to be fair, I think I discovered it around 8 a.m. around here. Right before the end of a stream, and I was like, I'm good. All over. Pretty much that. Get new people. Wave hi to the new people. Yes, 2 new people have joined the Discord. See? Go to test this game. I'm going to have so many testers. More than played the crappy RPG Maker version of the game. That Game Jam game that was not very good. The Diablo knockoff. Okay. I wouldn't call it good, but it's okay. I think there was the basics of a good game hidden in there, but the game should have not been made in RPG Maker. But credit where credit is due. That Game Jam for RPG Maker did encourage me to. It's so funny too because the game might have actually done well, but it was a $1,000 prize, and they were going to pay to put it on Steam for you. And I had this game that was probably better than everyone that I saw anywhere on there. But the problem was I didn't test it very well, and I actually forgot to lock out the crappy RPG Maker menu, which broke everything. So yeah, I would open the menu, break everything, and you could never really play the game. So I had just put that one thing there. Might have made $1,000. However, the game was broken and didn't get through round 1, even though we said it was a really cool looking game. And the idea was really cool. One thing there. That's what I learned. If you're ever going to do a game jam, leave like at least 25% of it for bug testing. You know, if it's a month long, leave at least like a week to go, hey man, does it work? Also make it short. For some reason I had like 10 levels or something. Why? They only needed like 15 minutes of game. Why? I only had to make one really cool level that took 15 minutes. Or 2. Enough. There was a lesson in scope as well. Where did you go, little buddy? We seem to have lost one here. Is there anything hidden in the magician room I need to know about? Like, nothing's marked as hidden. Huh. I wonder what happened to it. I don't recall deleting it. But if I recall deleting it, chances are I wouldn't have deleted it in the first place. Also, I'm going to redo these. Again, I really want the, I need my yellow paint on top of everything so you know. Otherwise, the people will try to grab every single thing that looks like it's got an edge to it, and I don't really want you grabbing everything that's got an edge to it. Anything else you need to add? I might update the other one, the other bookshelf, to have drawers as an option, and then just hide them. They're not available. Or I can just copy stuff off the other and make one of these so that it can have drawers too. Yeah, I'm gonna redo this prison. I don't like it. Trouble is, it's a child of the level block traversable. So I guess to be fair, when I copied everything in, damn. Well, I'll just grab the stand and we'll redo it. One of those things where I forget that I need to tell the players where things are. Like, people make fun of the yellow paint, but the second you don't include that, people are like, I can't figure out where to go. They'll get angry at you. It's so funny. Meanwhile, I remember like some of the early games, like especially early computer games. I remember all the Might and Magic games. Well, okay, I started it. The first one I played was 6, and they were just like, you step out into the world. You got to save it. You want to know from what? Oh, we're not going to tell you that. Where do you go? Start walking. You can go anywhere you want. Okay. Is there a quest? Probably. Cool. How tough are the enemies that way? Pretty tough. Can you go that way? Well, I mean, if you can survive. Okay. They didn't care at all. Every one of the games is like, oh, can you survive that way? Okay, you can go that way. Can you survive in that dungeon? Okay, you can go there. They're not like Skyrim where they would scale anything either. They're just like, nah, you'll figure it out. Eventually you would find out the quest, and it took forever, but they were pretty cold about it. They're just like, nah, man, you'll get it. All this I used to speedrun 8. Also used to speedrun Symphony of the Night. And Jet Set Radio Future. Quite the eclectic things. It was over time. I didn't do them all. I guess I did feature in the basically feature. Granted, the speedrun tech now is much cooler than anything I had. That was a long time ago. My tech is old. Their tech is. Unreal Sensei is a great channel. Nice, nice. I think I've heard that name before. Look it up real fast.
Hello, everyone.
I'll sub to him so that it appears on my thing. He's not going to find him again. Maybe he's interesting. Who knows? He could also be terrible. Who knows? It's not like I actually I don't watch a lot of game dev stuff anymore as far as people's random videos. It really has to have a purpose for me, or I just don't watch. They're just like, this is my opinion. I don't care. Like, there's a thing that happens in my Discord a lot where people will just or certain people especially will just watch every single thing imaginable about making games and not make the games. It's like, I don't have time to watch these in the game. Pretty funny. I'll razz him about it. It's just like, make the game. You make the game. You won't need the videos about how you should make the game. You'll have already made the game. It's fair, you don't make games. I mean, to be fair, neither do a lot of people who hang out in the various Discords. In just about every game dev Discord I've encountered at this point who never make a game. And it's like, why are you here? I mean, I get if you just like games and want to see what people are making, if that's your thing there, but don't tell me you make games if you don't make games, you know? Make up your mind, do you games or not? Got the level traversable. I tried to do a circular one of these. It did not work. Would not grip correctly. I don't quite get the coding they use, but to be fair, that's pretty normal. A lot of the Epic code is bizarre and weird and not really for me. 0.05, put it on top. You will always know where you can grab my game. I can always change this level traversable to something else. I switched it off of red, but I might switch it back to red because I think I like the red better. This game is very red and black centric. That's because those are Poppet's colors. Well, whatever color. Love how it just does this ridiculous amount there. I'm just like, that's a bit much there, buddy. Fair enough, Chad. You know, a lot of people. There's a guy who's in the RPG Maker community, and the dude knows an incredible amount about JavaScript, far more than I know. I mean, I know a decent amount, but he knows a lot. But he's been at it for 30 years and never made a game. 30 years in the community, never made a game. That's nuts. You think he'd by accident make a game jam game or something? Nope. It's like, huh. You are an oddball. He's unrolling, you stream your old YouTube channel? Fair enough. I mean, you know, you don't have to stream. Or you don't have to make games with it. You could just watch me do things. Yes, too. I'm always happy to have people hang out. It's just really funny because these people would say they want to make games. That's really the difference I'm hearing here. They say they want to make the games. You aren't saying you want to make the game. You're just, you know, hanging out. So, definitely the difference. Oh, you did make a game? Nice, nice. Science-based dragon MMO? Early someday? I see the word MMO, the word MMO there, and I'm thinking someday. Those are that takes some dedication. Nice. You stream music, VFX, and nice, nice. I mean, I'm told it can do things besides make games. I mean, I don't use it. I'm told you can. And somehow I don't think that's wrong. You probably can. I mean, it feels like vicious lies brought on by the man to keep us all down, but you probably can. Well, is this normally like... That's not helpful. Let's start with the default of 6. It's kind of the scale of most things. Not everything. I do scale things up sometimes. How is your MMO going, Chad? Tell us about this MMO. Yes. Give us something to... I must know things. I have questions. I guess I could shrink this down for those. Huh. Get around to you in a second. Hmm. 6 seems almost too big. I can always shrink it down from its main size. I kind of want it to always be about the size I would normally use it, and then only change it periodically, but 5 is a little small. 0.5. 5.5 is close. No, it's not. I just got tricked by an optical illusion. Maybe 6 is not as far off as I think. I think that what I'm seeing as far off as the top thing here. I guess that's fine. You know? I think I was originally going to do a thing where I would, I was going to originally make every single thing a level block traversable and place splines manually. Oh my god. That would have been dumb. So tall. It is fine too. Definitely doing some changes for the player here. Just so things are not too ridiculous for him. Otherwise, they'll be sad. It'll be the same problem Alice Madness Returns had, where it'll be like, well, I tried to jump there, but there's an invisible wall. It looks like I should. And that here, you know what you can grab here. Always know. Probably going to adjust a bunch of things in this room. I have no idea why I'm doing it as I am right now. Also, why I'm grabbing that. All these need to be moved to the magician room too, so I can find them more easily. So we need to do that really quick. Doot, doot, doot. In the magician room with you. Oh, annoying. He keeps moving to the other side. There we go. Oof. Get myself a massage or something. Back worked on. I have my own massage devices for it. Neck massager and everything, but machine-based massages are just not real substitute for a good deep tissue massage. Unfortunately, those are very expensive, like $75. A lot of money. Why would you give up a channel that's, you know, you already had like action on or anything like that, or you already built some subs on? Oh, another one. I've just kept the same YouTube channel forever, even though I largely haven't done much good with it. And I'd say it was kind of a waste. I have no traction on YouTube. And I never will. That's not true. I could make videos on it or something. I could make dreams come true if I really wanted to, but then I got to spend all my time making videos. Videos on it or something. Oops. Don't unmute the Twitch thingy. Bad plan. Just looking over laughing at the YouTube thing. But like, I've actually considered just dropping it and streaming on Rumble as my secondary, because Restream.io will let you stream on 2 things for free. 700 subs is not nothing. I only have like 250 or so, or 255, I think. To be fair, though, I never really pushed YouTube much. It's not, I don't know, I mean, I've streamed on it for a fair amount of time, that's true. Don't know why I didn't just start streaming on Twitch from the beginning. Definitely regret that. Which is such a better platform for streaming. I dual stream to like Kick or something as well. I don't know. The thing is any of these places where you just have instant monetization, any amount of money you make, it just helps the game out. So it's just like, well, why not just stream on those too? Right? Because then the game just has more funding. Okay. Now, instead of using a table, I could use these things. These things are at a lot of places. Well, that's my working theory on it. So I might as well just, you know, if I can gain additional funding, people are like, well, you got to find a publisher. Do I? Do I really? Maybe I don't. These need to be kind of fat to wield the awesome might of the toy boxes. Need some depth to them. Ability to grab individual things is so weird. Not sure if like I don't hate it. I don't know if I like it. That wasn't helpful. Something like that. I could probably make them a little smaller. Practically sitting on there already. Quickly. One should be open. Don Fluffles escaped. Unfortunately, this door is in kind of a weird location, right? Because you open this door up, and it just kind of walks into the back of Don Fluffles' case. And I don't really like that. Like, I think this should just be farther forward. At the end of the day. I'm thinking I'm going to go down to just 6. I was going to have Oliver in here. And Don Fluffles and Sir Tin. But what if I just put the girls in here? You know, the 6 victims. Well, one for Poppet, because she would be the 6th, you know, victim that got turned into one of the dolls for this ritual. So, problem is, though, is we have a pentagram here, and the pentagram says, I want 5. But the working theory was that he didn't mean to kill Poppet, it's just that Poppet showed up at the wrong time. He already had the victims he needed. Originally, this room was going to be full of bosses. At least that was the theory. But if I put all of them in here, that means I need to have them all designed for the demo. Which is a real problem. I do like that they're all kind of watching. The other thing is it's going to be really, really heavy, right? Because that means all the bosses are in here, which means that like their models are all loaded. Am I sure I want to do that? That seems like it's a recipe for disaster. Whereas this one, I'd only need to have 6 models loaded because, well, Poppet's one of them and Voodoo was already there, so I'm just loading 4 other models. Indiana, Sally. I have not actually made Sally yet. I have ideas for Sally, but I don't like them. Red Queen I've made. 13 I don't think I really want in here. But originally we're going to free Oliver. So I want him in here. The problem. That's a real problem. Just planning how the story of the game goes. They do want you to free them. If you're freeing Oliver, there needs to be enough space in front of each of these that Papa can actually get up there and manipulate them. Do Oliver prison keys. I don't need 2 of those. My theory is that you'll have to beat Voodoo to get Oliver's key and let him out. And then he'll scare off Charlotte so you can get to the next area. Or so you can get to a room to get the key to get to the next area. Let's see how that pans out. There's a lot that needs to be added in there, but how we do the cutscenes is very much up for debate. Much of it's going to come down to what is and isn't possible. What a man can do and what a man can't do. Old Jack Sparrow thing all over again. In my perfect world, I would have, you know, full-on cutscenes. In my realistic world, yeah. I'll settle for the gameplay being great, and then whatever I can get done to do cutscenes will be fine. Make the changes here, make it work. I love these quality of life things. Off there for a second. A train going by out there. Sounds about right. Right time for all that. I'm tempted to get like a ticket on the train just to go some random place because it's so easy to just hop on the train and go somewhere. But then I was like, where? Like, where am I so gung-ho to go? Then I realized I couldn't name anywhere that the train would go that I really wanted to go. I was like, huh, guess that's probably a problem. Maybe I'll put the rest of the dolls in the game. I have made a bunch of them. Problem is they need to be there's a lot of optimization, and just because I made it doesn't mean it works really well in Unreal. A lot of them work like crap, you know. I mean, there's just a lot of things that don't always go so well when I bring it to UE. Just gonna move way farther forward. Goodness knows I went through multiple outfits for Poppet before I finally found one that wasn't falling apart. Do I need these here? I gotta put one under Vu anyway. I guess hers doesn't need to be taller than everyone. There's not any particular reason. She wouldn't be more important than the other toys. Especially not as the first real boss. Patrick's a boss, but, you know. He's not like a major boss. We might be more of a major boss by the time I'm done with that, I don't know. Kind of hard to say because I don't quite know exactly how I'm going to play that out. I think there's basically just not going to be story for him because he's just like a random boss. Or if there's a story, it's a very light story. And that you'll just hear something along the way as opposed to anything else. What is this? Oh, collectible curse thingy. Curse in a bottle. Thought that was even there. You know. Over there now. Okay. We're always in the correct room. I'm almost certainly going to remove a couple bosses from here, I think. Just need Oliver in here specifically. Doesn't make sense otherwise. Don Fluffles has already escaped. It makes sense if Don Fluffles was in here, but that's no fun. Okay, whatever I just did, don't do that. Thanks, I hate it. Undo. There we go. Forbidden Toys Room. I'm going to place all the important things here so you know you can actually do that. Getting a lot more custom furniture in here. Where I keep adding things to make them more player friendly and blocking stuff off so they can't, you know, get into places they shouldn't and get stuck in the graphics and things. So many things were not designed for tiny characters. They just aren't. You're just like, oh, okay, cool. Neat. Whether it was not neat. Why are you on top of the chair? Suck at moving, apparently. Which seems very awkward because in my life I have moved many times. There's a reason I pack the light. Well, I guess I don't pack as light anymore. I've been in this location for quite a while, but for a while I used to move every year. I was living the roommate life and everything like that. I always got these bad roommates. Some of the stories involved with those. Finding a good roommate is a real challenge in life. Oh yeah, the spell circles? I actually considered Trying to remake the little pentagrams on the ground into this instead because there's 6 slots, so it fits Poppet as well. Yeah. These are to show you can't open it. But if it can be open, it vanishes. Yay! They open, I can black them out. I can black them out with this on there too. In case I don't want them seeing outside, or if it's something I want to hide. Nope. Yeah, I'm definitely considering that because, you know, I could make Poppet an important victim instead of just a random victim. How well it would even look. Let's see. My curiosity is piqued, you know. What? What indeed. Indeed. Sorry, the Hex Cube. Sounds like I'm watching Arcane. X Tech. Oh my gosh, I saw the first 3 episodes of season 2, and now I sadly have to wait for the next 3 episodes of season 2. I'm both happy and sad they're releasing them 3 episodes at a time. Happy because they always set up to like the every 3rd episode's in the sort of really poignant moment. And unhappy because, well, it's gonna take almost a month to get it all. It's true. I saw the best tweet though about that thing though. League of Legends. Actually, I was. Yeah, League of Legends made a post saying, "Arcane's such a great show. If only they made a game about it." Oh, actually, they said they should make a game about it. It was a lot of fun. Kudos to them for having more of a sense of humor than probably all the players involved with it. No, I don't actually play League. I have no idea. I just hear tales of what they're like, and I'm like, okay, maybe not. That's the spawner. Click on the. There it is. Oh, it has to be a decal material. That's right. You can't just put something like this in here. I don't think it'll work. Oh god. It is the end times. Oh no. End times have come. Yes. Yes, there is. Also decal. Decal. I remember how to make a decal? No. Okay. Oh, and pulse has to be the decal. Oh, damn. Decal. Hmm. The third decal. Oh, it looks perfect. 10 out of 10. Maybe 10 out of 10. Let me check something. Good to be wrong. Probably wrong. For decal translucent. Okay. I'm right. You right. I remember, so I've never actually played League of Legends. I've seen some people play it, but before Arcane, my entire experience with League of Legends, besides seeing occasionally someone kind of play it, was those weird KDA videos. I was like, so I thought it was some like more futuristic type of thing like that because the KDA videos are like that. And then I see Arcane, it's all steampunk. I was like, well, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm pleasantly surprised, but turns out there's this weird lore with the world. Yeah, whatever. We don't need no stinking. Just saying, we don't need it. Hmm. All right. On with this. DKO. Ah, there we go. We're closer now to the goal. But this has 6 points. And then I can probably change it out for blood, right? At that point, wait a minute. 1 second. Let's change that. That's not what I want. Hmm. What if some changes? They did the same thing here. It doesn't have to be in blood. That's true. But it could be. We want the blood splat. How do I get a pentagram out of you? That's just a blood splat. That's not what I want at all. Oh. I just need those, and then I need the spell circle stuff. Mm-hmm. You just have those, huh? No normals, no nothing, just that? Hmm. See what happens. Worst thing that happens is it blows up. Nobody makes it, not even the children. But to be fair, the children had a good life. Or at least that's what I tell myself. Perfectly fine. Maybe they did, but that's okay. In my heart, I like to think that they had a good life. Before a random game dev mistake killed them all. The most awkward thing ever, you mess up in your game and suddenly people actually, are gone in real life. You're like, worst game dev. Oh, wait, I need the blood one. There it is. I require this. I require. This isn't going to look right. Actually, there's a weird look to it. That's interesting. I think I have to create normals out of it if I'm going to do that. I need a color decal in that. A decal at that point, right? That's the base color, and then normal occlusion. Yes, I can do this. Um, there appears to be one. Yeah, the question is, do I want this made out of blood or not? Like, I'm going a long way to make it out of blood, but what if it's just a spell circle? Like a long way to make it out of blood. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I'll do a bit of an experiment. Why not? What's the worst that happens? It blows up. We already established that it could do that, but if it does, that's fine. The game real fast and get into this. I need it's like a normal and then check here. I go to these, it would like base color. I can just base color it to red. Normal. Reference metallic. Okay, so let's grab a normal. I found this up. I might call it normal map online. It says it's free. Maybe it works. Saving off camera. So I don't show important personal files. Information or something. Normal. Do I need an ambient occlusion? Occlusion roughness, yeah. And a color one. Why don't I just click all? Also, can I recolor it? All? That just gives an, yeah, that's not all. I have been lied to. No, you can't download the others. It's just normal that works. Or none of them work. Why does none of them work? Try this again, but this time with feeling. That worked. I'm just gonna get them all. In case I need them. And then I guess to be fair, you need the normal coloring to be red, or it won't actually be red. True. Right, and then we're gonna go over to my stuff. Runes. Gonna grab everything right on in. Now we can do some testing. About a door with a password? I mean, Not specifically. I would assume that you would have it bring up a HUD, pausing the game and then asking for an input. So I would look into how to make like a menu on how to do it. And then that'd probably be about it. You just it's a simple interaction system, and then a menu on how to do it. Like so like my thought process would be this: like you would have push this farther back so you can. I guess these are kind of tiny. Whatever, they'll serve the purpose. How do you make a zoom effect? You tell the camera to move. Like you go after the player's camera and you tell it to move. Like I have an interaction for this. You see where it's targets that, and then it tells it needs a key. When I interact with it, you would have something along those lines, except for then it would bring up a HUD to tell you what to do. And the way to really do that, I like to use is a ray trace. I guess the short tutorial for a ray trace here. I didn't have Poppet up yet. I guess I'll pull up Poppet and see ray trace. Cool. I have it on a tarot graph here. So what I'm doing is ignore all this. You create a line trace by channel, and you give it a start and an end. And the start is usually wherever you want. I often do the camera. So the camera on the player is where it starts. Unidirectionally, okay, then you don't go about that. So the next thing you want to do is, upon finding whatever you're interacting with, you're going to open up a, essentially like a menu. Well, like I did with my pause menu. Give you an idea here. Okay, so let's close it up because I don't need it. The way I do it, whenever I hit the pause key, you can ignore all this stuff here. Those two, sure. Ignore all that. Well, that's right. I have it done slightly different this time around. That's true. Well, I guess I can bring up my thing for it. I have a very special setup. Basically, yeah. Basically what you do is you create a widget of whatever the interaction thingy is, and then add it to viewport. You're probably going to want to keep a variable the widget. And then you're going to want to set the input to UI only. So set game input UI only, and then from there you'll have to program your HUD to work however you're going to do things like that. I don't have a good idea on how the HUD's for player input yet, not for typing anything in. I'm sure there's a thing for it, but you probably want to look for that. Yeah, and then with that result, you return it to the player, probably with an interface to do something. I suppose you could get, well, you can always check the last key, right? Last key pressed. You can get last key pressed, and then you can see if those, they press the keys in the right order. Then after that result, you would want to um, do whatever that widget says, like, like post a message in the widget saying not correct or correct. And then you remove that from parent, that widget from parent on player, and then set the input back to game mode, and that'll take it back to the player and let you run around. So that's the logic of most of it, but how you set up your widget will be largely dependent upon whatever it needs to do. But those are things I would look into, especially how to make a widget that gets player input. I mean, I have a way to get player input. Widget should be realistic. I don't get what you mean by that. Like realistic to do, or is there something else it means? Somewhere I'm getting the last key clicked. Somewhere. I don't remember where. I can find it. Probably under system. What? Last key pressed. Find reference. Yeah, I have an any key thing that's it, and whenever the any key is set, it has a last key pressed. It sets that variable, and then you can send that to there. Not like a calculator, like you can make a widget look like whatever you want it to look like. Any graphics you want. You'd probably want to look into some kind of dialogue system, or probably some kind of dialogue system actually would be a pretty good solid choice. Because dialogue systems often let you input information, and you can probably shortcut a lot. Maybe on YouTube you look for a tutorial on how to enter a password. There's got to be a tutorial on how to enter a password. I would assume. Let's see. That'd probably work. I mean, they bring up a calculator looking thing, but you could replace it with, a keyboard just as easily. But the basics of the code is there, so you don't have to figure out what you need to do. That's my advice. Hopefully that is helpful. Gotten sidetracked because I just really wanted to make a thing of 6, even though I don't hate the pentagram. That's the joke. I don't hate the pentagram. I just have 6 characters, which is weird. I kind of want to cut some from there, but I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that room. That room has some issues. A lot of it's going to be optimization issues that really worry me. Unless I want to blank the boxes or make a bunch of toys have gotten away or something. Oh, well, that's not a very important thing to solve once I get caught up in other things. What's important to solve is where does the Empress key, where does this key show up? Because I can't have this key be how you get to there. And I want to give the Empress out in this room because this is the perfect room for the Empress. Absolutely perfect. Let's set up where we're giving out the Empress. Well, this is Patrick's key. But guess I give it out here. I'm probably gonna block those windows. No fun if you can go outside every window. I didn't realize this might be one of my favorite ones, but here we are. It's just a lot of fun to screw with, so. I think I'm going to limit just all the places you can actually go to out here. A lot. I don't want it to be that hard to get the Empress. You just have to go down here and grab it. If Patrick's key is the problem is the Safari room key. Which would make sense if you hand it out here. But I wanted an Empress puzzle. Get it. Ugh. I'll grab me some alcohol. Be right back. Chaos is back. Bot. Was all excited for the follower, and it turns out just a bot. That's okay. I will live. I suppose. I put in. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Blocking the door. Why didn't anyone tell me it was blocking the door? Jeez. Some people. Let me post the sky a little easier. Fair enough. Guess I can't go blocking the door. I don't want to. I shouldn't. It'd be a good game dev. I guess I should have the ability to grab hold of this too, for that matter. That's true. Snack, because streaming for a lot of hours in a row is kind of tough. I did it beforehand, but I did, but so you don't have to hear it. Cheesy snack. But I'm a heathen. I just instead of trying to string it off. Deliver the fact these things can't be opened, I guess. I don't know. I might put the little turn handle on everything that can be opened, so this way it's just a clear signal that you can open it. Because I just don't have access to all the best furniture in the world for this. Or I could just forsake using a lot of these assets. A lot of them are pretty crap. Because you can't interact with them very well. Or they're just, when enlarged, there's little pieces missing of them, so it looks like they're just floating. Some of these look kind of neat, but you can't open this. Like, if you could open this, it'd be awesome. But you can't. But it's a fantastic looking display case. If you could open it, it'd be just the best thing ever. Same song and dance. So I'm trying to decide if I really want to keep these, because also they're missing the back on a lot of these things too, so I need to add a back to them. I use them anywhere else. The big problem is I don't want to give Poppet someplace she can jump onto to get farther up. Because she could easily do that. And then you're just like, well, so much for that problem. I guess I just make a back to it and be sad. Hmm. Real design decisions need to be made today. I guess not everything can be openable, and I'll just make certain things openable, so you just kind of know that those are the things. And I'll just put a back on this. It just happens to be thing, I guess. Or I always just cram it against a wall. I guess I could do. I mean, I did it with the other bookshelf. And a lot of the stuff would be really cool if you could interact with it. It'd be so good. It looks so nice. You can't. It's just all boring. So very boring. I need something that actually can't be gotten into. Not that. This. I'd rather change it later if I don't like it, as opposed to sit there and think about it for terribly long, you know? Let's just get it over with. And yeah. Find out. Do it. And then let's get a backplane for it. Actually, wait, wrong one. Cube instead. Hobbit's like a child. I need to proof everything against her. True. Have you Poppet proofed your house yet? Good. You most definitely should. Much more quiet nights than some other nights. That's fine. I would say it's good. I'll get more things done, but the simple reality is that's not always true. I kind of work at an okay pace. Whatever amuses me at the time gets me working. I gotta get the bottom areas too. Like I said, her getting caught inside of things is pretty obnoxious. Plus, it just dispels the illusion that the things are real when you have to. And you can see holes in them and stuff. Just like, not feeling it. No, not at all. Probably can't get away with this, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Most definitely not get away with that. Nope. Two collections? Terrible. These don't tile. There'll be no tiling around here. I'll have to look into how to make my own tiling stuff in the engine. I'm sure there's just how you made the actual initial asset, but I don't know what it is. So, concrete. Over with. Concrete. In green. I guess green's okay, but concrete's a green color. It's this color. Question so much. The other stuff's not wood, so maybe it sort of is. Hard to say. Whatever, it's fine. Why am I spending that much time looking at the back? I'm getting sidetracked tonight. Easy. I don't know why. I usually have a clearer vision of things, but then I've just been like, maybe this, maybe this. This is kind of. Wait a second. Got the very important thing here. That is the furniture thingy out there. So, probably 6. Probably. Maybe. I think the big problem I've been having is tonight is I'm asking myself a lot of the really complicated questions, but there's not much point in asking those questions necessarily. You know, I'll come up with an answer eventually, so I could just, when I come up with an answer, go, okay, I'll do it then. Because it doesn't have to be answered immediately. On a lot of things. I mean, I need to have that key available. That's true. I'm trying to make the areas play out as they're supposed to, but beyond that, things don't have to be as finalized on things. I really can't give out the Safari key there. I really just can't. This puzzle is so good. I like this setup. A very perfect setup for use of the Empress. But this room here gives out the waiting room key. I suppose it doesn't have to. Like, what if the waiting room key is hidden in the maze? And so is the other thing here. That could be really obnoxious. I guess it's fair. I mean, it could be in there. Well, actually, the Safari key would be in there, right? So this would actually be the waiting room key. in this little room down here, I guess. One of these rotations will get there. Well, this could be Patrick's key. That makes sense. And submit the Safari Room key into. Well, it'll probably get given out by Annie's on when you rescue her. Open up a shop and you can get it. Idea. Let's fix the shop, but that comes down to that plugin being broken and, you know, whatever. So let's get Patrick's key. There'll just be no key in this room. You'll just get the other thing. That's fair. That makes the toy maze obnoxious. That room's gonna need some serious reworking too to be a little more fun, I think. We'll have to see. Maybe it plays out better than I think it does. And I don't think it does, but it is a maze, so having more than one thing to find in it's probably pretty good. Yes. I worry that it's probably the worst room in the game so far. Alright, so key is this. Another Patrick's key. There's keys everywhere. A lot of crap open. I don't need all this crap. Screw it. Wow, that was a very laggy close there. You know what? I'm gonna switch to sitting. 1 second. Right. As I was at the 5 hour mark of standing, and I'm just, you know what, my feet are unhappy with me. Now that we settled on that, and I don't even know the way through the maze to get this other key, and this room's gonna need some work. I was gonna put stuff in a lot of the rooms anyway, so it gave you a reason to go other directions besides the right way. So, yes, there might be more fun to this than that. I have no idea. I don't even know why that coat hanger is there. I guess just to make it look like a human used thing here. Okay with that room. And now we have a complete path of getting the Empress, which then lets you go back, get to Patrick's key up here. Patrick's key gives you the chapel key, and from the chapel you get to go into the Hall of Records. Key up here. Then we get to the Hall of Records problem. Where are we going from the Hall of Records? Is this, I need to finalize all the rooms I'm making, or at least the order you go in. There's one method through the pipes here. Don't think I'm going to be that guy. I thought about this, I really have, but the problem with being that guy is, man, if you fall right here, it is going to take you like 5 minutes to get back to that location. You're going to have to go all the way back around, through the waiting room, through the toy maze. You get to go into the toy maze, you have to go in, you have to go in. And then back to the chapel, back to the Hall of Records to try again. It can be 3 or 4 minutes. That's still a long time. That's me. That does not sound fun. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just weird for thinking that that sounds awful. But am I really going to punish the player like that? Or should we let them do this? They can get up on the pipes. Never mind on that. What I can do, grab one of the pipe caps. I made a pipe cap just so I could individually plug holes when I was making these. I just don't like this. This is just awful. It's so easy to fall there, and it's so miserable. I'm really trying to be very cognizant of gameplay experience. What is the gameplay experience involved here? Is it really that bad? Is that good? What are we talking about here? And for a lot of this stuff, it seems not great. It's not awful, but not great. We'll have to see. I definitely can't let them jump out there. Let's move this to the Safari room so then I can then just copy paste it a million times over and plug all the holes. Some holes I'm a little better with than others. But this one here, you could literally just jump on the pipe and then jump up on top of these, and that is not my plan here. No. They may let you jump out of this one though. I'm probably going to do more with the pipes above this room, to be completely honest. I am completely fine with you jumping out of this area. What you want to do, go ahead. Anything is just a shortcut back, so I mean that's perfectly fine. Do I make this door even openable? Like, where are you getting the storage room key? If there's pipes that go into it, then you don't need the storage room key. So I could give it to you. Why? I guess there's things besides keys you could unlock. But the thing is, you can enter the library. Oh, I think I established the library gives you the hallway 2 key. I don't know what I'm going to call this hallway yet, so hallway 2 it is. And that's right here. I think. That's the library key. You can get back. I mean, that's not a horrible key to have because it does open these 2 doors. So I guess the dining room key goes there. And the dining room key will have the hallway 2 key, and then I guess hallway 2 has the washroom key. Kind of boring. You have access to every puzzle solving thing you're probably getting in the demo by this point. Because I'm probably just giving you the 4 that you see there, and the Empress is the last one. And so... Now let's copy paste the key out of there. Let's just get everything in the order I want. You know? I can't make puzzles that are restrict areas if I don't know what you're going to have access to for that point. That's why I don't want to give the star out. That makes the game a lot harder without it, though. Oh, I have a key here. What's the key? Apple key? Nope. Did I call it a key? Call them all keys. I don't even know if I call them all. The name is important. Sure. So that's the dining room key right there. Oh, it's just dining room key, not the dining room key. Did I write the dining room? No, just wrote dining room. Yeah. Like I said, it literally is checking specifically for the exact name, so it does need to be accurate. Now this room poses a slight problem in that I cannot use the Empress in it because why would there be plants in a room where there's no light? Right? That doesn't make any sense. Like, if there's a skylight, but there can't be a... Well, that's not... It could be a Hierophant. Or it could have a skylight. Why would a storage room have a skylight? At that point, you would think this room would have a skylight. No, I guess this just has to be a... I guess that's fine. You just got the Hierophant, so making them use the Hierophant is not a bad idea. Like, I don't hate it. They pop in here, which means they need a way to get back out. And preferably one light source at the very least. Do I use these? If I use these, I need to put a level block thing in each and every one of these so they can grab it. I don't want it to be a storage room, so I'm thinking boxes and stuff, right? Why am I using all these furniture in the storage room? There's the DAS boxes. Put in crates. Here's the Victorian house boxes. I have the rights to use the DAS boxes, so I might as well. Guess I won't make these climbable. But they seem like they would be. I should be leaning more heavily into like horror element in this area, I think. What if every time there's a storage room, it's like seems like incredibly horrifying, and then you leave and everything else is fine? It's just for some reason, storage rooms are creepy. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I can get behind that. No reason. Just do it. Like just a dilapidated storage room. I don't want furniture. I want to use boxes. Maybe a table. I was thinking about changing up Poppet's weapons to have like some fun looking weapons. Like a giant hammer. So I kind of like the sucker. Plus the display is really weird in this, so I need to consider the giant hammer. Hey Vox, how's it going? Hopefully your stream went well. I guess to be fair now, technically I'm watching my own stream because I was watching your stream. Sometimes, you know, you just watch, it's like stream inception, you know, streamception. You watch your stream through someone else's stream who watches their stream through someone's stream. Pretty soon you reach the void where all streams stream everything at once. Do not question. Yep. There is no rhyme, there is no reason, there is only streamception. Legend has it that the Twitch big bucks are waiting at the bottom. After you go down enough levels, there they are. They've been there all along. Or something like that. Yes. What's the secret? Just collect all the traffic and just keep handing it around and around and around, and eventually it all just loops back around. That would be pretty funny. You just have, like, you know, people are just handing it every like 8 hours to the next person. Ah, Matt Bird's Quest. Yes, yes. Inception is everywhere. It's got to go down enough levels. Question is, which stream is waiting at the bottom? Maybe books will be good in here. Maybe, maybe. That's right. All your streams are belong to us. I have no chance to survive. Make your time. I haven't heard the All Your Bass thing in so long. I played on stream, but I'm afraid YouTube will copyright me. Yes. Can I just make this jump? I probably can just make this jump. Thanks for the follow, Matt Birds West. Thank you, thank you. Slowly but surely, I collect more minions. Actually, I was almost able to just jump off that, even though it's not supposed to be able to be jumped off of because of that. Almost. I don't really want to let them grab the tops of these boxes. I was trying to limit what you can and can't grab in this game. I want to put an Empress puzzle in this because I started putting Empress puzzles places. Including this one here, which was what forced me to have to move a key around because I was like, well, I like this puzzle, but you can't get the key because you need the Empress, but the Empress is in the next room beyond where you need the key. I was like, this is a stupid plan. Oop. Collector sucks. No, that's mean. Some people's children. I decided to have a goo outside that kills you, so this way you have at least something to jump over. Because goo! Who doesn't like goo? Lethal goo. I like standing on them when I do this. You don't have to stand on them. I just like doing it. Unfortunately, the light just goes really bright from that particle effect. There's no way around that because it's just the way the light, it's so bright that Lumen just like, well, give me a moment. I still like riding him up. Gotta do it from underneath here. It's the first of the Empress puzzles. Yay! Also, pot on your head. I don't have anything better than the pot on head, but I do think the pot on head is kind of funny, and I don't get on much, so you know. Your streamers raise your subs, surrender your bits. We'll add your stream, your viewer distinctives to our own. Stream culture will adapt to service all. Resistance is futile. Like that. That's great. I really just want the board to show up and say all those things and be like, by the way, nice hat. And then just leave. You're like, this is right afterwards. Nice hat. They're like, oh, thank you. But resistance is still futile. Oh, damn. I thought I was getting out of it. Yes. How could I not know the Borg? Oh my god. How do you think I ever got through Voyager? There was a very certain Borg, person who was very talented and really helped, bring a great deal of character development to the show. Huge amount of character development. Huge tracks of character development. It was just everywhere. Yes, character development. You really need to add more character development to basically everything. That kind of character development is necessary for a high quality product. I guess I'm going to pile this up higher just so it's more bizarre and change a random size a bit. In any other world, I'd give these physics, but because Poppet's so tiny, I don't think she could actually really move these. I think I'm actually going to push this against the wall. Like a soul. Do I want a Hierophant puzzle? I guess sort of have Hierophant stuff in here. Hate it. Wait a minute. No. No, no, no. This is lame. I can do better. Oh, is that the new Star Wars show? No, Star Trek show? I heard they were making another, but I didn't watch it. It might be good. I have no idea. I just didn't watch it. Where am I going to put this? I guess I could put a table in here or something. Let me grab a table. This table. Oh. Well, Google clearly knows best. The rest of us are just plebs who have no idea. That's what Google tells me. I don't know why Google would ever lie to me. It's not like they have every... Oh, wait, I guess they do. Damn. You think you can trust people, then you just can't. Like maybe, nah. Trust, nah. We ain't doing that. Yeah, I find something better than books to do this in. Actually, wait a second. What am I doing? I gotta put all these in the room, and then if I start copy pasting everything, it'll stay in the room. This was already in the room. I'm gonna make certain, assume it's probably was already here. I don't even have a story. Yes, it wasn't in the storage room. Actually, to be fair, this probably isn't either because I didn't have a storage room. In the magician room. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I don't think I'm going to turn lights on. I'm just going to leave them off and force you to turn them on. Seems only fair. Why would there be a light on in the middle of the storage room? Can't wait to be at this point. Yeah. I mean, I have this weird thing that for some reason, I just want to make every storage room in the game really unnecessarily creepy. Just because. No reason. I just want them all to be unnecessarily creepy. Everything else looks nice. I wonder what the storage rooms looks like. Just like, did someone die in here? And you're like, no, this looks creepy. Just cause. Random dilapidated boxes and things, you know, just stuff that looks like no one really goes through here because, why not? I've just come to the conclusion I put a lot of random unexplained things in here. I'm never going to tell people why. It's just going to be that way. You're just going to find it. You're just going to come in like, wait a minute, why? Well, the player does not need to know. The player just wants to know. I guess we're using books for now until I come up with something better. I do have to give him a way to not die to the thing there because this is way too far away from a light source. I guess on the ground I could put the storage key. Somewhere there's no actual space to get this key. Like it's just nowhere. You can't give it out here because you can go here long before you need to go to the storage room. And if you can get into the storage room, you can easily go back through the pipes, which is not acceptable because then you bypass multiple rooms in a boss, so I can't have that. And if I get the key out later, who cares? Like, you're going to go back to the room you can already get into? I mean, you can get in there easier now, I guess, but there's just nothing in there at the moment. You didn't already get. I mean, maybe I'll come up with something to hide in there later. I mean, it'd be a good place to hide additional ability thing for way later. Hey, Prosto, how's it going? What you doing? I'm making a storage room. Looks like someone died there. Isn't that exciting? You could probably make that. Not that complicated of a room. You do need a way back up, though. I'm doing pretty good. Anytime I'm just, streaming and doing game dev, life can't be bad at that point. I mean, by doing two things I love at the same time? Jeez. And I didn't even have to pay either one of them? I mean, there has to be a way to get up to this. So I guess I could just have books going over to here. And a chair. That'll get you up there. Like maybe someone just hangs out in here randomly reading crap. Sure. Why not? Grab my favorite chair. It's recycled chairs. I made the toy maze more obnoxious. Because now there's two things you want from it. I mean, there's all kinds of things if you go the wrong ways there, so it's actually very worth. Why can't I paste? I have questions. That was weird. Where's like all the other options? I'm definitely gonna have to spend some time making the toy maze more fun though. Now from there you can get up onto here, which means you can get up to there, which means you could probably get to there, I think. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe I do this instead. Moving it over here. Really don't want it to be easy to get through here. Basically, I want the storage rooms to look like a hoarder died in them. Like that old show Hoarders, except for this was too extreme even for them to film. Can you imagine if I just started putting, like, you know, limbs sticking out from under the boxes? You're like, clearly not the way it's supposed to go. It would make no sense. But what if I put limbs sticking out from under the boxes? I could have little me hovering boxes. What I want to do, I'm switching out for hovering boxes. Much cooler. More fitting. For the root. No. We're not allowed to jump on this box. We must go around. It's a very tall file box. Never question my tall file box. You have more static mesh boxes. These are all dilapidated. I only have 4 dilapidated ones, so we'll go with those. Possessed boxes. Not right. Ain't nothing wrong with a possessed box. Well, actually, do I really have a problem with you going down here? I mean, I kind of do, because I don't see you're getting back up. But I think I can make a way for you to get back up when you fall down there. So what we're going to do, assuming you fall, let's just start leaving an empty little, like, you know, pathway here so you can wander back through. See, no problem. Disaster averted. You can wander right back on through. Huh. Matter. Oh. Clearly, this is also incorrect because I don't really want them to be able to get through here. Oh, that's not true. I'm fine with them getting through here as long as that's not the end goal. I think what we're gonna do, like, let's say you jump onto this, and then from here we'll have yet another Hierophant thingy. This might just need to be not as tall. They can be small little boxes, like books, but more thematic for what it is. They can be a variant. To program in different behaviors for them. Vary it up a little. As soon as I do that. Or aren't we just a generous little platform? Yeah, I never did anything for these generous platforms. Imagine thinking they're worthy of generous platforms like these. You can just make this jump, right? I'm assuming. Can you make this jump? I'll move this over to the side. You can, but it's not something you can really make. I'm okay with them getting back these ways. It needs to be on the ground though. Also, it's stuck in a thing. Oh yeah, I can't simulate physics because it's stuck in there, I know. It's angry at me. As well it should be. I am a terrible person. Trying to simulate physics while inside of another object. I'm a speedrunner or something. If we can't just make some complete nonsense. I love me some complete nonsense. Obviously, the key needs to be on top of this because that's just, you know, the only logical location to leave a key. To be fair, it is a hovering magical key. Oh, you know, well. I mean, it's hovering, so maybe it's a possessed key. There you go. I guess it's kind of like magic. Yeah. Oh, do ghosts count as magic? Question. I mean, they don't usually get called magic. They're the paranormal. Maybe. If you fall back here, is there a way back? There most certainly is. You see, metaphysics. Hmm. Box will just be unnecessarily tall. Will solve all of my problems. And it'll be off to the side here. It'll be unnecessarily fat too. The perfect box to hide all the bodies. I mean, feel free to talk. I just say random things as I'm walking along and doing my thing. I'm not walking along, I mean sitting here. I'm not walking today. I'm sitting. I don't know. I mean, you know. I'm always down for interesting things. Especially if she's cute. I think. You know, maybe more fitting. Like ritual stuff just floating in the air that you're jumping on. I have no idea if you could technically make any of these jumps. This might be too much of an angle, thus creating a weird perpetual slide. Possibly. But we'll assume you can make the jump and go from there. Time for a quick Hierophant test. No idea on the distance any of these. We shall see. Oh. I believe that I'm trying to simulate physics on something that complex is simple. Oh. Let's see. You're right. Why did I complex as simple these? I mean, I guess I could expand the hole count a bit and just do that or something just to get the ability to walk on top of them. That'd be nice, but I don't really know why I need complex on what's basically a cube with a bit of extra detail. I have questions. None of them are good questions. They're just questions. These boxes are special to me because when I did the little game jam version of this RPG Maker, I used renders of these boxes as my graphics. That was a much more dilapidated version. This is a less dilapidated version, but I still feel as though they should be involved. Mostly I just don't have that many boxes, and clearly these will be good enough. I have some nicer boxes, I guess, but yeah. Yeah. I didn't calculate that. Yes, I did. There's a file box. There was actually a lot of weird things in that one. It was like, haunted attic thing. Not the worst. I do love me some Daz stuff. I don't love me some Daz prices, but I love me some Daz stuff. I'm just glad I found them before they got expensive. Oh, the on sale, the interactive licenses are like $20. When I was buying them, they were $5. So, like, 400% the cost. Perfect, perfect. And they're like, buy a Genesis 9 model. Like, no. Oh, they work. Definitely tell they work. Plus, the collision in this room's probably a lot better now than it was. I'm never making this. Especially not with that jump. Also, I don't think I can get to that. That's not going to work. Nope. Don't have double jump by this point, so I can't rely on double jump. Because instead of giving you double jump, I've decided to give you the Empress. Which is really just way more fun. Like, double jump is boring. It's such a boring ability. I'm actually tempted to not have it in the game at all. Because it's so boring. Like, I mean, it just feels like a cop-out. You know? Like, I mean, you got this ability here that messes with possessed objects. You got a thing that grows plants, and you have double jump. Like, really? Okay. That's not fun. Boing, boing, boing. You can easily make this, no problem, sure. My curiosity is this. What happens when you jump here? Can you run around this? Okay, you can run around this. You can run up that side. I just didn't want a thing where you're locked in a place and just sliding forever. How to run through here and make certain it's not a ridiculous problem. I don't want Pop to be able to get trapped anywhere. Like, I had a goodie back here. Oh, it's not that bad. I think that I would, if I had a lot of rooms that were like this, it wouldn't be very fun. But just having the occasional room that's just all boxes doesn't seem that bad. It's like you can reliably get everywhere. With that being said, I want to straighten this because I don't know if I want you to jump across things. With that being said, I think I can sneak in more interesting little areas to wander around in. You know? It's just a bit weirder. You have more reason to crawl around the boxes. Also, I basically never use duck. Even though it's in the game, I wonder if I should do that. Like, I don't think I ever use it. Not really a thing. Use it here though. Kind of cool going into a little cave or something. So I kind of wonder if I should have a tiny cave to go through. Do duck to go into. Which part of the problem is this, where the camera kind of jumps, and that's kind of weird. I don't know why I decided I like this hair better, but I've been using this hair for a while. I think I got tired of the hair, so I was bored of seeing it all the time. This hair also clips less badly. Right, because it barely has any movement on it, just the bottom part. We want ducking. That's true. There could be a flat box down here too. Small little box. You look like it's holding it up. Giving you this tiny little area to sneak through. My plan is largely just to hide collectibles all over the place, like, you know, probably just, you know, gems or something like that. So you can just collect them by walking through all these weird areas. You don't have to go in these areas, but you can get freebies. Ooh, freebies. If I like this giant box. Because one of the other things to note is that I can also hide toys places too, like, you know, the toys that you find. Like, I do need to put rescuable toys. I need to figure out all the toys you're going to rescue, though. That's true as well. I haven't really figured out that many. I mean, there's like Boozeberry, there's Annie's-on, and there's Mini Pop are all rescuable. I think it's actually probably part of the story you rescue Mini Pop, but you know, he is your voodoo doll. So that's only 3 for an entire area, though. But I mean, I guess how many do I really want them rescuable? Like, you know, if there's like 3 per level in this game that you can rescue, we'll assume that the bottom secret level doesn't count. So that's still 18 NPCs to rescue. This isn't nothing. It's definitely not nothing. Hmm. Most of these boxes look the same. It doesn't even matter. Probably not staring at the detail that closely anyway on them. I do think I want to put something interesting down here. Maybe a rescuable dude, though. I don't even know. With the key in here, it's kind of weird to have a rescuable, but I don't know. Sure. It's way more fun to have secrets, so, you know. Why not create a little hole back here for a secret? I guess to be fair, I probably want to do this because I really don't want you to be able to run all the way around and get both secrets. I want you to have to go manually both directions, down both little side paths to find things. Because that's just more fun. And then if I move this over here, there's like an easy jump path. I have every excuse to hide a secret right there. Because you can duck under here. If that's the case, I don't think I want it accessible from above. Like, I don't want you to jump down to it. I want you to have to jump onto this here and then crawl through to get to it. If that's the case. Well, you can still do that. That's no fun. Gotta make life more interesting. Gotta give you a reason to go lots of ways for no reason other than just for more freebies. I'll reward those who explore. Punish those not. I mean, let's be real. If you're playing a Metroidvania and you've decided exploration is a bad idea, why are you playing a Metroidvania? I mean, really? Why would you do that? You know what they're about. That's weird. Oh, I'm yawning already. More alcohol will help. Like, question mark? Maybe. Maybe. I guess I can create like a little tunnel here. Really long box for no apparent reason other than I can have a long box. Part of me wants to write fragile on all the boxes that are on the bottom. I'll send it a message. We could probably jump down to here from that, I would assume. Maybe we can fix that and make it a little more obnoxious. At that point, it's probably possible, but pretty hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, they could actually just drop down from there. That's no fun. You will duck underneath there. I demand it. Just one problem with that. But if I block that there, then they can't really get over to here to get to this hidden area here. Well, well, well. How the turntables. I refuse to accept that they can cheat their way into there. Find a way to make this work. To make it a little harder. It may clear out a bit more area for things later. I don't 100% know. I need to know what I'm actually going to put in there, but just as a concept layout. The big goal is to put all the keys in the right location. As long as you have access to all the keys, the game is beatable. I guess I could add the storage room key in here too. You just have a quick way in and out. The dining room key is way up there, but the storage room key will be down this middle path. Sure. The exact writing from the door. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, so now you could actually leave through that instead of having to go all the way out through the pipes, which seems actually you don't go that far. You just jump right down. If you want to get back into the room though, you'd hate your life. Jumping down there pretty much leads to like 3 or 4 minutes of running all the way back around to get in. Can't handle that. You're all day. Trying to do something with the pipes over the top of this too. We'll see. I need to set up some Empress puzzles too. You know, it occurs to me that the Empress could cause these to grow also so that they're more of a platform. Okay. Grab an Empress plant and test something out here. Eventually all the small plants will be Empress plants, but you know, that's another time and another place where I've actually gone to all the trouble to do all that, which is going to take forever. Yeah. These are just listed as a size 1. They are huge. So instead of needing double jump, the Empress could just grow them, allowing you to reach a new location. And I can just eliminate double jump from being necessary until maybe later if I want to give you double jump. I really just feel like I could do a better job. Like I can make something cooler than double jump. You know? Clearly size 1 is acceptable here. Also, the advantage to the Empress style ones is that you can jump on them when they're small and then enlarge them under your feet. Thus allowing you to basically create like a mini elevator. Which I do because it's kind of fun to ride them up. Which is why this has quickly become my new favorite mechanic, even though it was, you know, not really... I was intending on having an Empress, I just didn't think it was going to be that cool in testing, but... wrong. The Empress is much cool. Definitely a favorite of mine. You know, mushrooms grow on various other plants too. Also, these are like a million miles from the wall. Jeez, why didn't anyone tell me they were so far from the wall? Why not have them growing on trees too? They're just like a, you know, parasite. Parasite shrooms. I have no idea how this is going to play out, so I'm just kind of dumping a bunch of them to see how it'll play. And then from there, I'll figure something out. Might be terrible. Might be fun. Can't really say. No, at least trying. I just do one over here like this. Okay, let's test this out. A lot of areas are going to get a remake now that I have something like the Empress to make it more interesting. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that might be a little too big. Well, actually, I could do it differently. I don't want to run all the way back around. I'm lazy. You wouldn't be able to jump on it anyway. Whoa. Oh no! We can definitely make the shroom bridge. Oh, I gotta jump on it first. Huh. Well, the collision on this tree is like an abomination. From the 7th level of collision hell. But these are interesting. The fact that I can just enlarge them all to make these big, huge platforms. There'll also be a distance between them, and I can make the jump thing too. So where am I trying to get to? I was thinking of blocking more of this room anyway off so it's not as open as I was originally. Because, well, it's hellacious on the loading, on the distance thingies. I have the distance that's much higher than normal. Like, I was playing with the LODs earlier. Well, the H loads, basically. But at this distance, you can't even see the windows. You gotta get closer to even see the windows, which is probably fine, I guess. Fortunately, while streaming, it's terrible, and I want to reduce it more than that. Actually, it seems unnecessarily worse. This is so bad. Yeah, build the H. Let's build them real fast. I'll build everything, whatever. Sure. Get to work. Got some time. Cool. Empress puzzle thingy really does add some fun ideas. Suddenly, every single potted plant is now an exciting thing. I need to put more potted plants. I wasn't originally going to put them only in places nearby windows, but means I'm going to retroactively put Empress plants in places. If I'm not going to include double jump, then that means that the in the Patrick thing with all the pumpkins, I can actually have it enlarge the pumpkins instead. Not quite the same as a, well, I guess it is a sort of a plant and it's already dead, but enlarge the pumpkins. You know, I was thinking, obviously there's huge inspiration from Alice in Wonderland in this game. Especially taken from the whole being small thing, but what if there was a section where all the toys were actually smaller by a lot? Like, kind of like Legos type of thing. Lego figurines would be like tiny by comparison to Poppet. But what if I had like a little miniature town for like, little Lego sized people? And then Poppet had to go through and, go through an area like that. So then she could have that weird feeling of being really giant. Still getting that whole Alice in Wonderland vibe. But just as a one random area or type of thing where, it's just a whole flip the script thing on this and make it where she's actually super tall by comparison. Might be a fun change. Just everywhere else you're just super tiny, and then this one area you're just not. I don't hate it. Don't hate it at all. I could see it working. Let's test the speed on this. So much faster when I'm not streaming. Crazy the difference. It has also gotten pretty far into the stream too, and the longer you go into the stream, the worse it gets, lag-wise. A lot. Which I'm assuming is an NVIDIA codec problem. Or Streamlabs problem, I guess. Both are options. Well, now I want to hide places where the Empress can do things. I might also restrict the amount of pipes in here. Like, why have a pipe puzzle when you can have an Empress puzzle? Right? Yeah. Definitely not a very exciting pipe run. But periodically breaking things up with just something unusual isn't terrible. Like if you had to do it all the time, it'd be awful. But just every once in a while, just for some sort of different curiosity. Stiff neck. Hmm. Don't get old, people. Don't get old. Or do you just remember the sacrifices to Lord Cthulhu? Both will work out. You'll put something like these in the storage room. Eh. So let's assume we're good with that. Now that leaves somewhere in this room, which I'm probably going to redesign this entire room at some point. I don't even like it. I'm so reticent now to make rooms huge. A lot of it just comes down to it's not very fun to run around a giant room. Like, it has its moments. The room's quite the spectacle, it's one thing, but a giant flat room isn't very good. I guess I should qualify the ones that are like, 2 stories tall are significantly more exciting. So apparently verticality really adds something that just wasn't there before, you know? Well, either way, let's put a key in this room. There's already a key in this room. Ah, yes, when I had the escape. Room where dolls would go there to kill themselves off by jumping out of the building. Originally, it was the only open room in this old dilapidated factory. The only open window, the only way they could get out. Was going to put all these messages of despair, as you know, and have a whole bunch of toys that were like lying lifeless on the ground underneath the window. It's a very dark and terrible room. But funny because I was actually going to hand out double jump in that room. Because, if you were going to jump out the window, you might as well double jump out the window. Put it right there in front of it. It's like, just to taunt them, tempt them. Like, you know you want to. I regret losing that room, but the mechanic of going outside is more fun than the joke that provided. Yeah. I do want to add more things about the toys being crazy though, because right now it doesn't not that apparent. I mean, they just attack you, but that doesn't make it apparent that they're crazy. It just attack you. All right, so I don't know where the washroom key is going to be, but we'll just put it somewhere in this room. Okay. This brings about the question of where does the washroom unlock? I mean, is that where you find Charlotte's key so you can go into her room? Okay. Say that's the case. And I just have the forbidden room, toys room here. But I think the way I want to play it out is that you beat Voodoo, you get the key to unlock Oliver's cage, and then he chases off Charlotte so you can go into a room to get the key to the next area. If that's the case, the Forbidden Toys room key is in the washroom. Oh, hey, Cyrus. How's it going? Thanks. Have you seen the Empress mechanic yet? Hmm. Well, thank you. I have been hard at it, making all the shinies. I think I have a complete pathway for the demo, though. That's good. Not yet? Oh, well. Let me show you my new favorite mechanic. So the Empress grows and shrinks plants. That's what it does. It's supposed to be the nurturing tarot. So I made the first of the Empress puzzles. I like jumping on them. Oops. Can I not select it? There we go. Yay, growing plants. I like jumping on these, so. Select. You can shrink them too. And you get a key, yay! Plus she has a pot on her head. Well, thanks. I was gonna put mushrooms in here and make it where you have like shrinking mushrooms. I need to figure out the exact spacing on how I want to do this, but I have a plan. You jump onto these and you go, woohoo! You make platforms, yay! I want to space them out so there's a reason to jump, but I just put a bunch of them in place to see what would happen. You get places. But if you're not on top of it, then a lot of times they can be too big. You can jump on it. Oh, nope. You can also fall like a loser. Jeez. Yeah. I'm going to restructure this room to make use of the Empress mechanic. Also, the other rooms like these are going to be restructured for them. So that you make use of the Empress to get past places. Like maybe instead of having this bridge here, I could have we use the Empress to get across the water or something, or even have it grow like lily pads or something to go across the water through here. I don't know. These are all ideas, but it has become the new fun mechanic. I'm very excited by it. I'll probably have vines that attach to things and stuff like that so they go a distance so you can actually get a hold of things, and even have like stuff outside of the building, because you know one of the problems I have right now is why are there things outside of the building for you to jump on? But what if the Empress, like if there's plants growing out there because they're just attached to the building, and you just go, okay, well I'll use the Empress to connect, like, you know, vines and things. I'm pretty certain it gets added to the demo. I'm probably cutting double jump from the demo because now, like, originally I was gonna have double jump to go across things like this, but why do you need double jump to go across things like this if the Empress can just grow things so you can get across? That's way cooler. Double jump is so boring. So just an extra jump. Woohoo. Would it be weird if I was the only Metroidvania without a double jump? Yep. Making all the fun mechanics. Other than that, just plotting the way I'm supposed to go here. Then inside the Oliver prison key. I'm pretty certain this is the last of the keys you need. This should unlock every conceivable room on this floor. Okay. Now you have to get Oliver's key in order to unlock his cage, which lets Oliver out. Oliver then goes out of his way to chase Charlotte away from her bedroom, so you can then go into her bedroom and get the key to go to the next area. Yeah, definitely does. I was just talking about earlier about having a area where I flipped the script a bit, and you know, instead of having everyone be like, you know, Papa being the tiny one, instead have like Lego sized dolls or something like that, and have Poppet be the large one for once, which might be fun, you know, because Alice in Wonderland size thing and everything like that. I've got the small thing in spades, but wouldn't it be fun if for just a brief moment you weren't the small one? This'll be later. It might actually be in the model city thing. Have a bunch of little, like, you know, tiny little citizens like that, and then Poppet can attack it like she's like Godzilla or something. Yeah. Popzilla. Yeah. I mean, have you seen the combat and everything like that? I guess one you've been around more than a bit. About the various combat, the other mechanics, or have I not shown them to you yet? I show them to a lot of people, but I can't always remember everyone I've shown them to. Um, I want the hidden grotto key, I believe, in this room. Okay. Just checking. All right, so I figured out the last key to end the demo because the hidden grotto was not available in the demo. Honestly, I might barricade Charlotte's room. I don't know, like I kind of want to give them some sort of weird little story to give them a bit of a reason to come back. But by this point, if you have played all the way up to beating Voodoo, it's probably been an hour. Because it's going to take a long time to get through this level. Just running across this level takes forever. I'll have to see how long it even takes. Some of the rooms have nothing to do with them though. Like, I mean, this room is okay, but there's nothing in it. There's no collectibles or anything. The dining room and the washroom aren't even done, or there's nothing to it. The hallway too has literally nothing in it. The washroom is super boring. I was putting strength in there initially. Put the key in the case. I don't have to lock it. Could just put it in here. It'd be nice to have the have a complete playable thing, even if it isn't like polished, you know, where it's just literally from start to finish there is a game. Which I guess, to be fair, there is actually a start to finish game. It just doesn't have a lot going on in a lot of the rooms, which is a thing. But you can literally go from the beginning to the end. Even though I do need to fix the dialogue plugins, so you can buy the key from Amazon, as opposed to just finding it. Or she could just give it to you, I guess. Either way. The dialogue plugin was still important for that, but I can't fix that until they just put a new one out because I tried the plugin from GitHub, the updated version, even that wasn't working. Or at least it wasn't working for me. So I have more Empress things in here. The problem is that the Empress only gets to go in a few rooms at the moment. Well, I guess I could probably put more plants in. Oh. Okay. Wait, Silver, how's it going? 1 second. Well, there's a few things. The first thing is while streaming, it gets slower and slower throughout the course of the stream. So when I first start, the game gets about an extra 15 plus FPS. It's just the nature of the beast. But I'm almost 7 hours into the stream. By the time like 6 hours rolls in, you start to see a huge FPS drop off. There's not a lot I can do about it. It's just, I'm assuming some sort of issue with either the NVIDIA codec or Streamlabs. Take your pick. But I have noticed this big drop in FPS. So That's notable. When non-streaming, I would had it up to 45 FPS, so that wasn't too bad. Because I optimized the HLODs to reduce the draw distance because it was drawing all 4,000 assets on the map, and now it doesn't. You see, actually, there's 4,123 actors on the map, and unfortunately, in the large rooms, this kind of sucks. But one of the optimizations you can do. Where are you, thingy? Well, partition setup right here, yeah. So, thank you, Saros. Yeah. So one of the things I can do is change the loading range here, and I'll probably do it dynamically during a runtime. There's a lot of things I can do. This game is not even remotely optimized, so that's still not going to do great though. One of the biggest problems simply is just the streaming is a problem. Why are you way over there? I'll build it real fast. Oh no, I'm using nanite. It only does so much though. Let's see. One of the other optimizations is I'm waiting for 5.5 because 5.5 gives you megalights, which I tested the preview, and it nets about around 10 to 15 FPS just from using megalights. So it's definitely a big difference over the crappy emissive lights that I'm using due to lumen not liking regular lights. So that'll be a big upgrade when I get it. There's no need to update the optimize the lights right now, knowing that that's coming down the pipeline. Though I tested it in the preview, it does already do what it does. I'm assuming the preview version's not even like good neither, so that's good to know. I haven't optimized any of the meshes at all in the game, so we're gonna see me removing some things probably. You know, trying to limit the number of meshes and things like that. But most of like people like Poppet's already like huge and has a whole lot of different materials on her, so she could easily be optimized like crazy. My coding's already basically flawless. I was testing and it has such a low overhead. Oh my god, and that's because I don't cast anything. I just use interfaces for basically everything. So all my stuff is basically just good. I mean, it's not flawless in that it doesn't have any bugs. That's true. But as far as, how much resources it uses barely none. All of my issues are with graphics. It's pretty much about it. I mean, with graphics being the main bottleneck. And I mean, what is the current thingy at? Said though, it's not great. Thanks for the follow, Biome88. Yeah, so that should about cover it. Why was this missing earlier? I guess it didn't load because of the me having set the low priority range kind of low. I'm experimenting with these, the cell sizes and that. But I did get it to something along the lines of 50 FPS with the lowest conceivable loading range. Problem with that is though is these big rooms, like in the little rooms, the low loading range is perfect, but in a big room it does not work. I was very impressed with 5.5. I mean, even with my project being broken by moving in there because it's missing a bunch of plugins, well, a bunch being like I think 2. I was still very impressed with what it provided. Also, there's a very important thing. Poppet gets her shadow back because emissive lights don't emit a shadow. So the only reason Poppet has a shadow is because she has a light directly on her. The little light that's supposed to change the colors for the curse and everything like that. I just made it emit, a shadow because otherwise Poppet has no shadow and it looks weird. the problem with emissive lights. But Lumen hates point lights or like just regular lights. It only likes emissive lights. So that's kind of where it's at. There's a lot of things that like little things that could definitely be done. I could change LODs on things, you know, like individual stuff to make it better. It's definitely going to be a lot of things that got to get it done. I have no idea what that even is. It's one of those things where all the optimization things are kind of irrelevant at the moment. Like, there's no point in optimizing a game that you're not even finished making the stuff for. So I haven't gotten too big on it. But I mean, maybe. But it's definitely pretty low priority, that's for certain. As I was saying, you know, like I've gotten all the way up to 50 FPS with the lowest draw distance when not streaming. Like I can't begin to just can't really overstate how much it requires just to stream this. Like it really makes a difference on what it requires just over. I mean, my 11-hour stream, I can't even play the game practically. Wild how bad it is, but can't really reboot the stream necessarily. I don't think it works like that. Oh, maybe it does. I mean, Twitch would probably just reconnect me. Be interesting to see. I haven't really tested it. I'm gonna make all these lights smaller because everything's so ridiculously big. Yeah, but I don't actually know what this PSO thing is. What is this PSO thing you were talking about? Because I mean, I'm always interested in new things that might help. Not saying I won't do it soon, but maybe. Depends how hard it is. Like if it's a super easy thing to implement, I'll probably do it just even before I even get to a point where it makes a big difference. But if it's super hard, then I probably won't immediately do it. All just depends. I have been going out of my way to do some random optimizations. Only because of the streaming thing. It's just like, it's an abomination. Just gonna go through and fix every light. These can probably be significantly farther apart. Hmm. The only thing I've done, I'm gonna cook all my stuff beforehand. Well, most of it anyway. But yeah, I mean, because I've definitely gone up to the platforms, Windows, cook content. It's boring, but it does speed the game up some. Which is that what you're talking about? I've definitely done that. I mean, I keep adding stuff to the game, so stuff I haven't cooked it yet. Most of the stuff's been cooked though. Well, I guess anything new I've made hasn't been cooked. I actually don't know what cooking does exactly as far as setting up the files to work better for your operating system of choice, but supposedly it does. I have noticed a difference when I do it. Definitely not zero. Zero sum. Okay, so this just operates so badly. But if I want to run around this, we basically just have to make this simplest. There's no world where there's going to be anything but a complex. Which one that was as heavy as it got, and it still was ridiculous. I think I'm gonna get rid of this. At first, I kind of liked them. I don't anymore. Also, why in the world isn't this just a spline? This could easily be a spline. Yeah, the optimization phase is definitely going to be an interesting thing because, I mean, the worst offender for optimization is clearly Poppet herself. I mean, there's a lot wrong with it. I tried what I could, but the simple reality is she's heavy. Like the stupid skeletal mesh, the Poppet doll thing like that is already like almost 600 megabytes by herself. She's got like I think 30 different materials or something stupid. I can't get rid of this because of the way they programmed it. The hair can be reduced quite a bit because I have both hairs listed and I only need one of them. I could just use hair 2, which actually reduces this by 110. That would speed it up a bit. I just added the Empress, so that's unfortunate. Every new one of these things is going to increase the size of that, and not much I can do about that. Well, I guess I could have someone else summon it, I suppose, but still not quite going to make much difference. Some of this other crap might be it'll be dealt with, but overall, there's not a lot. This menu thing shouldn't be referencing. I don't know why it is. So I can probably reduce the overhead of this by about 200. But a lot of it comes down to if you see just how many textures are involved with, you know, her outfit and all this crap. It's a lot. She's horribly unoptimized. How all that stuff is, you gotta go out of your way to really make it work. I'm gonna need to go in the geometry editor in DAZ and um, basically merge them all into singular mesh thingy. I think can be done. Wow, I can't do it all, but I had to go through that, do that. Then I got to remove all the parts of Poppet that, you know, would be maybe inappropriate because it's from DAZ, so she's pretty much anatomically correct. So I'll need to remove all those materials so that, you know, she's not anatomically correct. Yeah. I actually had a version of her that was uglier but more optimized. It's weird. If I import a model directly into here from DAZ, the model ends up ugly but small. But if I import it into another game, the model ends up good looking and small. However, if I migrate it over this, the model ends up large and good looking. And I never been able to figure out why. This is the ugly version of Poppet. And I'll show you the difference. Why she's the ugly version. Because I mean, it should be grossly apparent right now, the difference. Just in case it's not grossly apparent. Kind of get an idea of exactly what we're talking about here. All the details there. This version here, show the size map for it. Oh, she's still huge too. That's the Poppet doll, my bad. Wrong one. Size map 91.2. So I could do that, make her an ugly version, and nobody would even be able to tell the difference for like 90% of it anyway. I'm tempted to do that, but when I did it, it actually did not improve FPS at all. I thought it would, but it didn't. However, to use it, I have to go through and copy all the sockets over, easy. And then I got to go through and do cloth physics for it, less easy, which sucks. I don't want to do cloth physics again unless I plan on using that model. I've done it so many times, it's just, I don't want to. Yeah, that's pretty much the optimizations that I'm looking at. All the DAS models need some serious optimization, though. Serious optimization. There you go. There's the long of it as I've been messing with all these things. But yeah, you really can't tell the difference when running around. Just up close, she's clearly hideous, but I can get away with her being like, 1/6 size. That's pretty nutty. That's not the worst. And you really don't see any of the detail on her at all. Like, I mean, as I'm running around here, how much of her detail do you really see? Not very much, right? Even if you zoom in on her, you really can't see a lot. I have to wonder how much it even matters. Like, she could actually be significantly optimized if that makes a difference. I just don't know if it does. I miss real lights. Like, this is about the only time you'll ever see any detail on her. Collision on her skirt sucks too, by the way. I could do better. A lot better. But again, I keep switching the model, so you'll find I really gotten a little lazier about doing the things there because it's just simply really annoying to continuously have to do it. It's not even possible. Yeah. There's a lot of work ahead. A lot of work ahead indeed. Okay, it's fun. These boxes aren't grabbable. Yeah, exactly that. It's just like, how much are you looking? How much detail do you need to see the stitching on her? I don't even know. I have so many questions on that, but you know. I do want my game to look good. I'm going to go through and do a lot of updating on Poppet, you know, because there's things I can do in Daz to improve her even more. I just haven't done them because there's no point. I keep changing her. I might change her again. And I can jump up these no problem. And we already established I can get through these, so that's not a big deal. This one's not even necessary. Oh, dropped like an idiot. Nice. Somehow there's light over here. Well, thank you. I've definitely put a lot of effort into it. Today's been a pretty good day because I actually made 2 rooms seem like they're pretty decent. Like, I don't hate this room. I wouldn't make a lot of rooms this way, but as a one random room that looks like this, I think the variety can be good. Yeah, I'll go, bro. How's it going? Thank you, thank you. I'm well on my way to making my very own Alice-inspired doll game. Yes. Yes, dolls. The alcohol ran dry. I didn't test the distance on these. That FPS counter is always going to make me feel sad because there's not much I can do about it with my streaming going on, but it's okay. First we jump onto this one and then... Well, these are easy. You can just do this and just make them grow and you don't get through anything. That's right, we're hardcore at night. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. We're definitely an interesting group, I'll give us that. Oh, nice. Can jump out of this here, and then I should be able to jump on this, no problem. Yeah, this kind of sucks to run around on. I might need to change that up. Oh, thanks. I don't know anywhere to go from this particular spot yet. I ain't putting off anyways, it's fair. Yeah, as far as how the game goes, Algo, we'll give you the tour. Why not, you know? When in doubt, give the tour. Put an nav mesh down? I have not. Pardon the lag. Unfortunately, the nature of streaming means that when I first start streaming, my FPS is significantly higher, and the longer the stream goes, the lower the FPS gets. There's not much I can do about it, unfortunately. I've been streaming for 7 hours, 17 minutes, and well... I do lose quite a bit, but the game gets like, 45 to 50 FPS when I'm not streaming. So there's at least that. Close up all the crap here. I put a nav mesh down, yeah. Like that, got the camera ready. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, so game's called Poppet Quest. This is Poppet. Can't really see her in the dark, I would guess. She's a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll, and she's trying to escape this toy factory. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the like, there's a curse that permeates this entire factory, and if you're in the darkness, as you can see, your curse stat goes back up. It's basically your magic for all intents and purposes. It powers you and all your abilities. However, your sanity goes down. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you die. So you don't want that. But if you go back into the light, well, your sanity comes back. You have to kind of bounce more between the darkness and the light in order to have abilities but not die. Uses tarot cards as abilities. This is the Fool. Giant sucker. Yeah, I don't want you sitting in the darkness too long. Yeah, this is Patrick. Patrick is friendly, you can definitely tell. I'll weigh on, but I have my damage set really high to make up for him. Yeah. This is the magician. The magician manipulates objects in the environment, such as turning lights on. You can also pick up objects. He's not in the way. And you can throw them. This is the star. It trades sanity for health or health for sanity. If you're in the light, then it's basically just a heal, but if you're not in the light, it's not a heal. Well, not a free heal, anyway. Oh yeah, he summons little Annies. They explode. This is Poppet's dodge. Cost curse to use. Oh yeah, it's the only star I have at the moment, but a Star of David works fine. I may change it up for something later when I get a better star that I like more, but you know. That's a future me problem. And the cross for the Hierophant? Yep. I'll show you the Hierophant mechanic in a bit. And his last form, he like summons lots of these. Yeah, everything's small. She's carrying a sucker as her weapon. I mean, you know, she's little. That's a lamp next to her. She's about 10 inches tall, whatever that converts to, you know, stuff outside of the US. But she's about 80% the size of a Barbie doll, if that helps out. Probably the best measurement I can give you. Your average Barbie doll, she's smaller than that. Also, you can photobomb. It's important. Let me get some explosions happening behind me. The menu takes a screenshot. I'm gonna let you save them later. Hopefully. I'm aiming for October of next year, but we'll see. Having never released a game of this scope, it's tentative. Let's put it that way. It's very tentative. But I'm trying for it. I mean, I'm coming along pretty fast because I stream it 5 nights a week, so. That's right, the toys. The toys. Go back and fight, Patrick. I'm still working on making this fight as good as I want it to be because he's the first boss. You can actually dodge and attack. It's actually surprisingly effective. Yeah, Patrick. No. I want to make him have great gorilla noises and he died up there. Haha. Get wrecked. Oh, thanks. Oh, I didn't put double jump over here. That's some of the mechanics. We'll go over the Hierophant, which is another one of the fun mechanics. Actually, I guess we'll play with the Magician first, and then we'll go over the Hierophant. Because, you know, the Magician's got... It also works as a platforming thing. Besides turning on lights and throwing things. They can be used to open drawers to create platforms. It also opens cupboards, too. That's a weird light effect there. I don't know what's causing that, but... I would say the game is sub 20% done because there's just so much, like, you know, fixing things and polish to go with. And I probably only have about 30% of the actual map done, so there's that. But who knows, you know? Ever since I started streaming, I work on it a lot faster. Oh yeah, the Fool can break things. Unfortunately, I have the draw distance set really low. I'll show you the world without the draw distance set low. I'm testing out draw distance, so, you know. To see if I can optimize. I don't have a nav mesh down, so they can't move at the moment. These are some of the other enemies, though. They can stab you. Oh no! Fair enough. Well, I fell down here, but you can see some of the craziness going on here. Oh, I can grab this again. Or not. Can I grab you? Some of the rooms have more human-based, you know, platforming. Other ones are more like toy-based platforming. Show you a mechanic here. So, not all the ghosts were put, actually, not all the souls were put into toys. One of them got lost in the paintings, so she floats around through the paintings, and she lets you travel through the paintings to get to a liminal space. And it's the painting world. Loads a little slow, but there's no optimization in this game, so don't worry about optimization until much later. Lighting's a bit weird in here. The painting world. Whenever you unlock a painting in the painting world, it appears in here, and you can use it to travel places. This is Tinka. This is my Discord's favorite person. Because she's their resident waifu. He's just kind of floating in space. Exactly. Oh, thank you. You could use a little more refinement, but we're getting there. But yeah, the main mechanic of this place is some toys can be rescued. So you take the toy and you just throw them through the painting, and then they appear here from that point on. Not every toy can be rescued. Most of the toys are very much not rescuable, but those are collectible. I'm just being lazy. Like this fine gentleman, which is rescuable. You can pick him up. Hey, Agent 258, how's it going? I presently only have 3 people actually rescuable, but you know. I'll make more later. I have a bunch of models already made, but you know, you get an idea of this. I'm gonna end up doing some changes to it because of the load distance issue, but I've been kind of experimenting with an optimization. But yeah, it's done in a steampunky world, so without the load distance on, you can get an idea of. I'm just gonna zoom this out a bit. It's done in the Whimsy Wonders Toy Factory. Yeah, I made it enough so you could see a distance. But I'm still playing with the H load on this, so exactly how far you should be able to see. Some of these things I want to load anyway, so they'll get a really high H load, I suppose. Yeah, you get kind of an idea of. Oh, I didn't even show you the Hierophant mechanic yet. My bad. Well, thank you. I'm glad you approve. Anybody who likes Alice Madness Returns, that kind of thing, Little Nightmares, or really just anything that's macabre. Got your back. Or even Toy Story or something like that if you want to get technical. Actually, before I do this, I'm going to up the load distance, I think, because there's a... This room gets broken by the low distance. Yeah, change that real fast. Oh, I went to this. We'll do like 1200 or something. This is not going to make the speed any better at all, but at least it will function a little better. But I'm getting the If the World Be Ruled by Vampire Flag. I have not heard of that one. I approve of it wholeheartedly if it reminds you of this. This is the Hanged Man, the second weapon. It's a bubble wand. Traps enemies in bubbles. I need to enlarge the bubbles on these guys. I haven't done that yet. This weapon's not actually in the demo, so I've been not too worried about it, but it's satisfying because of the bubbles. I like the pop noise. Almost out of sanity. When your sanity starts to go down, it becomes dark and the music will change on you. I mean, it has a range problem because if it's up close, it doesn't seem to work very well. At a distance, it works great. Anyway, the point of this room is the Hierophant. There's possessed objects in the game. If you hit them, they don't want to do anything. They're worthless. But as long as the Hierophant's active, they actually behave like platforms. Oh. I'm using a keyboard and a mouse for my platforming, so forgive my poor platforming, and the lag isn't helping, but very laggy. Obviously, if you're in the dark, the curse comes back. I recently changed this room to make it easier, I think. It wasn't intended to make it easier, I just was changing the look of it, and it made it easier. Ooh. A lot easier, actually. I change it back. I haven't put this model in here. This is just a picture of her, but this is my reference to Annabelle. Very important. If you know anything about her in the Warren Museum, this is actually the warning that is on the Annabelle box. Warning: positively do not open. I enjoyed 2 of the 3 movies, so, you know, there you go. Like, Annabelle 2 was the best one, and then Annabelle 3 was fun because it was basically Warehouse 13, but with murder toys. And, yeah. You get keys to open doors. If you have a key to open a door, you can open it with a magician. And close it on them. Not that they can get over these tiny little lips for some reason. I also have helpful landmines. They would like you to step there. This is the save. She jumps into toy boxes to save. The clearest picture of you can get. There you go. That's the clearest picture of Poppet you're probably going to get. There you go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, like, they mix up a lot too. Like, this room mixes some of the mechanics now. Some of the rooms are more complex than others. I could open any of the drawers. I just find the easiest 4, basically, a staircase. You're welcome to open any ones you like, all of them if you want. You won't be able to get up though, because you can't really grip them or anything. There you go, yeah. Toy Story. With dolls that bleed. Don't question it. Yep. I've been working on this room. This room doesn't have very good puzzle setups yet, but not every room's gonna be puzzle. Some are just gonna be more about combat. I have about 8 of the dolls already. Actually, 8 of the enemies made and about 1.5 bosses. Yeah, you get an idea of a lot of things going on like that. And I have the second biome already. A large portion of the second biome. Which was, of course, the room over here you were seeing with the growing stuff. Oh, my camera died because, well, my phone finally died. Well, let me plug that in real fast and then I'll continue the work. It'll probably take a couple minutes to get the get enough power into it to come back. It usually runs out around this time. Actually, it's a little early for it. Interesting. Happens. That's okay. The stream doesn't die. It's just, you know, this is my camera for a moment. So, this is the other areas. Because it's done in like the late 1920s, and when things like safaris and stuff were, you know, like around the world in 80 days types of things, you know, all that stuff was a big thing. So the second area is very safari themed, including underwater worlds. You can't really see too well because I need to put lights in, but well, I can actually do lights real fast. I can just change this here. There are details. Done like a fish tank thing with a whole underwater world. The water kills you, but if you have the Emperor, it actually protects you from the water, so you can go down into there. You see this other map here. It looks cool in the dark though, so this one's fine. But I do lots of platforming things, like, you know, well, lots of multi-tiered levels, I should say, where I have levels in the pipes, levels along here, levels at ground level here, and of course the water level. So there's actually 4 different areas inside this map. I guess I can run along it. The funny part is things like these bridges are actually for Poppet like a little jumping thing, because she can't actually you can't just run across it because the gaps in the bridge are too big for her. She'll get, you know, fall through them if you're not careful. Not all of them, just some of them. Like she can drop through a lot of the middle ones, especially. If you're not paying attention, you'll go into the pool, and that sends you back to a respawn and real sadness. Boing, boing. Yeah. I'll see if I can land on the chandelier with the lag. I hide things like launchers and stuff in here, so, you know, inside of what looks like human stuff. I might hit this with the lag. I did, haha! I was gonna hide something up here, so in order to get this, you have to actually bounce off both of the gusts in the little geysers in the water to get up here. There's another geyser on the other side, try to get on the other one. This is important stuff, okay? Don't question it. Whee! Oh no! He died. I don't have any thing to slow you when you hit the water, so yeah. Splat's fun. I like splatting. If my phone's good to go again or not. No. And then well, I was, you know, multi-tiered things here where I was building things like these and all kinds of pathways that lead down to other pathways and things like that. But I also have toy areas, and of course, this is the pirate-themed area, courtesy of Albedo9, one of the viewers who bought me a Humble Bundle that had all this stuff, and I was like, ooh. It's the goods, yo. There'll be some areas that are like more themed like that. I think there's supposed to be double jump. Now that the Empress exists, I don't even think I like double jump anymore, but double jump's kind of boring. Yeah, you'll be fighting lots of little, like, more pirate-style dolls down here. Just for funsies. I'm sure I'll be doing a lot more changes to this area as time goes by, but... And of course the secret area. I guess not really much of a... Well, it's sort of a secret. Probably not gonna let people go out those ways. Let's see. More random enemies. They fire chickens. Because they look like an undead chicken themselves, so... They're just spotter enemies, but I thought they were funny. Oh, there's a glitch with this. I'm not sure what causes it. I need to look into it, but anyway, wing. I have to give him sound attenuation, obviously. Where you get the hermit. Oh, thank you. I definitely have put a few random weird mechanics in here. I have plans for a lot of the mechanics already. Like I'm doing all the tarot, all the major arcana. There's 22 of them. And let's see, I can go over what I have for a lot of it. Some ones I haven't quite decided yet. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Like, I want them to be fun, but I haven't liked some of the ones I've come up with, like ideas that were just like, maybe this is cool, maybe it's not. But most times it's just been kind of like, nah. So let's see. Oops. So we've already seen the Fool and the Magician. I was gonna have the High Priestess show hidden information, like secret, like things that were if you remember the mechanic in like Alice Madness Returns mechanic, where when you're small you can see keyholes, that style of thing. I don't know about that. I don't like it. They make plants grow with the Empress. The Emperor protects you from like hostile environments, just allowing you to go underwater and stuff. It mostly just opens the areas. The Hierophant we already saw with the cross thing. The Chariot was originally going to summon a car that you could drive around and hit other toys with. It just played really badly. Like, it sounded like it'd be so much more fun, and it just wasn't. It wasn't fun at all. I mean, it's just I couldn't get the handling good. You basically need to make a whole racing game to make it good, and probably gonna turn some sort of like flying machine or something. Rough guess. I don't know. The Chariot needs some work. Currently strength is double jump. Weak. I'm gonna find something better. I remember it used to let you teleport short distances, but I don't know how necessary that is. Now, some of those aren't that great. Wheel of Fortune currently lets you rotate objects in the environment, larger objects, and reveal secrets. I might just make that part of the Magician. Justice is going to be some kind of a weapon. The Hanged Man was the bubble wand. Surprised that turned to be a weapon. Death lets you turn into a ghost and fly around. Actually, in the game, though the ghost look isn't that great, it's just a particle at the moment, but Empress was going to let you slow the environment, or slow enemies, basically. So, imagine you have like the fan blades going along, you need to get through it, that kind of mechanic where it slows it down so you can actually get through, that type of thing. Because Temperance is all about, taking your time. The Devil was going to involve some kind of fire thing. And Tower is also going to be some kind of weapon, probably too. Star is the healing thing that also can give you sanity, which lets you travel farther into the dark as well. So that's notable. The moon is all about illusions. Like, it makes things appear that weren't there before and makes things that were there before no longer there. So it shifts the world depending upon what is and isn't. So it's a fun one because it creates paths and things like that without, where they weren't there before, but you have to go test it places to see what actually is and isn't really there. The sun summons a little, like, arrow that just basically is like a sun that travels over your head, and as long as you're in it, you are immune to the curse. You don't gain any of your own curse power back because you're immune to it, or because you're in the light, but you also don't lose sanity. The star kind of has a similar effect now by trading sanity for that, so well, kind of, because you can trade health for it. This, I guess, just literally says you don't lose anything but curse for that, so debatable. For Judgment, I haven't wrote anything like that, but the plan with Judgment is to have a little Tesla coil that fires little electricity bolts that can turn on machinery. So I wanted to have like a factory type of area, I was thinking, and then have like, various machines that could be turned on by that to manipulate the environment. And the world will do a lot because you only get it after you've unlocked everything. It makes you completely immune to the curse. You literally just regenerate both health and sanity. Actually, not health, you regenerate curse and sanity. Plus, it'll do some other stuff. It unlocks the final secret area of the game if you happen to find all 21 other ones. Oh, I skipped over the Lovers. The Lovers let you enslave minions and, yeah, turn them to your side temporarily. Those are the current major mechanics. Some of them are really up in the air because they don't play well, or they're just not that interesting yet. But for the demo, I only need 5 of them, even though I've made extras. Like, I don't need the Hanged Man, even though it's probably the next closest to being done. I mean, I don't count strength as double jump. Yeah, that's everything in a nutshell. I guess some random areas you haven't seen. I guess I haven't shown you everything, but as far as the major mechanics, thank you. I'm definitely enjoying what I do and excited to see how excited people are on Twitch for it, because it has proven to be eye-opening. Actually, I think it's just how excited people are. Like, man, wow, wow. And well, you can take a look at this boss. She is most certainly a broken mess, so don't get too excited because, well, I need to work on her as soon as I find her. She's here somewhere. I believe it. I really do. Patrick's room. Should be easy to find her from Patrick's room. This character, this boss fight is going to need so much work. So the main mechanic of this boss fight is that she summons a voodoo doll of you. And throughout the fight, you have to protect the voodoo doll of you, because if the voodoo doll of you takes hits, you take the hits. Because it's a voodoo doll of you. So she has other mechanics in the fight too. She'll control the voodoo doll throughout the fight too, do various things, but you will see. Oh yeah, she has a launch. So you can grab the voodoo doll with the magician and carry her away. Of course, oh, I didn't put a nav mesh down. 1 second, let me put a nav mesh down so she can actually move. Otherwise, it's kind of a sad fight. She can sort of move, but nowhere near as much as she should be able to. You're supposed to have 3 phases. The first phase is pretty good. Second phase breaks. The third phase is better than the second phase, weird as that is. It's very throwaway. See, if you get too far away, she'll start trying to attack the voodoo doll instead. If you're both too far away, she will actually summon the voodoo doll back to her. She'll also summon minions throughout the course there. She has a force field that she can get in like the third phase. You see she launches things too. You just launch the doll over there. And if the doll hit the ground, I hit the ground too. Oh yeah. There's a little hop. I have her set to a really health total. But I also... Oh no! You can actually... Ow. Hurt. Mean. I'll hide over here now. But she can hit the voodoo doll in the meantime too, so... If you dash the right time, you can actually avoid the damage though. That's pretty funny. I thought that was exciting. Like I said, in the second phase, she just kind of breaks, I think. We're both hop. I hop too. I do. I gave her really low health to make up for it, to test all the phases, so. Ow. Your outfit's supposed to change color when you've taken damage. Unfortunately, there's an issue with the dash causing it to do the same thing that I need to fix, so it shouldn't do this, but. Oh yeah, here's like her other thing with that. She summons all these minions to her, and then she has a force field as long as those minions are alive. I do need to make it so that she's can't summon him outside of the area. Oh yeah. Hey Lepus, how's it going? Almost dead. He hasn't broke, that's a good sign. He's beating me senseless though because of the voodoo doll. I have no upgrade to my stats or anything like that except for the extra damage, so this fight will not be this bad the first when you do it. It's literally this bad because of the fact that I'll use the super mode. The fool has a super ability where it can grow big. You'll probably have it for the voodoo fight. I get them all? Yep. Which I'm almost dead, but I got him. Broke the shield now. Yeah, it's Tuesday here. Summons all of her minions again, so you once again break her shield. I'm surprised she didn't break, but so far she's actually behaved the whole time. Been almost a real boss fight, you know? Not the worst. Oh, she summoned them all back, huh? Back and fight. You suck. Lag does not help. I'll say that much. How come I can't hit you? You suck. I'm almost dead. No. She immediately summons more. I can get the voodoo doll away from her. There's no balance to this fight, so you know, it's pretty rough. Oh, can I grab her? Good. Flag makes it hard to hit her. Pulls him back to her. I need to put him a thing on that. He's hitting the voodoo doll again. You suck. Stop hitting my voodoo doll. The voodoo doll is named Mini Pop after because the chat named her that. Oh, it wasn't the chat. It was someone else who named her. I broke the super again. Can I kill her before the shield? No. Damn. I tried. I tried. I'm almost dead again. Ow. You're so mean. Oh. He's hitting the voodoo doll again. You suck. You'll do that. Oh. Uh-oh. I will win this fight. Just to see the fight actually successfully complete. Lag to target is so rough for this thing. Jesus. Coming it back, sure. Got it. Wait. Oh, she didn't do a death animation, but I got her. She died in a funny looking way. She died as she lived. And this is with triple damage on. Of course, I have no health upgrades, no sanity or curse upgrades, you know, nothing. triple damage because her having a lower health total. We'll see how much health she's supposed to have. These guys will actually move away from you and then they spin and try to launch themselves at you. They become really hard to catch. Sometimes. Sometimes they're retarded. Like that time was pretty retarded. Yeah, after you beat this, you're supposed to take Mini Pop here and take her back to the Chris World. She has a little messed up hair. She's adorable Mini like you. Yay, like a little kid sister. And keep her. I don't know why her hair is all messed up all the time, but yeah, you're supposed to get the key from her, and then you can free Oliver here and continue the story. Yeah, it actually worked. First time that fight has actually played. Actually played out surprisingly pretty good. I mean, the second phase was kind of short and not that great, but overall, can't really complain. I mean, she needs to have a lot improved, but yeah, yeah, man. That, that's basically the tour. For all intents and purposes. Looks like a few rooms I didn't show off. Oh, well, thank you, Sarif. Very happy to hear that. Like I say, I'm aiming for October next year, but it's tentative. It's really tentative. Because, well, having never released a game of this caliber, it will be interesting to see what hurdles show up. But I keep working on it 5 nights a week, so for a lot of hours, like 8 hours in. I'm glad to hear it. Definitely encourages me to continue and really put more effort into it when people are like, yep, this is what I want. I'm like, yes, yes. I know what I was going to do. I was going to replace these with splines because I didn't like how they were playing out. Not that spline. I'll need that in a second. This spline. Oh, thanks, Lepus. Yeah, I put a bunch of time to it. It still needs a lot of work, but I mean, I gave her a whole bunch of new abilities. I even improved Patrick's fight an immense amount. I'll probably work on it tomorrow night too and keep improving it. No longer is it broken. Well, okay, it's got some things that seem kind of broken, but getting there. So getting there. We're gonna put this here. I'm thinking, you know, this needs a bit of some bends. Make it more interesting. It's just having straight paths is boring. I'm just gonna get rid of these rails. This game's not on rails anymore. Yeah, eventually I'll be showing the people the voodoo fight instead of the Patrick fight. It's like I say, it's the first time it's actually succeeded, so without a problem. I mean, there were some problems, but not a game-breaking problem. I could run this between these. That's kind of cool. What if I do this? Just make this room a lot more fun and a lot less whatever it currently. Not fun. I think after I run this, I'm going to take a quick bio break, but I want to finish running this first. This over here, like so. These are so much more fun when they just kind of bend places. There's just more to them, you know? Something about them is just more exciting than... Oh yeah, like it's so much fun to do this. Like, oops, that's not the one I want. So many people are just, you know, don't understand the appeal the rest of us truly see in this. You're just bending in weird ways, aren't you, little one? Okay, this one, I'm just going to delete that one. That one's just a mistake. Whatever was going on with that spline, that was a mistake. It was being just weird. Oops. Moving. Glad the long hours are, you know, working out for you. Does make things more fun when the long hours actually pay off. Move this out a bunch here, I think. That's ugly. Also ugly. I could actually connect it over here instead. I don't know if I hate that idea, actually. Originally, I was doing this to hold it up, but if I don't do that, what if I just get rid of this rail over here instead? I said migrate this over to here, and these, I guess, just over too, right? Well, it's not going to work the way I want it to, but I could actually just put rails up here instead. Let's put this up here, I guess. Definitely plan to run a lot more paths around here that are just more interesting than straight paths, and probably cut out some of the stairs. I don't like stairs very much. I hear you on that one. I've been at this for 8 hours now, according to Twitch, and I just kind of keep going, you know? Probably keep going another, I don't know, maybe another hour or two. Till I eventually get so tired, I'm just like, and fall over, but you know. So that happens. Or I drink too much. Sometimes I drink a bit much while doing the in-game dev. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. But this is how we end up with the crazy things. With enough alcohol, all dreams come true. I don't know what the dream was, but true now. Oh boy. I'm probably getting rid of this too. I don't like this setup here. I think I want to have like a small pathway down here. When I first made this, I put them all together individually, but then I was like, why am I not just using splines? Anyway, I'm taking a quick bio break. I'll be back in like a minute. Besides, I'm at alcohol anyway, I need to drink more, so. We're back. Game on. Game on indeed. Yes. Yes. Oh, the normal map thingy I was doing earlier, trying to make a special spell circle thing. Then I got sidetracked and never got back to finishing it. So probably just gonna get rid of these. Because I have a spline one, so I can do that. Just looks better. It just seems like the better call in my mind. Add a spline point there. Move the spline over here. One must embrace the spline to truly understand the way. Maybe not whatever way that was going, but you know, the way. Let's make this so much less normal and so much more intriguing. Got the wrong one. Let's definitely migrate this over some, and then this over too. Stairs are the enemy. Stairs are just not fun. They just really aren't fun. It's really miserable to jump up and down stairs as Poppet. Like, it's fine if it's occasionally there, but you really don't want stairs very often. So I've gone out of a way to systematically remove most of the stairs from the game if I can. They're just so awful. Like, nah, I'm good. We don't need no stinking stairs. Unless you really like stairs. Not that big of a fan of stairs, though. Nah. Nah, man. Nah. Yeah, exactly. We're vibing here. Perfection is for other people. In my world of nonsense, things need not make sense. Gotta fit the whole Alice vibe, right? Not about making sense. I'm gonna get it so it's not like it's so messed up. We'll see how that goes. Sometimes you just gotta try again because it's just so terrible. Other times you can make it pretty good. Oh, actually, it turned out pretty good. Yes. I definitely seek a world of complete weirdness. Weirder it is, the more I like it. You know, I'll have other ways too, but I mean, how much more fun is this than a crappy straight pathway? I mean, really. That's right, organized chaos. You know what I didn't bother to show off earlier? I didn't show off the Toy Maker's Lab that I built all that stuff for. Jeez. I'll need to work on this because it's not nice, but still. How much more exciting is this than the previous one? And it said it goes between the waterfalls. Well, I gotta get that a little better there, but still, between the waterfalls is way cooler than straight ahead like that. I need to have more space for Empress stuff in here because I just want the Empress to be like used like crazy all over the place. Because it's too much fun not to use it. It may or may not get rid of these and replace them with some kind of a vine that you can grow. The problem I have with these things is that the collision is just a nightmare. I want to run around on them, but every little stupid leaf thing is just a problem. Probably gonna replace this setup because I don't like it. I want the I want splines instead, and just it's not that fun to cross. Like it seems like it's way more fun than it is, and it's not. It's just like awful. All right, so from here, we can do this to kind of make it a little nicer. Let's get another spline. The spline. Continue with our complete chaos. It could be spiral stairs. Spiral stairs. I also have that Halloween town that could be done here too. Either way, let's say I do this here and run one of these over here. We just do that little bend there, nice and neat. Let's just remove this crap. The stairs suck. I didn't realize how much they would suck, and I will occasionally put them in purely so you can feel tiny as you climb stairs. But having to individually hop up and down each stair is awful. It's just so awful. Where are we going with these? Let's be more exciting than straight down. Straight down is just for losers. Nobody likes that. All my homies hate them. People who like that stuff. We're here to defy gravity. Now I'll put supports holding it up later. So true. We'll do this thing. That's not gonna do. Do I run between those? Maybe I do. Actually, no, I'm not going to. I want space for the Empress stuff, so, you know, I gotta not put it all next to each other. Like, okay, the nav meshes are annoying. You can tell the nav mesh happening because it keeps on saying, I gotta calculate, I gotta calculate. I'm like, but, I don't want to calculate. Definitely a quieter night. The, last, last Friday when I logged off, it was like 55 people watching me. So quiet tonight. Okay. I'm happy for anyone here who's watching. It's just nice to have people to chat with. I'm not even sure I like this bridge anymore. Just that I can do this makes them so much more fun. You know? More fun. Fortunately, this connects in a bad location. I don't know if you can actually bend it the way I want to bend it here. Probably not. I actually picked up a few people for the Discord today. It'd be nice, since whenever I go to actually test this game out, I'm going to use people from there to do it, and it looks like I will have no shortage of testers. It's nice, because every other game project I've ever done has had plenty of shortage of testers. I'm like, ooh, testers. This makes me happy. And bending this to fit this is going to be a real challenge. I can see that already. End of the day. Yeah, it's a little better. Not great. Slightly better. Much better. So I don't want to run this through this board here. I can avoid it. Yeah, thank you. I'm definitely jumping for joy at that. So often it's like, well, nobody wants to play your game. Bummer. I'm like, but I work so hard on it. They will play this one. Yes. I will make it so good they can't help but play this one. And I'll even give their families back after they're done playing it. Yes, after the reviews come in. I mean, nothing. You can ignore that last part, but you know. They'll like my game. It better. Imagine a dev who kidnaps people's families just to get good reviews. That sounds like EA or something. What if I do this? I'm obviously going to be continuously bending this until I like it, but kind of getting there. Let's run down it, because that's the universal yardstick for what is interesting and what is not. It just looks terrible. Not that one that's the problem. Pretty certain it's this one that's the problem. Or not. Kind of the problem. Well, be in the way, see if I care. Hmm, hmm, hmm. I'll just like, well, fine, I will be interested. Gets right in my way. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Randomly in the way. I think I should just get rid of that last one.
I'm just trying to get the perfect little match there, and it's just not quite there. I guess I can have a slight lip there. It's not like a bad thing, but kind of is, because then enemies can't run over it.
That lip is much bigger than you think. I mean, realistically, if this game's more than like $20, $30 in general for the game, I'll be surprised. Like, this is not a... I'm not charging AAA prices here, you know? Because, you know, it's not a AAA game, so... We'll see. I honestly would rather go with the more of the bloodstained theory, you know, where they went out of their way to just keep adding DLC to the game to make it better and better so people kept buying it. I'd probably want to do that, where I add DLC to the game so the game gets better and better over time. Because they didn't charge for most of their DLC, but you bought their game because their game was awesome and they just kept adding to it, so it's like, okay, well. But they also got a huge Kickstarter thing too, so... I need to learn promotion so I can make my own Kickstarter thing. My actual goal was to make a demo and then basically pimp the demo out to everything, you know. Try to get a Kickstarter, try to get a publisher, try to get an Epic Mega Grant, you know, anything I could. And then also just try to get wish lists for it. That'll be a really big step. The second I have an actual working demo is going to change a lot. I don't like this down here. I want to have Empress stuff down here. Plus this whole thing fits so weird in the past anyway. Yeah, those things can pay a lot of money. I mean, they'll pay $40 for the game. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Really hard to think I should charge that when, I mean, just don't think I'll be at the level that people would pay that, but maybe they would. I don't know. Hopefully, that'd be awesome. Definitely going to make it as fun as possible. I figure like it'll be, I'm going to try to make it look as fun as possible and, you know, gameplay wise, and try to be as close to, you know, like AA probably, maybe not AAA, as I can on that. When it comes to the story, that'll be the part that'll be more indie, I think. Because cutscenes are very time consuming, and I really don't think I'll be able to get that many amazing cutscenes. I might have to do my story a different way. So I think you'll see the difference between this and another game, and an actual, like, you know, AAA game, pretty much in that. That's okay, because, you know, most Metroidvanias aren't really known for having this incredibly in-depth story. I'll have a story in here. I'm gonna hide lore and things. I love secrets, so I'll put things in there, and I think a lot of the story was going to be told. Yeah, it's pretty much true. Yeah, a lot of the story was going to be told through either having, like, you know, random, like, memories that are floating around, and the memories aren't of you. They're not your memories. You haven't lost your memory at all. But the whole point you came to, the reason why you got, you know, captured by this person was you were looking for your friend. Went missing, and you ran afoul of the toy maker because of it. So you believe your friend is here, you're trying to find your friend, so there's memories all around of your friend, you know, and what she went through, because of course it's obviously a woman, since, you know, he his victims are women, so it makes sense, right? Um, I was also going to put like, messages on walls and things like that, like kind of like crazy things, because a lot of the toys have gone nuts. I mean, that's what the curse does. It drives them all nuts. The longer you're under it, the worse it gets. So a lot of the story will be told that way. There's only so many characters who are like seen enough to hold a conversation with you, which largely consists of Tinka, Charlotte, the ghost girl. Um, I don't believe the bosses would really count as sane. Now, some of them I guess would be, but some of the NPCs that you can save have some amount of sanity. So you'll find the story is told a lot through that, and just things I hide in the environment, the various words and things on stuff. But as far as long cutscenes, I mean, there'll be events that happen. They'll be mostly in-game events, if anything. And I thought about trying to do some sort of weird, comic style thing like they did with Dallas Madness Returns for purposes of how I was going to do this, but we'll see on that. Like, I might have a cooler looking way to do it. I'm saving it to last because my working theory is the game can have like a completely crappy story, but as long as the game's really fun, it doesn't even matter. So if I gotta cut corners anywhere, I'm not going to try to cut corners on anything. But if I had no choice, if I was like, well, the game won't be released if I don't do this, well, then sure. But otherwise, Okay. The Empress should be out on plants, like not on a freaking deck. Right? I think we can all agree. I'm now of the opinion that this deck should not be at all. I think it should cut to right around here. And then from this point on, you should be jumping across plants to get to it. The animation will be interesting. I was going to try to have a lot of spoken dialogue, because so much of the dialogue is going to be between Poppet and Tinka. Because Tinka's the most sane person there and the most knowledgeable. Oh, thanks for the follow, key roll. Yay. So, yeah, between her and Tinka, because, well, Tinka's like, oh yeah, liking it, liking it. Got that follower goal. Oh, is it Gigantify emote thingy? Being somewhat new to streaming on Twitch, I haven't really said anything to do with bits or anything like that, too. I probably should do that soon, right? I didn't even think about it. Important questions answered. Yep. Definitely in time to figure all my plans about what to do about a lot of things, actually. As far as how I'm going to make all this work. I think I might make these Empress plants, though. I have an idea real fast. Let me go ahead and delete this real fast. Let's make these Empress plants, I suppose. I guess they don't gotta be Empress plants, but I think I was gonna have you jump across this to get to the Empress, so it would make the most sense. You put this here. And we'll make it a 0.5, right? Yeah, it's fair. There indeed. Let's make this a 1. These are so tall, though. If I do that, the starting scale is going to have to be bigger. So if I want to make them larger in any way, shape, or form. Oh, I can do that. Never mind. Just cheat my way there. So let's say I do these and just have like jumpable things here. That's fair. I mean, I started out pretty shy. Couldn't imagine a world where people, I would, just having people hear my voice seemed kind of weird to me. Then I just kept thinking about it. I was like, oh, I talk to people all the time in real life. It took forever for me to convince myself to have a camera. We are. I have my camera. Because I realize that random people see me all the time. I don't care if they see me.
Well, let me know how that goes, Shrill, because I have absolutely no idea how any of that works for setting up for bits and things. I think this is good enough here. And then I want to put this on a giant mushroom. A giant shroom. Well, that's right. I have all new mushrooms. What am I doing? I have new mushrooms. Wanted to use these so bad. Give me the new mushrooms. Stylized Village. Rooms. Mm-hmm. These are awesome ones. Come to me, shroom. Come to me, other shroom. Oop. Oh, they're tiny. They're so adorable. I have to enlarge these to huge so they can even be seen. Might be an 8. I don't hate it. The rigging process of characters. Oh god, if you gotta do that from scratch, it's terrible. Thankfully, there's a rigging process now in Unreal Engine, so you don't have to be as crazy about it, but it's still a thing that I'd prefer not to do. Actually, the Empress could be on a giant flower. When I said giant, that was not what I meant. That's kind of flower. It's really lame. Hmm. Oh, sir. I don't like it. Hmm. 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 Whoa. Whoa. Oh, the humanity. How did I get my characters animated, or are you talking about someone else? Let's hit on one of these. Maybe. Could have a couple of them next to each other and just have them like that. Oh, my characters are Daz characters, so they already have a Daz skeleton, and then I use Daz to Unreal to move it over to Unreal. And the Daz to Unreal plugin will make it so that it will retarget to the UE skeleton. So I didn't have to do as much work. I mean, there's issues, of course, because well, animations don't always work right, and just a lot of little stupid problems, but overall, wasn't bad. Okay, it was terrible, but listen, not bad. Yes, the Empress can sit on one of these things too. But I mean, I can show you the thing. Yeah. Um, well, Poppet's not anymore. She's using, well, it's kind of her own thing here, but I'm using First off, you can see that she's got all weird bones, like, you know, the abdomen lower, things like that. This is not the UE skeleton whatsoever. Her hair's not attached, you can see. But the retargeting thing I'm using, just the generic retarget thingy. I was looking for the fastest way to find it. Okay, retarget map, that's what it was. Yeah, I get the this thing here that comes with the Daz to Unreal plugin. And it does all the stuff there to convert, you know, Manny all the this thing to Manny to the IK rig, so I can use Manny's animations. And they've set up everything for me, which is great. So then if I want to retarget an animation, this crawl thingy, retarget animation. I can just get the oh, we'll do a skeletal mesh here. Oh, let's just pop it because it's easy to find her. If I try the auto retarget, it just makes her a complete catastrophe. She's no idea. But if I use this one here, attempt to click it. It just takes a moment, I guess. Yeah, the new motion matching is great. Now she matches it. I can just retarget whatever I want. That's how we do it for Daz. Motion matching was a little more difficult because of the additional different skeleton. Clearly, you know, that was a thing. But the way you do that to fix that, I found was you add to the generic retarget thingy. You add one more thing here. You name it. In this case, I did Daz 8 retarget. And then on the character, that's why I added it there. Did I not do that? Oh, I've seen right now on the on Poppet. I have to add Daz 8 retarget, and it just works. Yeah, that's what it is. This character has the sandbox thingy on it, and then you put a subskeletal mesh with your actual thing, and that. I had a world of trouble with it. I had to basically do a bunch of changes to make it so that it would actually work with Poppet. And it finally worked. As you can see, she's jumping around all crazy and it's wonderful. However, if I so much as touch that thing, you know, like any changes to it, like you can't undo the changes. It's weird. Like even though it looks like you've undone it, it'll just break the files. I cannot wait until 5.5 comes out and they've got the non-experimental version of this. This is glitchy. So glitchy. But you know, that's what I did, and it's pretty good. If it wasn't for Daz to Unreal, I would hate my life a lot. Put it that way. Oh. I foolishly opened one of the little side blueprints that's not even actually used because it's been opened and it's in memory. It says it's bugged. Yeah. Not bugged. There might be some problems using it later. I don't know if I can jump on this. I don't think I can. I just can. Well, this is way better to get the Empress. I don't like this, though. Partially because it has no collision. Yeah, there'll be problems. There's already problems using it. Who are you kidding? There's lots of problems using it. That's fine, though. Make another Empress flower. I want, like, the Empress to be on a giant flower, I think. I really do. That'd be sweet. Yeah. It's a lot of problems. Put on a giant flower. Gotta blow this one up pretty big. I don't know how to do this. It looks kind of like crap. Right? I don't think that really looks cool to anybody. It's kind of low detail. A lotus. None see the lotus. Should shrink the lotus down. It's just kind of floating. Let's say I do like 10. It's just floating around on a lotus. The Empress is. Yeah, you gotta make your own controller. You really want to try to map it to the Unreal Skeleton if you can, so you don't gotta do anything. It can just use the things. That would be my advice. Like, go through and build the skeleton on your stuff so that it literally matches Manny, and you'll look good. Or don't do that, and then you gotta sit there and go out of your way to try to make the two match through an IK rig target thingy. The pain in the ass. So, would highly recommend not doing that. They're just matching it to Manny if you can. Oh, it's a boat. Ooh, boats. I mean, not gonna use the boat. The boat. I don't know if I like these mushrooms much. Thought I liked them. But now I don't know if I do. I guess they add some color. I could have sworn there's some other ones I already had though that might be better. Definitely got a bit of a mushroom thing going on here. See if I can find them. Ah, yes, these mushrooms. Rumors. I guess these glow. These ones don't, though. These are kind of good platform, though. That's true. The best platform ever platformed. But they look like crap. They're boring. Take back what I said about them being potentially good. I don't think I'm gonna use these flowers though. You gotta blow them up so big that they don't look great. Look kind of like they're just missing detail. Which I'm doing. Let me see the simple. Simple. That's an abomination. Oh, rough. Nice. Let's see how many more hours ago. Went on almost 9 hours. I don't hate it, but you know, at some point. Guess that's a lot. Yeah, that's just me falling through the thing. That seems terrible. No, not great. Let's say it looks not great. This one. Hmm. We're waiting. Waiting to see what this collision looks like. Maybe it's fine. I don't know what's going on there, but that mushroom was going to hell or something. I don't know. I just decided to go down. Like, okay. Yeah. We didn't like it anyway. That didn't work very well. Needs to be some ground in there too or something. Lag is so high. Oh. Okay. So I probably should make it that whatever you're on can't be Empress. Just because it seems like it's not great. Hmm. Could have a giant potted plant that it's in. A giant pot. I don't like that. Other thing. Yeah, maybe it's better if I can put it inside the plant here. Oh, the pot thing. If I put it in a pot that they have to use the Empress to get out of, that's not the worst. That's not gonna work. Not bad looking. There's a lily pad. Nice. That over there for a second while I think about what I'm doing. Mm. Exactly. Well, the plan is I want you to hop in and be stuck. And in order to get out of the pot, you have to use the Empress. That's the theory. Well, it's not a big enough thing, though. Out. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I need a different plan, though. That one might not be good enough because it doesn't really go up enough. Oops. Plant sucks. Pretty much bring enough beers? No. That'll grow the plant. Pour beer on it. It'll get. What I'm trying to do, I guess I'm trying to pour ale on it. I mean, I'm pretty tired at this. And there was also a pad, huh? I think after I finish this, I'll probably hand you guys off to someone else for a while. That's it. I'm trying to think of. And I'm having a hard time picking mushrooms. But tomorrow I'll probably stream longer. Of course, this already is like 9 hours, so it's not like I didn't stream any time. What I talk about, it's basically no time whatsoever. Mm. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Can't say I really like it. Oh, it does seem the most logical. It has a little flower pot on her head, so it seems like you want to have it where, you know, you get by, you know, jumping in a flower pot. At least that's my theory behind it. Wrong button. Ugh, tired. Oh, you could even jump on this thing, yeah. Whatever. I'll just make a thing that works and just call it square for the night, I think. And go raid someone. I am tired. And kind of spacing out a bit. I'll just go with whatever I got here and call it. Always make it work tomorrow. It ain't gotta work tonight. It can just be mediocre tonight, and that's good enough for me. Oh, it doesn't even have the thing. Oh, wow. Never mind. That sucks. Fair enough. Alright, let me see if I can find someone to raid. I'll just get to this. Clearly ending up. Stay focused. Find someone with one viewer who's not been rated. Thanks, Arif. I realized it was about like, I don't know, at least 30 seconds there where I don't even really remember the 30 seconds. I was like, oh. And I was like, at that point, it's definitely a good idea to log off before we get to that point. See blueprints on that one. UFN. I'll be back tomorrow to stream though. 100%. We'll find someone to raid. You go to raid someone and they have like way more followers than you, but nobody's watching them. But it shows you a bunch of ads. You're like, I just wanted to raid you, but I don't want to watch a bunch of ads to see if it's worth raiding you. You have 0 viewers. If you're watching, the back end of Twitch, you literally have 1 viewer. You know it's bad when someone's not even willing to watch themselves. That's a new low. Hey, tonight. I'm kind of quite tired and about to head off, but I was just gonna have everyone raid someone. I was just looking for someone to raid who was doing something interesting, but so many of these things are just a wall of code and pretty hard to be excited by a wall of code. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm gonna try to go a little longer, but I don't know. I'm already at the 9 hours and 15 minutes, in there. So that's a lot. This guy literally had mushrooms on his screen, and his avatar is a chicken that he bothered to animate. Just for animating a freaking chicken right off the bat, I'll just rate that guy. He's doing some UEFN stuff, so at least it looks kind of cool. But mostly the dude has a chicken for an avatar, and sure, why not? I don't get out much. Fine though. All right, so let's send him some followers or something and watch the random chicken, because why not, right? Let's go make a new friend. The newest friend. Chicken. Alright, I will catch everyone later. Well, tomorrow night, probably. Same time, same place, and all that. Grid